Hello, everyone. Hi, Spring. How's it going? All right. I don't really know what I have planned for right now, but probably taking off some prints, cleaning some things up. We finally got a print on our glow in the dark, so we got to take a look at that. But yeah, we'll have to see what's going on. Let's see here. Wow, 7 people already. That's a lot. Sorry, just checking some stuff here really quick, and then we'll get to chit-chatting. Anybody is welcome to join if you guys would like. Invite. I will set up the invite. And yes, I literally mean anybody is allowed to join. I don't care who you are. Because I'm sure we'll have people all around the world coming in. What's up, Garrett? How's it going, man? Long time no see. Yeah, I got it. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do, dang it. I just finished the print on the Anycubic Viper back there, Spring. Actually, it's multiple prints. Yeah, man, mental health took a toll, but I am back to printing and figuring stuff out. Cool. I'm kind of right there with you. I got, I guess, results back from the testing, but I got to do some more testing to finalize everything. It's a whole process, and it's dragging on way too long. So, what AR you do, Matt? I don't know what that means, Ray. What's up, Evie? Yes, and the reason why I'm up so late is because, well, I work weird hours at my current job, which I will be switching starting not this upcoming Monday, but next Monday. I'll be switching to yet another new company that's even closer to home. So now it's only a 10-minute drive for me, which is nice. I've never had a job that close before, so it'll be good to have. Oh, where are you? System update. Okay. So it's still installing stuff. What's up, non-fam? How's it going, bud? So we have 4 people watching on 3D Printing for Noobs. We have 3 people on my page. 1 person on the YouTube, which is probably non-fam. 1 on Facebook, and 0 on Twitch. I need to get more following on Twitch. I would set up TikTok too, but my phone is still updating right now, so I can't do that. It's almost done now. It's updating. It's got a massive update it's doing. It's taking a long time. But anyway, we'll get some prints. 10 minutes. That's really nice. Yeah, yeah, it is really, really nice. So right now, my current drive is only 15 minutes. So it's really, really nice when you go from spending $70 for a tank of gas to go to work each week to maybe spending $70 every 2 weeks, if that. So the trade-off is, okay, all that was highway mileage. So I put a lot of miles on the car at my previous job, and I got great gas mileage because it was all highway. But now that I pretty much drive in traffic, although there's not much traffic. I mean, 10 minutes of driving isn't traffic at all, no matter what time of day it is. I get like 4 miles to the gallon less. That's like 5 miles a gallon less. So it kind of evens out, but again, I don't drive. I don't put as many mileage, much mileage on the car as I did before. So I'm doing good, non-fam. Like I said, I'm in the process of switching jobs right now. I know I just kind of started this new job, but it's not a job for me. Um, it sounded good, but then when you actually start doing it, my body just can't handle going up and down trains and stuff like that. And sitting in a truck for 12 hours on a day, it doesn't really work out for me. So, and then on top of it, the 12-hour days. While it's nice to have like you work 3 on and then 4 off, and then 4 on and 3 off. It's nice that it's like that, but those 12-hour days really kill you. And the problem with that is, okay, even though you get 3 days off after a 4-day work week at 12 hours, the issue is you take like a day to recover from that to get back to like a normal scheduled sleep or something that's not destroying the entire day. So it's really, you get 2 days off, and it's really not enough because technically you only get 1 day off, because that third day that you get, um, you need to go back to your normal sleep schedule. So it's like a whole vicious cycle and everything. And it was just, I wasn't digging it too much. I thought I would like it, but it's maybe my age or something. I don't know. Because I am up at a long time, but it's just the fact that it takes a toll on my body. So, hey mate, switching jobs again. I'm sure you will find the right one. This one seems to be a better fit. It's not as bad of a cluster, because this job definitely is. I've been training for what, a little over a month at this job, and I probably only got an actual day, maybe 2 days worth of real training that I can utilize. And that's not saying that I can't do my job off of that. It's just the fact that there's a lot more internal stuff that you need to know. Otherwise, you're putting people's lives at risk, because it's trains. Like if something falls off of a train, you could potentially kill somebody. So it's not a good thing to have. So. Yeah, exactly. And to be in all honesty, I took it more or less because the pay was nice and the drive was a hell of a lot less than what I was going. So I went from an hour drive each way, so 2-hour drive to go to and from work, to a what, half-hour drive at the most, both ways, there and back. So a lot different. Um, but yeah, it's just the fact that everything all entailed, it just wasn't working the way that I wanted it to. So hey, you live and you learn. But I'm leaving on fairly good terms. So if I want to cross that avenue again, I can. But I don't think I ever will. To be honest, it's not something that I'd like. So the new one that I currently have is closer. So like I said, it's only 15 minutes from my house. And then the one that I'm taking now is literally 5 minutes closer than that. So it's like a mile closer to home from the one that I'm currently working at. So I'll go from a 15-minute drive each way to a 10-minute drive each way. So a lot different. Not much, but that's a huge difference to some people. And then to top it all off, I'll be actually on mornings, which I was never really a morning person. I was always nights, because I'm a night person. Um, but I think since I've gotten older, things have kind of changed. Priorities have changed, and like nights are nice, but it's like everybody is doing everything while I'm at work, and I kind of see that as like I'd like to be out there, having fun with people when I can't, because I'm at work usually, you know. What will I be doing? I will be the warehouse supervisor for a company called DB Schenker. They are a German company, and I'll be basically doing freight forwarding, which will be essentially packing things up to go onto a shipping plate that then goes onto a flight, an airplane. So I'll be working at Chicago International Airport, essentially, just on the outskirts of it. So, or O'Hare, as others know it as. But yeah, it's literally like 3 miles down the road. So I can ride my bike there if I wanted to. It'd probably take me a half hour if that. So yeah. Okay. So what's up, Sniper? How's it going, man? I think it's just going to be kind of a whatchamacallit, a quiet night here at the shop, the basement. I'll probably just end up packing up some orders. I need to find that email that you sent me, Sniper. I got to look through it. So yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of chilling. Nobody else has popped on right now. I'm sure some of my UK friends will be on here later on, as well as some of the friends from the Netherlands whenever they decide to get up. I know Ray's up right now. I don't know exactly what time it is. What, it's 1 o'clock here, so that would probably make it like 7 o'clock there, I would think. So yeah, there's the link right there at the bottom. That's cool. Sounds cool, mate. A lot better for you. Any successful prints? Yes, I've actually been having successful prints. So I printed off a helmet, and then I found out that I printed. So, all right. So I had this print, and I had to hack it up to do it on the Photon M3, and I hacked it up into 4 parts. Well, originally I hacked it up into 2 parts to put it on the Mega, but the Mega had a blasted FET film on the front left side here, so I had to replace it, and then I replaced it and it wasn't working. So I'm like, all right, let's switch it over to the M3. Well, what I did is I printed off the 2 back parts of the helmet, and then I thought that I sectioned up the front part of the helmet to print on the Mega, and then I took it off yesterday. I'm like, shit, this is the left half of the entire helmet, so it's the front and the back. Or I'm sorry, it's the right side, the front and back. So I have the left side front and back, the original one that I had sliced up for this to print on there, and basically we're just gonna take them and resin weld them together. So 7 a.m. here in the UK. I kind of figured. And then, yeah, something's up with this Creality printer, so we got to take a closer look at it, because I thought maybe it was the glow-in-the-dark resin that was giving me issues, but this printer has just been unreliable since I've had it. So I need to take a closer look at that probably tomorrow and see what's going on, because it's just not printing. I've had probably 20 prints on it, and I think 2 have worked. And even those were kind of 50-50, like where one part would be good and the other part wasn't. So, and then I threw the resin and the file that I was having issues with on the Frozen Sonic Mini 8K, and it printed perfectly fine. So, all right, let's see here. What's up, buddy?
Good morning and good evening.
It is insanely
I don't know if you can hear me very well.
I can't even see you. There we go.
This is the update that I was talking about.
Oh, God. Oh, nice. Looking good.
This is the new studio.
Nice. That's a nice little shed.
100 square feet.
That's a good amount. Yeah, that's pretty much like double
I'm
my
even
speed.
wired.
Nice.
Come on.
There's no
You can't have a
infinite
studio
possibility.
without being wired.
That's right. But it's a blank canvas, so you can do whatever you want with it. Let's see. Have you damaged the FEP on the M3 Max yet? I'm dreading if I do, not sure where to get one from. So they do have it available on their website, but it's sold out. So I have a feeling that they're going to have it soon for sale. But if not, regular FEP film will work just fine. The only reason why I think they went with the frosted is because with the Mono 6K, they were having issues with the light bleed, which was a common issue with the LED matrices, where lines would show up on the prints because of the gaps where the pots were. They would have the light gap there, and somebody started making diffusers for that. So essentially, that's what that FEP is a giant diffuser, but it does make the prints real crispy. So, nice shirt.
Right? Gotta love the shirt.
Dang right.
No, I'm actually looking at lighting as well while we're live streaming, because that way there I know where I need to put my lighting.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. What's up, Andrew?
I have one right there, and then I have one right here behind me or in front of me. One second. I gotta yell.
If you need to, you can always come back, man.
Sorry, yelling at the dog.
No, that's fine. I was talking to Ben earlier with his last print he did. So let's see here. Non-fam. I need to find. You sent me a file that I needed to print out, and I need to find out where it was and where it went, because I like rearranged everything and I put all my folders and everything in one spot, and now I don't know what the hell is what. So I need to figure out where that is.
I'm going dark for a second.
Going dark.
Come on, Chocolate. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Come on. Come on.
All right, you sent me a print. What was it? A frame. What's the temperature where you are, Matt? So it's actually kind of nice today. Right now it is 46 degrees. So it was kind of on the nicer side today. I think it was like 55 degrees earlier. So you're all frozen, by the way, Sniper. I think he's gone. Yep, he got booted out. All right, so let me share this because I have no idea what it was named, and I have so many files here that I just need to print. And the stream. Oh, what's up, Ray?
Good morning, Matt.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning. It's sunning. It's 21 degrees outside today.
Oh, nice.
It's nice. The summer is coming.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna be getting, and I think this upcoming week we're supposed to be getting nice weather. Finally.
How is the sound of my stream?
The what?
The sound? Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
I can hear you perfectly fine.
that's nice. I have brought a clever leaf mic.
Nice. All right. Where did I put your files? I don't even know if I unzipped it, actually. I should probably look. This is something that I want, and I wish the guy would actually allow me to have his STL file. I want it.
Do you have the back picture of that?
I literally have every single picture he has done. So technically, if I wanted to be douchey, I can have somebody recreate it, but I don't really want to step on his toes. It took him like 3 years just to design all that, and he's still not finished with it. So
Yeah, but it's a program on internet. You put 4 pictures from front, back,
oh yeah,
left, and side, and then
yeah,
he makes a 3D model of it.
yep. Like I have the front, the back,
Ah, nice.
out the post, with the post.
A lot of details.
Yeah. Next week should be hot around 25 degrees Celsius, 77 degrees. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be this upcoming week, 77 and above. So I am going to try and print this guy today. I just finished him on the Anycubic Viper, which I got to take off. Your video is glitching a little bit.
Yeah, my video is glitching. Yeah, that was my camera.
This little guy, I'm going to print in resin to see if he comes out or not. He should. It's like a miniature articulated guy, but it'd be interesting. That's the creator right there. He definitely is a perfectionist, and he's like a customs prop guy. So like he does it on his free time to do stuff like that. And I didn't realize that I was talking to the same guy that I talked to before, because I saw him printing and painting it, and I was like, dude, this is amazing. Like I would give you any type of money just to have that file, and I'll sign a contract saying I don't have to share it, and I can't sell it without your permission, anything like that. Like I will pay you $300 for this file right now just to have it for my own need. And he's like, yeah, I just can't do it. And he's like, maybe I'll sell some down the line. I'm like, I don't really want to sell it. I want to print it myself and show it off so I can scale it up or down if I wanted to and things like that. But he was pretty adamant on keeping it for himself, which I mean, rightfully so. But we'll see. Maybe I can keep chipping away at him and see if I can get some other way to get around that. But he also made a flash, well, actually zoom, which is like zoom Flash's nemesis, one of them, and he did a nice drawing, detailed setup of that too, that I want to try and get. But again, that one's not finished either. So I'm back. Sorry, I had to switch from phone to PC. You should be able to switch on PC as if you have a camera and everything. You're good. All right. I need to find. Let's see. Did I maybe put it in here? No, that's that. That's that. Andrew, are you still on here?
Who is out there?
Find this file that you sent me. It was like a box that you sent me to print, and I swore I unzipped it, but I have no idea where I put it.
You have always the same problem as me on the hard disk.
Yeah.
I can't find everything, nothing anymore.
It's not customer prints, no. No. DTR, nope. Ewok, nope. Hag House, Haku. Damn it. Where? Lightbox. Yeah, I know that, but there's not one named Lightbox, is there? Am I that dumb? We got Light Cycle, Low Key, Lower. Is that what you named it, or did you name it my name? Miscellaneous prints? Drip mounts? No. Glasses? No. Zero from Nightmare Before Christmas. I need to like go through this. Maybe I'll do that tonight instead of taking some prints off and doing stuff. Because I do need to wait for some more resin to finish this project. So
What for books do you searching then?
So it's a box that Andrew Cmyk had made for me, and I don't know where the hell I put it. I know he sent it to me. At least I'm sure he sent it to me. What's up, Mo? How's it going, man?
I see some boxes, man.
You see some boxes by me?
Yeah, where have you your mouse?
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, this is one that I created for my remote. So that's a wall mount.
One to the under. What? 1, 2,
That's
3,
just a
4.
basic box. That's
Yeah.
for Shih box to do something with. So
Okay.
tidying up the workplace. Okay, so that'll be good for a day.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly how it goes here. I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff, and guess what? I just got 3 printers in the mail, so I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna get rid of all these printers. Yeah, well, they just came back, and
And which printer do you have now getting?
so I got the artillery that I apparently won while I was on a live stream the other day here. The Soval SV04, which is an IDEX. And
Yeah, but the Soulful is Creality.
yeah, it's like a little bit better of a Creality machine, yeah. And then I have the Tenlong D3, which is also an IDEX. And then obviously I gotta take out the Prusa and everything. So it wasn't this one, was it, Andrew? No, that's from Matt.
Yeah, that is from the Akuma box.
Yeah, because I already printed that one. Was it this one? No, not the frame, because that was somebody that sent me something. Xbox Wario. I printed. Hearing feedbacks. I can jump on the PC and send it again. Yeah, please do, because I have no idea what happened to it, and I want to try and start getting into actually printing the stuff that people send me, and getting it all set up. Like usually, I would have it set up as like Andrew S. print, but no, I didn't do that. So I have no idea what the hell I did with it. I do not know, but I'm sure it's in here somewhere.
Yes, I know. I think so.
It is. That's loose.
When we've got these, we're going all searching, eh?
Oh wait, maybe it's this one. Hold on. Nope, that's my mini Akuma. Nope, not that one. Handy scan, no. WeTransfer? Did you do it through WeTransfer? Shoulder armor? I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's Liu Kang. Okay, so
I must also to find his email today. I have answered.
yeah.
Sniper there sent me some pictures of the leveling of his bed.
Oh yeah.
And I see on the Creality he have the level his bed too much on the bed. Dus and was a little bit upper in the air.
Yeah.
When I see, you can see that when the nozzle print, then the next layer goes in the other next layer, and that is wrong. It must.
Yeah. No. No rush, Andrew. Whenever you can, I'll just I'll grab it from you. But seriously, like, what is going on here?
You have also too much stuff on the PC.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Usually my folders are not this crowded. Like I have them in very particulate areas, but I've just been letting it get out of control, and it needs to stop.
Yeah, I know. It comes a little bit out of control.
Yeah. Maybe it isn't here. Let's see.
What is wrong with the badges from the M3 Pro? This is the third time I get an M3 Pro to repair. It's the electronic home, you mean?
What's up, John? No, it's just me putting that in the chat.
This
It's
thing.
to gauge people in here. What is that? Yeah, the power supply. What about it?
Yeah, the power. Yes, that was the power supply.
Yeah.
I have now the 3 years come back with problems with the power supply.
Yeah, because I bet you if you remove the sticker, like if you remove that black box, if that's the thinner power supply, it's not an actual Meanwell. It is a Creality
No,
branded power supply. Yeah,
this is broke. This thing
yeah, because
is blow
it's
up. You can see.
yeah, it's a fake Meanwell. It's supposed to be
Yeah.
a Meanwell power supply, and it's not. I bet you it has a Creality sticker on it somewhere.
Yes.
That's been their
One
new thing
place.
that they've been doing.
It's Creality. Yes, it says model CM3524.
Yep.
Yeah, I order 2 Maxwell supplies.
Yeah, good.
Uh,
Creality did the
I
dirty.
think
Yeah,
it's
that's not
important
the first time.
when my customers send it back, then I put always an Maxwell
Yeah,
in it.
I would definitely do the same for sure. All right, let's see here. That's not it. That's not it. That's not
Yesterday was Vincent on the visit.
Yeah, I saw that he stopped by.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah, that's really cool. That's really nice. Yeah, I get also a new printer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you get a focus.
Oh, the new one.
No, I get the focus from me.
Oh, okay.
I had a lot of focus here. I was making room. I have totally 5 focuses.
What's up, Carl? How's it going, man?
Good morning, Carl.
I saw Ben tried to do the Dragon 2, and he got his to work, I guess, but yeah, he ended up making it fall.
Is that the
Unfortunately.
dragon, the big one?
Yeah, the one that's like 10 feet long. It's all coiled up.
I gonna try that not.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, he did his with glitter, so it's going to be even more brittle. He did an exalato, which my wife saw while she was scrolling through TikTok, and she's like, "Oh, can you do that?" I'm like, "Oh, that's Ben." She's like, "Who's Ben?" And when we clicked on it, he happened to be live, so we jumped in, and I told him like, "My wife wants your exalato." But I'm gonna buy. He sent me a link for his pigmentation that he's using, so we're gonna do some testing with that. I'm gonna probably take out one of these printers and let it rip and see how it goes. There is no data. Yeah, I'm at a loss, man. I don't know where I put that box. I have no idea.
And that is disturbing.
Yeah, like
I
what the
know
hell?
it. I have that with an Lego doll. There's a guy I just say always, yeah. When you have it, I'm searching. Yeah, can you find it? No. Why
Nope.
not? Why not? When I have 20 uh, hard disk on it. Oh, when a hard disk 1 GB, you can find it's a stick in an H.
Yep. Um, I have no idea what this is. It's definitely not this. This is something else. Wario, useful.
That's really nice that the Cmyk works good. It was 18 bucks.
Yeah. Just loading it up. Cool. Watch, by the time you get it all set up and everything, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, that is always.
Why not? That's the story of my life.
that I have always when I'm searching something else, then I go looking for a new one, and then I've almost printed, and I see it in the hard drive. Hey, there is.
Yep.
That's always.
No.
Is it not you can better to the email and download it again?
Well, I think I grabbed it from his Google Drive, so it won't have it anymore.
Where is Sniper? Sniper is gone.
Yeah. It's Matt German cans, Loot Crate, Iron Man, Howling, Hatchery. Oh, I think this is StarCraft. What's up, Carl? Yeah, the link's open for anybody that wants to join.
Oh, all right.
Mo, if you want to join, you can join. It's open to the public. Flyer, Ewok, Nubis, Black Ghost, Captain Major, Captain Planet, Cosmic Ghost, Customer Prince, Dark God, Darkwing Duck, TBZ Shogun. Doubt it's in here. Nope. Doubt it's in here even. TTR. No. I think the next print I'm going to do is this Super Shredder. Why does this not look complete?
And how is the resident from the glow in the dark?
Printed.
And what company is that?
Monicure 3D.
Monicure.
So the ones that I showed off earlier were from Litcrete, but those are kind of okay. But the problem is they're very, very expensive to buy that. The resin, I think, from Monicure is $120 for the bottle.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, the resin in the Netherlands also a little bit expensive now.
Yeah, but I mean, Monicure 3D has higher end resins anyway, so they're always usually a little heavier than normal. And then to top it all off, their shipping is expensive because they're based in Australia, as you can tell. .au. Let's see, our resins.
Everything that comes from Australia is expensive. Everything that goes to Australia also expensive.
Yeah. See,
but that is also New Zealand also too.
Yeah, that's basically the same. Like they're both coming from an island out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So, but this is kind of cool because they give you a resin chart. Like if you're looking for specific resins, they have all their resins lined up, and then it'll tell you like what their usage can be for, depending on what you need. So if you need something that's outdoor use, all right, well, these are the types of resins that you can use. If you need an engineering use, this is all the resins, and it'll tell you if it's suitable or recommended, that type of stuff. So same thing.
Suitable means that it can be broke or.
Yeah, it'll work, but it's not an ideal product.
Yeah.
If it says recommended, then absolutely you want to.
Then you're right. Yeah.
So, but let's see. They have, what is it? I think it's under their Pro resins, if I'm not mistaken. What's Flex 100 like? I have some coming today. I'll be honest, I have not tried their Flex 100. I still have it brand new in bottle, but if it's pretty much should be the same as like Soriatec Tenacious, where let's say you have a brittle resin, something if you drop it on the floor, it cracks into a million pieces. That's meant to be as an additive. Now you can print it as just flexible, but it's really hard to print it you got to have high settings. Like, okay, so for a monochrome screen, usually it's 3 seconds, 4 at the very max for resins, where that you probably have to print it at like double that, if not more, if you're just printing straight. But usually it's meant to be as an additive to make it have a little bit of give, flexibility in it. So you usually add in like 20% to it. So let's see. For a 500 milliliter is $77 for that. The bottle that I have is $176 for their glow in the dark. But they're really, really good resins. In fact, I just signed kind of a deal with them, so you're going to see some content coming up with some more of their resins. And I basically just went down and I grabbed a handful of different resins from them. I don't think I grabbed a Flex 100 because I already have one, but I did grab like some Tough Black and everything. In fact, I might.
Monocure. I think that is not too expensive in the Netherlands.
So you might be able to find it cheaper. Sometimes they do have it on like Amazon if you guys can find it on there. They're one of the few that I actually see on Amazon, and I think actually in the UK they even have it on Amazon. I also have some of this stuff, but I'll be honest, I never have a problem with this. It's usually the opposite. But this is Monocure's Plate Bond, which is essentially an application to hold the prints on better. So for those who have like the Sonic Mega or perforated build plates and are worried about it sticking, this will probably help, and it does stink to high heaven. So that's the only downfall with it, but it definitely works. I just will not use it because I need to remove my prints easier. And then they also have their Cmyk kits, which I have a set of that, which are awesome. I just used it not too long ago because I had a customer want some red, and all I had was skin color, so I mixed in some magenta with a little bit of yellow, and it came out more like Pepto-Bismol looking, but it worked what they needed it for. So I was talking to a customer about Licrete yesterday. They want me to print their parts on it. It's expensive. Yes, it is, but they're known for their engineering stuff. That's how I found them.
I seen on the website from I'm gonna look Monocure. Fab Shop.
Oh yeah, yep.
They have Monocure Deep Black, and it costs for 0.25 kilogram $10.
25 kilograms?
Yeah.
That can't be right. 25.
Yeah, I can let you.
25 or 250?
No, 205 kilo, 0.205 kilograms.
Okay.
And I can look back.
Yeah, I use some of their resin away, which a lot of people like that stuff too, but I wasn't a big fan of it. It was more like slimy to me, and I wasn't a big fan of it. Ever since I basically told Charlie, the owner, that I'm like, you know what, I know your guys have one of the better cleaners out there, but it's not for me. I just don't like the texture of it. It's really weird. All right, let's see here. Add to stream. Let's see what you got.
That's the page.
So 0.25 kilogram. What is that? I don't even think that'll let you print a miniature.
0.25 is 250 gram.
Oh yeah. No, so yeah, it's 250 milliliters. That's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's not bad. So what, for 2 of those? That's 500 milliliters. It's
$40.
That's $20. Yeah. So that's about normal.
That's normal.
Yeah, for a liter of resin, that's about $40, give or take. So that's a little bit higher than cheap resins, than crap resins, and that's some good stuff. And that's one of the ones that I ordered, the Deep Black, to see how their stuff is, because I wanted to know how it looked.
I'm gonna try that.
It should be pretty good stuff though. I haven't really had any issues with Monicure stuff ever.
Yeah, I have last try the eSun or iPhone.
Yeah. Esun is so like if anybody ever asked me about like what resins are best, I would say for higher end, there's two: 3DRS and Monicure 3D, because they actually do the research on their resins. And just like good filament, you can just tell that it prints easier than like a crap filament, like Jo or Sunlu or Amazon Basics or what have you. Like you could just tell that it runs smoother for some reason. And the same thing goes with Monicure and 3DRS. Like their resins just run smoother, in my opinion. But if I had a cheap resin to tell everybody about, it would be the PLA based eSun Bio resins. Those are my favorite for like cheap resins. So,
Maar I
uh,
have with all the eSun resin that I have no fails on it.
right.
That's why also curious about the transparent resin of eSun. I have here the bottle from.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever used their transparent stuff, but their tough resin was pretty good. But
They have put
so
an instruction in it in the box,
yep,
dus that is good. A lot of companies do not put the instruction in the box, how many lighting and
right.
all that stuff.
Oh, I should have asked them for a hat. Dang it. Actually,
Yeah,
they might have sent me a hat. I have a T-shirt for from them. The first time that they gave me some stuff.
I have a
Uh,
T-shirt of Corality and a rating of the T-shirt of James.
let's see. I swore. How do I sign it? I don't know how I sign it. Oh, this is their new thing. So this is kind of cool. I really don't um, know much about it, and I probably should have got one, but it would have taken up most of the stuff. But this is kind of cool. The Incredifil Ultimate Starter Kit. It's basically a UV flashlight with a rechargeable glasses, and then basically it's like UV putty in a way, or paste. And essentially it does the same thing as UV resin, just not as because like it like it looks like standing water when you cure it. So
Yeah,
that's
you
the new
use the lamp, eh?
yeah. Yep. I use a UV curing light.
Is that recommend to have one in the house?
Yeah, I like to have one. Like I wanted one because I wanted to bond stuff together because I don't need to use any glue with resin. So
Nee, there's always I get the answer of the people on the group how you put the Iron Man suit together, and I tell everything about it, and I say it every time. I do it with a 3D pen.
yep.
No glue, nothing. Only in 3D pen.
Yeah, there you go. That's essentially what this is the same type of process, just much easier,
Yeah.
and it holds together stronger. So this is another thing that's kind of cool is they also do a 3D colored resin formula. So you could actually get with them and they can mix up your own resin, so you can have your own specific color. So if I
Yeah,
wanted an AkumaMods red, I can do that.
yeah. I find out color stuff what you put in the food.
Hmm.
The color you can put it also in the resin.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, you just got to be careful with some of the
The,
alcohol-based ones because they can make the resin a little more brittle. That's the same thing with pigmentations in
yeah,
it. So 3D pen or wood burner, and extra filament. Yep, that's essentially what you would do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, and they also have filaments. They have other stuff that you can buy.
Yeah, that is stuff where you can order everything where you can buy.
Yeah, they're basically like a one-stop shop. And I looked at their
Yeah.
paints. They have all kinds of crazy paints. They partner up with Wham Bam, so you can get some Wham Bam stuff, like all kinds of cool stuff. Let's see their Clarence. Let's see, transparent violent for $57. Whoa, $63 for dental. Whoa, that is insane. Let's see what this is.
$57.
Yeah,
I have seen expensive.
Yep. So you were asking James earlier about what is the Flex 100. So essentially, this is what the Flex 100 would do if you put it into regular resin. It would turn it into what they call model resin. It has a little bit of flexibility in it. So, if your printer is over 100 watts, then the standard resin might be better suited. You can check your printer. So they do provide a lot of information on if you have any questions for stuff. So like this one, it'll tell you what type of printer it'll be good for. If you're looking for DLP, SLA, or FDM. So essentially, their standard resin will work on DLP. So for those people who are looking for like Photon Ultra type stuff, that's kind of cool. So they
What is the difference then with DLP and the normal resin printers?
So as it says, uses a higher powered projector module. So
3D projector.
Yeah. So essentially, okay. So what is it? The sun is 395 nm, I think it is.
Yeah.
Whereas like LCD printers, they print at 405, so it's a little bit lower wattage than the sun. It's close, but there is a difference, and that's essentially what the difference is between DLP and MSLA. And then also SLA, this acts a little differently, and it essentially shows you like how everything is. So this essentially goes through and cures in one sitting. This is usually or laser, and this is specifically laser projection type thing.
Yeah, with an Spiegellocher, you mean with an glass plate.
So it's
what I see on the picture. The about is the projecting full on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
The other make 3D protection. They have color protection, and the other is with an how mean you when you look in a mirror.
What's up, Jade? Yeah, because it's a different type of projection. So
you can also with LED.
Yeah, so essentially it'll tell you like this is the power rating for the UV that it goes through for DLP. This is the power rating for that is it's stuck at 405, so it's a lower one than others. And the same thing goes for like SLA, because SLA, even though it's the same as MSLA in a way, more uses a laser technology than it does a LCD. And then obviously FDM. So they do provide a lot of information if you're looking for specific resins for something.
That is good.
Right way. Yeah, absolutely. DLP is digital light processing, and the source makes the shape. There is no masking layer. Yes.
Then it's the little bit more that you not get the wrong resident.
Yep. So like, okay, talking about James and the issues he's having with third-party resin, like with his the photocentric, this would probably actually be a good alternative for him to use, because he can basically contact the company and see, because it's probably going to be a difference between DLP and MSLA with that type of printer. So, but it's really nice that they break it down, yeah, and they explain everything. So, I've been calibrating the M3 Max all day. I think I found the sweet spot for it. That's awesome. I have the M3 Max, and I've had nothing but failures really with it, or some major scarring with it. But I don't know if it's user error or what. I got to get this project done before I start looking into that and tearing in, because we've been having some major issues with resin printing for the last 2 weeks. And it could also just be chalked up to temperature, which is a possibility, because I've had um, the heater running down here since I started that last job, and it printed perfectly fine. And this job that's printing right now is printing perfectly fine. So I think it's just the fact that it needed some extra temperature upgrade here. But who knows? So been told some are good, some have had issues. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, for the M3. Yeah, so it's possible I might have got a dud, because I do have like technically a prototype in a way. Not a prototype, but like pre-production. Um, it's not as pre-production as like the Hell at Sky, where I'm basically I can't upgrade it ever. Um, like that is insanely pre-production. So $77. Yeah. Oh, the M3 Plus. Yeah. $77. Where did you see that? Oh, for a bottle of resin? Yeah, you pay. But that's the difference between quality resin and just okay resin. And like I said, that can be the difference, that like James was saying, he was having issues printing on the photocentric, and it could be something as simple as that, where he's using third party resins, but they're garbage resins. And because the printer is such a higher quality printer, it might be more on the DLP side than it is the MSLA side, because of the quality that they put into it. I don't know. So, but it's a good possibility. So, yeah, I messaged you on TikTok last night. I was doing the cones of. Oh, okay, I remember. Yep, because I grabbed the cones of calibration. So I did run a print. I do have like 5 or 6 different calibration systems on there right now, but I had to take the resin that I was using in there and use it for this print that I'm doing right now. Because, like I said, I got to get that out as soon as possible, because the prints that we're printing, they're okay at best. Like you can see, you can't really see it, but if you see up close, there's lines that are going through the print. You can't really see it on camera though. It's kind of hard to see. See, like that scarring, the banding coming this way. It's kind of a little bit of banding. That's from something. I don't know. You can maybe see it a little bit better on here, where I still got to remove some of the supports, but this one was real bad. You could definitely see the scarring on that one. So again, I don't know if it was user error or if it was temperature, but we're slowly getting that stuff out and gonna take care of it. So so far so good. Fingers crossed. So yeah, I'm always here for help, bud. Anytime. Let's see. Double that price for UK then with our crazy duty cost. Yeah, it's a good possibility. One issue was their Mono X, where the Z motor wasn't tightened down enough and eventually shook loose. I had that issue with the Sonic Mini 8K, actually. I had like 6 or 7 good prints off of it, and then I set a print off for Darkwing Duck, and it smashed it all. And I was like, what the hell happened? Because it printed, but it smashed it. I'm like, did I not tighten anything down? So I looked at everything, and I'm like, okay. And then I was like, all right, everything looks good. Cleaned out the vat, redid everything, set it to print, and I'm sitting here and I hear it. And I hear the Z go up. And I'm like, oh, that's not good, because the Z was like letting go from the motor and it was pushing up, but it could only go so far because it has a stopper on it. So I was like, oh, well, that was the issue right there. So. What's up, bud? I cannot hear you if you are talking.
No,
There.
sorry. I was, wife was asking me something really quick.
Gotcha. Let's see.
You have the light not good, Sniper.
Yeah, I had to set up my streaming setup again, and then I had to remember that I had to delete the background for where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Do you have a green screen on it?
Zip files or Facebook chat? All right, let's take a look here. Watch, I'm gonna download this, and then I'm gonna be like, I have this. It's right here.
Carrot. The old mountain people.
All right, I got it. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a search, and I'm going to look for this. Can't miss it. It's your logo. All right, let's look for front.
Okay, now you should have a new email for me as well there, Matt.
All right, give me a second here.
Hey, Carl, what's going on, man?
You have not tried eSun resin? Yeah, that's probably one of the better cheap resins in my opinion, but that's one of the reasons why I went into distribution with them. In fact, I still have the SDS sheets from what I did for all this stuff. You've got a Kellen S500 4K. That's right, you do, because you sent me files for a mount, and it works. And I believe I have it somewhere. Yeah, it's printed right there. Let's see. That's business.
Now I find my other hard drive.
Zip files are on Facebook. Have you got the Mono X? Carl, which one do you have? I thought you had a Mono. Or do you have the M3 Plus?
Je hebt toch een Mono S?
Yeah, but okay, so that issue wasn't just on the M3, it was also on the Mega 2. So I was like losing my mind, and I don't know what's going on, but it's a possibility. But well, like I said, I gotta get that commission work done before I go and I start messing with things, because right now, knock on wood, it's printing good, and as long as it's printing good, I'll knock that commission out, and then we can take a look at it, because then I won't care what happens after that. Because I probably spent like, I don't know, maybe $400 worth of resin right now for this project, and I only budgeted like so essentially I'm not getting any money for this project, but that's fine. Not the end of the world. You win some, you lose some. Made a UV diode light for getting inside the prints. There you go. That's essentially what I have. I mean, I can have some with it, but I also have my UV LED light. Let's see here.
Hey, Matt, I sent you a picture over on Discord through our private chat.
All right. You gotta give me a second because I never have Discord open ever.
No worries. It's just of the current print that I have going. It's only the left front corner that keeps happening.
So what I usually do in situations like that is I do what's called live leveling. So I'll essentially look at it and see what's going on, but I can tell you right now that probably won't fix it. And the reason being is those Creality mats and those the magnet, more or less, they tend to delaminate or demagnetize, because of temperature.
Okay.
That's the problem with the Creality ones, because obviously Creality, you buy a budget printer, so they put on all the cheapest parts that they possibly could. So that mat is actually only rated to be at 50C at a consistent level. Anything above that, the mat tends to demagnetize. And so what's happening is that might be demagnetizing on that corner. So the only solution is to upgrade to a better mat and a better magnet plate.
So kind of like the spring steel.
Yeah. So, and I mean, you'll have to do research. I'm obviously going to tell you TH3D Studio, they have one. The reason why I always suggest TH3D Studio products to people is because they don't sell any products that they don't personally use in their print farm. So everything that they sell, they have on their machines right now as we speak.
The one that I found, it's like $50 on Amazon.
Okay.
And it's through Filament.
Yep. They're pretty good, but let's take a look at TH3D Studio just for the heck of it, okay? I know you probably want like next day shipping and things like that.
No. I don't really give two craps.
Let's just take a gander because they might even be out because that happens all the time where they're out of parts. What is that? An Ender 3 Pro?
No, Ender 3 V1.
A V, yeah. So it's a Pro.
Yeah.
Different screen than what I've seen on the Pros.
That is the only difference. The Pro and the Ender 3 is not too different on it.
I thought the Pros had a bigger build surface.
The difference between the Pro and the regular Ender 3, the extrusion rail is different on the Pro. Oh no, so you have a V1. That's right, you have an original.
I have the OG.
Okay, so yeah, the profile, so like where your belt is for the bed, it's double that size. So instead of it being this size where the belt is and the belt's in the center, the extrusion rail is at 2040. So they basically took it like this and then they flipped it on its side. And then they also upgraded the power supply to it as well. So it's got a better power supply on the Pro.
Yeah, I noticed the power supply on this one's a little what's the word about lack of words? Sketchy.
Yeah, those are okay. Hey, it can't be any worse than the actual Creality branded ones that they pass off as Meanwell. So, which we were just discussing not even 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather use like a Great Wall power supply than some of these ones.
Yep. All right, so TH3D Studio has that in stock. Hold on, let's see. Add a flex magnet. So for $44.98. And that's probably not including shipping. Let's see. U-card, checkout.
Talk about better camera quality tonight, though, than the other night.
We found coupons.
You must have Honey installed.
Yeah, I do have Honey.
Yeah, I've tried. I have Honey and everything. I've tried using it on other sites, and it's always like, "Oh, you have the best."
Yeah. So total shipped to me is $54.20 from them.
Okay,
And
you
I
have
know
it.
for a fact that their magnetic bed, not the flex sheet, is rated for a specific temperature, 140 C.
Holy crap! That's
So it's
what
rated for high temperature,
ABS.
so it should never ever warp. If the thing warps, then that means that your actual bed is warped, and that's a whole other thing.
Oh, because I've noticed that. So when I level my bed, even with the original bed plate that came with my printer,
Yes.
it does the same thing.
Okay. So it is possible that it could be your bed that's actually warped.
And I've raised up that one corner to where basically it was like a fine, a super fine, mush.
Yep.
And it still curls, like it's shrinking. Because I did notice that with the PLA Max, if I had any, even
You
just
know
like,
what? I think I know the reason for that.
huh,
Your fan. Your board fan.
okay, it's
Your
connected.
board fan is right over the left side of the plate.
It is, and it's connected directly to my part cooling fan.
Okay, so
Unplug
here's
it.
a suggestion to make. Go on Thingiverse and find the hood for
I
it.
have it. I have it.
Okay, so put that on there and see if that might help. I wonder if it's an issue where it's too much flow of air going to the part of the bed, and it's cooling the bed down in that area.
Well, I have the file, but every time I print the file, it doesn't fit right.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So like it's either too short on the for the two front screws,
Yeah.
or it's too long. And I'm trying to find that right perfect measurement to do that. The other thing I was thinking is either just unplug the fan since that main board just runs passively anyways.
Yeah.
Or flip the fan.
Yeah, I was going to say you could try and flip the fan just so you have some cooling on there. Yeah, that would be my suggestion before changing anything, and see if maybe that helps in any way. Because I mean, yeah, you can argue that the back side of the bed should be doing the same thing on the left, but it doesn't pass as frequent as the front left side.
Yeah, because it doesn't come all the way out to the 235 when I do it a print. It only it comes out to, right now it's sitting at like 63.5 up to 75.
Yep.
And it's just fluctuating right in that spot. So it's literally right over that screw.
Yep. Yeah, I bet that is what's happening. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that that's the issue.
All right, so as soon as this prints at 77%, and I don't want to waste the filament because this is that Stronghold filament that Ben sent me.
Yep.
And I'm doing another Lego light switch cover for the studio because I'm gonna try to have my kids do my logo that I have on screen in Legos.
Oh, nice.
It'll be a nice little touch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, today is the race in Miami, eh?
The Indy
Formula
race.
1. Yeah, the Formula 1.
I'm sorry for Formula 1 that they had to go to Miami.
Right.
There come two races in America, Miami, and I think another one, but that is not arranged yet.
There's only two kind of races that I follow, and one is street racing, and the other is drift racing.
Yep. That used to be me back in the day when I had my Integra. I had 6 Integras throughout my life.
What was your wheel horsepower? What was the power?
It was probably less than 300 on most of them. So they weren't anything impressive. They weren't forced. They were all natural.
Oh, you were running NA. Okay.
So if you're asking what my highest one was, that
Yeah.
would have to be my station wagon. I had a 2005 Subaru Legacy GT,
Ooh,
which
those are
essentially
nice.
was the in-between of a WRX and an STI.
Yeah.
And it was a completely dumpster fire of an engine, but I loved every minute of it.
Didn't I have the 2.5 boxer?
It did. It had an EJ 255. So what the STI was an EJ 257, and the WRX was an EJ 250. I think it was, or 252, something like that. But yeah, it was right in the middle. It had 250 horsepower stock. I probably put about $5,000 into it. I had around 430 when I was done.
Nice.
Um, I I mostly did like internal stuff, like my own touches. It
Yeah.
was automatic because the 5-speed manuals were trash. They had major issues with them, so I bought the automatic one, and it had paddle shifters on the front of the steering wheel, both up and down, instead of like steering wheel controls. It
Yeah.
had that. So I swapped that out for a newer version because the '08 models had paddles actually. So I swapped it out, redid everything on the clock spring, which was a disaster. I will never touch another clock spring again.
No.
Put on a whole new '08 steering wheel with a. I swapped out the airbag, the cover on my airbag, and swapped over the '08 cover. Put it in there. Put the steering wheel controls on. Put the paddle shifters on. Did a full swappable navigation system from an '06 Spec B. Took me about 3 months to learn wiring schematics, and Subaru is really nice because it's super easy. Like it goes
Yeah.
from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, and then in '08 they changed it, and it's like every single thing had their own separate layout. But
Yeah,
on
each
the
one goes to their own module.
yeah, but '06 and before, it was basically a giant run through system. So if you connected on one part, it connected on all parts. So I was like, cool, super easy. So I made a plug and play stock Subaru navigation system because on the Subaru navigation, there was the ability to tune it on the
Mhm.
navigation. So I took that and I installed everything, and yeah, that was really cool. I did a
Yeah,
whole tutorial
you were
on it.
basically running live tuning on it.
Yeah. So it was really, really awesome to have that. The navigation was trash. It was really, really old and outdated,
That's
but it
with
worked.
all cars, Matt.
Yeah.
See,
All cars have trash navigation in it.
actually, mine doesn't have that bad a navigation.
Yeah, I was gonna say my wife's 2019 Honda Pilot. It's got Android navigation, so it's got Google Maps essentially.
That is better.
But
Better.
mine, my 2016 RLX, it's still got old navigation on it, so it's not the
what
greatest.
what I have is a 2013 Ford Focus
Yeah, I remember you saying, yeah,
with
We
550
have,
with
last
550
week,
horsepower.
how much?
550.
that's a lot.
550.
It is
We-
not NA'd. It is straight forced induction.
Yeah.
But the way the turbo is routed on that, it's actually direct port injection going. It's going throttle body mounted with the turbo directly on top of it.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's just a little like, I mean, seriously, like the turbo's only like this big.
You're right.
Just a little baby turbo, but it can push 15 pounds of boost.
Yeah, I will say that Ford, like their EcoBoost stuff, has been
yeah.
great over the years. Like when we
Dude.
finally started getting the EcoBoost, because I mean, it had been available in Europe and Australia for probably 10 years now.
Yep.
If not longer. And then we got it, and I was like, dude, we've been needing this for years, decades. Like
That's why I want to get that transmission off that 2013 Kazi.
Yeah.
Because it'll mount directly up to it, and it's the J series of the transmissions for the Fords.
Nice.
Because right now I'm on the F series because
Okay.
they had the recall from A through E.
Yep. My dad had a recall. He had a brand new Fiesta, had it recalled twice for the transmission.
Yep. That was probably on C and D transmission.
Nah, I don't know which one it was, but it was like 6 months within each other. He had to have it replaced because they both gave out.
Yeah. When my wife was driving it, she stopped behind the truck. Well, it decided to kick itself in the neutral. And then when she hit the throttle, it didn't go anywhere. And then it was like, oh, hey, oh, what? We're going. And it lurched forward and almost put us in the back of that truck.
Awesome.
Yeah. And right then and there, we're like, nope. And we immediately called one of the local transmission shops. We're like, we need you to take a look at this now.
Yep.
The insurance was like, oh, yeah, so he's like, oh, yeah, this should cover it. This should fix it. And it was just like a new grounded wire right to the transmission. Still did it. He still got his money and everything else like that from the insurance company. And then we took it to Ford down in Oregon, and they were like, no, this is on the recall list. You're getting a whole new transmission.
Okay, so here I'll show you.
I've gone through 2 of them.
Okay,
So-
I have great news.
Yeah.
The Quality Wi-Fi box 2.9 is out.
Oh boy.
2.9, 2.1. The version 2.
So I was an Acura fanboy, and I wanted an all-wheel drive car, so I ended up getting a really, really cheap Subaru Legacy station wagon that I had a lot of plans for, and it had a ton of miles. It was stick shift. I was happy with it, and it basically died, and I had to tow it from Starved Rock, which was like 2-hour drive, all the way back. And I was like, you know what? I want a new one. I've been looking at it, and so I ended up grabbing a 2005 Subaru Legacy GT.
I mean, those aren't bad looking. Those 2.5s, those can really get up and go, especially you throw on a Cobb turbo on that thing.
Yep.
And 99% of the times they come stock with either a Cobb or a Turbonetics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I'm looking at upgrading my turbo to a 54 mil.
Okay.
Because I have about this much room between my firewall and the back of my block. And it's either that or it's going to go Pro Charger.
There you go. That'll be nice.
Yeah. Throw that new transmission in there, throw a Pro Charger on it.
Yeah, I had my station wagon from 2009 to 2012, I think. Maybe it was 2014. Either way.
The best part about mine is actually it's a hodgepodge of parts. Because mine's a mid-year 2013 when they were running out of parts for the SE.
Right.
Because the SE parts also go with the Fiesta SEs.
I gotcha. Yeah, I had to stop driving fun cars because I got in real bad trouble. Back in 2012, I had swapped in an STI motor into my wagon, and I got caught doing 141 in a 55.
Sorry, the wife asked me a question.
Oh. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I just mute my mic. It just mutes my mic because I have my EPOS B20. And my trainer called me today for my new job.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, just wanted to get a heads up, and give you a heads up of what's going on and everything else like that. And I was like, she goes, just want to make sure you have the full setup that you need. The webcam that you'll be getting should be coming from Amazon here in like the next couple of days. And I was like, you do know that the specs on the computer? She goes, oh yeah, we purposely overspec the computers because we expect you to be with the company for more than 2 years.
Yeah. And then on top of it, they didn't want to hear people, oh, well, I'm having issues with my computer. You shouldn't.
Yeah, no, not with a 12900K and a 3080.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Granted, it's from HP. So those reference cards that HP uses are not the greatest. They're almost as bad as Alienware cards.
No, I mean that's essentially the same thing. So
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. Eco is the worst engine in Europe. Yeah, but you guys got a lot of like diesel engines that are really, really good and like outperform a lot of things. So I had a recall on a car once. Unfortunately, it caught fire before I got the recall. Mine almost did that too. I had an 05 Acura TL that had a recall for I think it was an oil line hose to the transmission, and it was known to start the car on fire because it like disconnects or rots away right
Yeah.
at the back of the engine. And not even 2 weeks before I went in for the recall, one of my buddies posted up a video on our car forum, and his started on fire as he rolled into the dealership to get it taken care of.
Oh,
And
wow.
burned the whole car to the ground. See ya. I was like, damn, dude, that is the worst luck ever.
That reminds me of my, I had a 92 Ford Ranger.
Oh, yeah.
And the wiring harness to the alternator caught fire. I was on my way to work at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And next thing you know, I was like, lost power, gained power, lost power. And then I started like smelling that, that iconic burnt wire smell.
Yep.
So I quickly pulled over, jumped out, popped the hood, and whoa, flames shoot up for a second. The only thing I had in me, I didn't have my fire extinguisher with me or anything like that. I had a can of Mountain Dew and a Red Bull.
Damn.
So I put it out with Mountain Dew. And I called my father-in-law, and he was like, well, is it still drivable? I was like,
No.
I don't think so. So he came over, we hooked it up, we towed it to his house. But we did have to fire it up to get it up on the ramps because we had to drop the alternator from the bottom. And it fired right up, no problem. So we got it up on the ramps quickly enough to where it doesn't have to do much. And after that, I said, screw it, swapped the motor out for a Coyote 5.0.
Nice.
We removed the back seats. We cut the firewall out. We moved everything backwards. And we threw in a 6-speed Mustang transmission.
Sweet.
And it was straight piped.
Oh, snap. That thing must have been loud.
I rattled windows and set off car alarms with it just at idle. No, my plans for the Focus, though, that one there is getting a resonator delete and a muffler delete. I'm throwing a glass pack where the resonator's at, and I'm going from 2-inch to 4-inch exhaust.
Wow.
Actually, I have it around here somewhere.
Let's see here. I've had a 2014 Ford Focus Estate, the family dog wagon. Yep, home for 2 German Shepherds. I love station wagons. I had an STI many years ago, so quick and fast. Yeah, but you guys had the cool STIs.
Yeah,
We got
the crap ones
nothing for a long time. Like one of my favorite cars, like my dream cars, is an Evolution 4 or 5, probably
7.
a 5 Tommy Mäkinen edition, and yeah, that's 1999.
If I were to be able to get my dream car, which comes legal next year, because it turns 25 years old, is the R34.
There you go.
I think it turns 25 next year. I'm not 100% sure.
Is it 25 or is it 30? I thought it was 30.
Nope, Washington, because we can import them. We actually have a importer right up in Fairview.
Okay.
And they can import them at 25 as
Lucky.
a collector.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so it's like here in Illinois, you can import any year car you want right now. So like if I imported the newest R34, I can import it as a collector car, but you can only put X amount of miles on it.
It's like 1,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And other than that, it has to be trailered.
Yep.
And I'm like, no. If I'm gonna have a car like that, twin turbo, I mean the whole kit and caboodle, no, it's not getting trailered anywhere. That's gonna be my damn daily driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only downside about it is the left-hand side going through drive-throughs.
Yep.
Not the greatest.
I see people do that all the time, like, because a lot of my friends, they own R32s, and it's just funny seeing them go through the drive-through because they got to back up through it,
Yep.
and just watching people's faces like, what the hell are you doing? And they're like, oh, I see, it's left-hand drive, you got to get it from the other side. Oh, it's great.
You know my exhaust box went? My box got yanked.
Check out Norris Designs for Evo car models, huh?
Yeah,
Is that at like an STL file you're talking about?
Wait, what was that company name?
Norris Design.
Oh.
What's up, Kieran? How's it going, bud?
Could you get it?
Matt,
What's up?
What?
what is the difference from Creality slider and Creality printer?
What?
I've seen on the site of Creality why the Cura profile in Ultimate is not in it from the M3 S1.
I don't know.
And I see here downloading slider software, Creality slider 4.8.
Yep.
And Creality print V3.
So Creality Print is probably the web-based one for like the CR10 Smart, like, or if you're using the Wi-Fi, the Creality Wi-Fi box. So.
Okay, that is the Creality print.
Is that a glass pack?
No.
And there is also a new firmware.
That is a straight pass-through, but it's classified as a muffler.
Yeah.
Because it has the honeycomb glassing inside. Full titanium.
Nice.
When you put that on the car in the Netherlands, then it's one day you have no exhausting on it.
Yeah, that's what's going on in replacing my muffler.
What's up,
Here
Nazi?
in the Netherlands is a big problem with catalysator on the cars. They're stealing that on the way for the metal what inside the.
Yeah, well, see, with ours here in the U.S.,
okay. So
a lot of people like to steal catalytic converters.
Yep.
Yeah, and a lot here in the Netherlands is that from the Toyota Prius.
Oh, look at that! I am so jelly.
See, I wouldn't mind getting my hands on just to drive it. The brand new Toyota Corollas.
I don't like
the new GRs.
Yeah,
dude, single turboed, sitting at almost 600 horsepower.
Damn.
Because it's a hybrid.
Yeah. Performance company for cars. Okay, yeah, we have one of the larger ones that's known in the community, at least for Mitsubishi and Nissan, called AMF.
Yep.
So, and I used to know a lot of people that worked there back in the day when I was into cars, but I don't think any people work there anymore. So,
the Renault S. Ooh.
I have a Renault 5 Gordon Turboback in the 80s. Why does that sound familiar? Renault.
I know that's
the one that looked like the Audi.
Yeah, kind of, except it has like the badging is more like a diamond.
Right. But I think the one that I think he's talking about is what I'm thinking of. Oh no. Okay, I know that. That's a kind of cool one. It's like a Mini Cooper with some crazy gills on the side.
Ooh,
I remember that.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Right here.
Oh,
yeah.
Ooh.
I like that version. I don't know if that's the one you had, but that's a badass car.
Right?
That's the one. All right. Like, obviously, there's the Geo Metro version, and then there's the
That is
badass
Renault.
turbo version. So,
That's
Yeah.
Renault.
Yeah, you had the you had the Geo Metro version, or even better yet, actually that one more looked like the stock like Golf.
Yep.
That is the model when used in Europe for rally cars.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was a Spec B rally car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Audi. So I used to watch rally a lot, and that's what made me like.
I'm a giant Ken Block fan.
Yeah, like I used to watch back in the day with Tommy Mäkinen, and Petter Solberg, and oh god, who's the guy that died in the helicopter crash? He was a Subaru guy.
But see, here's the best part about it. Where I live, and I'm right in between me and Ben, is the best rally driving school in the United States. We have Dirtfish.
Dirtfish?
Dirtfish. Dirt. Ooh, hello, beautiful.
Right there. That is my absolute desired car.
Is that an Evo 3?
That is an Evo 5 Tommy Mäkinen edition.
When you broke something, it's expensive.
Worth it.
Totally.
Worth it every time.
Totally.
I mean, I'll even take a silver one. I'm fine with it, but I'd really like the Mäkinen edition. That red. My buddy had one of these, and this car scared the living shit out of me after he had it tuned.
That's an Evo 10.
Yeah, he had an Evo 10. We put on an exhaust. We put a down pipe, an up pipe. He had it tuned by AMS, and it pushed 560 horsepower to the
all
wheels.
4 wheels.
Yeah,
now
four wheels.
Now, was that consecutive 500 to all 4, or was that a tune down?
Oh yeah, no, it was at all times, and that thing, he took a probably 50-degree turn at 120 miles an hour, and the thing was not lifting off the road. And I was literally holding on for dear life. I had never been so scared in a car ever.
You grabbing that oh shit handle like oh shit?
Yeah, dude. Like, oh my god. I didn't know how fast we were going. I grabbed the handle and I looked over. I'm like, "Are you doing 120?" He's like, "Yeah," and I'm still going. I'm like, "Holy cow, dude!" Like stock tires, those things picked up everything on those tires.
So I'm running so for mine, I run all seasons.
Okay.
That are siped. But I run a negative 0.6 degree camber on my front end.
This is another oddball one that I like for some reason. I have no idea why. It's not a pretty car in any way, shape, or form. But
it's ugly. I like it too. It's like
it's just a weird one. Like, I guess because it kind of reminds me of like a Supra /
Honda.
That must be is that a Mitsubishi GTO?
It's an FTO. The GTO is actually the 3000 GTO. GT.
Yeah, the ass end of that reminded me of the Mitsubishi GTO or the 3000 GT.
Yep. So essentially that's what it is it's the FTO, which is like the baby version of it. Still a cool little car, but not too known. And
it's like they took a Supra, like a Mach 3 or Mach 2 or Mach 3 Supra, cut it in half, and married it with the 3000 GT.
Yeah, essentially. Yep. So just an oddball one that I've always liked. And then the ones that like my buddies are getting lately are the Honda. Oh god, I forgot what the name
Honda
is.
2000?
No. My buddy had one of those. Those are really nice.
The Dassaults are freaking quick.
The Honda NSX is also too nice.
I used to have an RSX.
My father was always a Honda person. He brought always a Honda, and every year when it comes to new Honda, he buy that.
See, I'm with Andrew right here. The Dassault is the CRX and the Dassault.
Yeah, CRX was kind of cool. I really liked the Del Sol. I've actually been kind of looking at Del Sols lately as like a project car.
For the second car.
I seen one yesterday. I seen a Dassault yesterday over at Home Depot. It had a 2.5-inch lift on it,
Dang.
And it was running 19 by 10s all the way around.
Wow.
And I'm like, why would you do something like that? The soles are meant to be low and quick.
Yep.
Not freaking mud tires.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't know how I would feel about that, seeing it.
It didn't look the greatest.
Let's see. Dang it. I'm not going to find that for 32.
Well, Cryptic did an Umbreon again. I pulled up my TikTok here, and the first one is Cryptic Clark.
Yeah.
And he finished an Umbreon, and it looks like it's a 2-tone color shift.
Nice. Resin creative tutorial. Dang it. Now I gotta try and find that. Well, let's see. Evo 5, such a nice car. I agree. That's nothing compared to a Stage 3 200 SX. Sideways at 120 miles an hour. We're still going. Yeah, that would be fun. I was always into the drifting stuff. I never been to an event or seen it in person, but yeah, I always loved that stuff. So
one of my favorite cars that I ever had. It was an 02 Hyundai Accent GS 1.6 liter.
Okay.
Fully built, kitted engine, and we got it. We got it off as a pre-owned.
Okay.
For like $4,000. Took it, and it was like, oh yeah, you need to take it down over to the shop down here, and they'll run the numbers for you because it came with a free dyno on it.
Oh, nice.
I had a 65 millimeter single turbo.
Jesus.
Yeah, big beefy boy on a 1.2 liter.
Yeah, that's a big ass turbo for that.
It was pushing 22 pounds of boost on the low end.
Shit.
On the low end, I could get it higher if I turned it up, and it was running about 650 to the front tires. And what the hell?
That's Nexa 3D. So this is a resin printer on an insane level that is unmatchable by anyone. Those prints are probably maybe a foot long, and it probably took them 7 minutes to make that.
I was like, why is it flashing?
It's a time lapse.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay.
why is it flashing?
Hello, Seth.
Chaps.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Guten Tag. I'm just scrolling around. Oh, I didn't even realize it was still showing my screen.
We see James with a red stripe on it.
Sup, James?
You all right?
See, Matt, James actually had the first preview look at the new studio this morning.
Yes.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it looked good.
I got more done. You can ask Matt. I got more done tonight.
Yep.
I got the foam paneling up.
Right, nice.
Looks good.
And I have to have it done before Monday.
Damn.
Or
Yeah, because my new job starts Monday.
oh, right, okay. I was like, oh my wife's not gonna let me have it anymore. It's like,
No,
We're gonna take it away.
New job starts Monday, and and we're currently right now, price wise, I'm sitting about $4,000 into it.
so I was really lucky when I moved into this house. They already had like an outbuilding. They had like a summer house at the end of the garden that I just converted. But when we first moved here, I didn't have the channel, and I only really had like 2 machines. So that back wall there was a CR10 and any cubic photon. I think I had a G-Tech A30 or something. And then the middle part was painting because I only had half a dozen paints. And now I've got a sea of paints and I've had to put another desk in. And now I've actually had to convert the garage into a filming space because you can't film in here. And it's just like, so this building has like a little sort of porch, like a little veranda.
Okay.
And what I should have done, bearing in mind I was rebuilding all the walls and putting double glazing in anyway, I should have pushed this out to where the veranda is and given myself like an extra meter front and side. And I would have had way more space, but I didn't. And now I have none.
So what would that be?
I am currently, though, I am designing a bracket for the BitQ H2.
Oh yeah.
So, so I want to put it on the FL Sun because the stock thing is just garbage. Like it's just bad. I've tried putting a dual drive on it, but it's having major extrusion issues, and I just don't want it to be Bowden. So this is a regular NEMA 17, and this is the whole extruder setup.
Oh wow!
So like the size difference in motors.
Whoa!
You're half the size.
Yeah. So like, I mean, and
What's
look
the power output though.
Well, I'm not sure, but apparently the H2 can match the Hemera in power output. Now, I've got a Hemera that I've just put onto the Sidewinder. Well, it's not a Hemera, it's the Triangle Labs clone, it's the Matrix, whatever they call it.
Yeah, so when you put on just the other night.
Yeah. So that's working really nicely. I've got a little bit more to do on sort of tuning profiles and getting retraction right and things like that. But it's printing really nice. So I was like, well, in that case, then let's see how it goes. Trying to do this because this is half the size of that Hemera clone and half the weight. So it actually fits on the effector quite nicely. So like you can. If you can see,
it'll actually properly bolt onto it.
So it actually goes on quite nicely. But what I have to do is I've had to make a little housing to go over the top, and I've gone through a few iterations on Fusion. So we'll see whether or not I can get it working.
So, James, you remember how I was telling you that I had that, like, I thought it was a warp issue on the front left of my bed? Me and Matt Matt kind of has a wild idea of what it could be happening.
Ghosts?
No, my mainboard fan
blowing up on the bed.
Up on the bed.
Yeah. Have you got an old ender then where it still blows up? Not. I
have the OG ender.
So there's a little thingy that you can print. All right. Okay.
We've already discussed this.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a heads up of what my other thought was flip the fan over.
Yeah.
What? So it sucks rather than blows.
Yep.
Well, currently it blows directly onto the stepper chips, so
It blows directly up onto the bed.
No, sorry.
Then the fan is wrong because it has to blow in, not out.
It should be blowing into the case, not sucking out.
Yeah, it's blowing. It's exhausting, not intaking.
Then they mounted
I'm pretty
it
sure
wrong.
it's meant to intake.
Yeah.
Then 10 and 1, I put it on wrong.
Which would explain the issue, I suppose. Yeah.
That would. Yeah. But
I'm pretty because one of the reasons why everybody printed the little duct thing was one because it made it look like that made it look like the printer had a turbo on it. But also because people would you would be taking a print off, and then obviously the parts, the little shavings and stuff would fall into the fan grill, and then the fan would fire that directly at your main board, which was an interesting choice.
Right.
cleaning up a print.
So, morning, guys.
Oh, so I've got the new main board on the way.
Yeah.
Which main board?
So I managed to get I've got a gaming 7, and I managed to get a gaming 9, second hand on eBay.
How much did you pay for it though?
I paid 55 English pounds, including shipping.
So like $140 US.
Yeah, like 100. Like yeah.
So
yeah, roughly.
It's about 85 US, I think.
Well, right now, no. That's probably about right because you have all the scalpers right now as well.
That's right.
Oh, right, yeah. I suppose so, yeah. But I mean, it's a second-hand board. Like, it is used, but it works.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I
so
could
I've actually
sell my
found
graphics card used secondhand for like $800.
So I've actually found I've done a little bit more sort of problem solving and everything else since then. It is I was having issues booting where it just literally where it just literally wouldn't turn on. And the reason why that seems to be is it only won't turn on when my network cable is plugged in.
Okay, so what did you find out about that?
Well, so I unplugged the network cable and it doesn't do it anymore. So I assume and what's weird is I've got dual LAN and it does it on both.
Are you? Are you running PoE by chance on your?
Maybe it's a PoE issue.
That's what I was just thinking. Is PoE?
It's Cat 6. It's Cat 6 cable, but it's not PoE because it literally goes from my router directly into the machine. It's not
No. That's the problem though. Is that what we're getting at though? Is your router a PoE router?
No.
Okay. Because if it possibly was a PoE problem, it could be basically overvolting the LAN port.
Yeah.
I love support.
But it's still, and again, I've literally just had to go and do it again.
And I think he just crashed.
Computer knows that it was talking about.
Right?
Hold on, James.
Yeah, so when you change your clock, it kicks you right out.
I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, I was like, and I think he did it again.
Yeah. That was literally once again. I had to reset my. I just had to set my clock to. I had to set my clock to auto update again in Windows. So, yeah.
Well,
not fun.
Once you make it big on YouTube or TikTok, then maybe you can get a balling system.
I actually reached out to about 80 companies yesterday. Both big and more boutique machine builder companies in the UK.
Like Main Gear.
Yeah, so I did Scan, I did Overclockers, I did eBuyer, MSI. I went to MSI, Intel, everyone.
What about Build Redux?
Yes, yeah. I went to Tough Gaming. I went out to large brands like Asus and MSI and people like that. And I've had a couple of people who've come back and said that they're interested in working with the channel. So
nice.
So it's possible that I might be able to get something. I'd rather suspect I'm going to have to give them my left nut to make them do it. But
left nut in your first one.
But I'm barely using it. So, flexi stuff. Flexi.
Did you do you did the Moon Knight, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I haven't printed that one yet. And what's funny is I just told Ben the other day, as well as Lee, that they needed to print the Moon Knight.
Yep. So I saw Ben printed this one, so I was like, oh, I need to do that. I'm gonna set it up on one of the resin printers too. And then I saw that he had a Moon Knight one, so I was like, all right, cool. So I just kind of started downloading all the flexible files that guy made, and at least the ones that were free right there. So I threw them on there, and then I also grabbed a mini crystal dragon from Cinderwing and scaled it down a little bit to like 50%, and that was it. Printed perfectly fine on the Anycubic Viper. The Viper.
Yeah, now you're just trying to make us jealous.
Viper. I mean, I can pull out the Prusa and just end all the arguments. I could just be like, get on my level.
Matt is going back to FDM.
No, not happening. Not even remotely close. Well,
he don't want to give up.
With the
You don't want
last
to give
2
up the
weeks,
Resin God title.
Yeah, with the last 2 weeks, I don't know. It's getting kind of close there.
I love supports, but I hate supports.
Are you using a dense layer?
No, actually, it was only 2-layer. I dropped it down to 2 layers.
Yeah, so I use a dense interface layer, and it means that most of my supports just pop off, and it seriously reduces scarring.
It was just like one little piece that stuck, and what's funny was I figured it was going to be right here where it was warped up on the bed. No, it's on the complete opposite freaking corner.
Right.
But this is for the studio, so I'm gonna have the kids do my logo. Was actually right behind my image in Legos.
Matt, who did your sticker?
What's the
that thing came out awesome? The thing you did for the thing you've got on the thing on the Mega.
Bullet brand.
Yeah, that one was really good.
Yeah, his designer just kind of threw that together. I'm like, yes, see what it says. So.
Yeah, that one came out cool.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I think I might come back with an iteration because, like, the issue with this is it's hard as hell to pull off because it's like one side sticks to the other. So when you try and peel them apart to stick it on, you have to like weed it off of the one. So it took like probably 15 minutes to put that sticker on there.
Yeah.
But it was definitely worth it. And whatchamacallit, he has like a picture of Akuma on it, but I think I want them to change it to where they have my logo, like the kanji symbol for heaven on it instead of Akuma. Right. But we'll see.
There we go. Let's see if it'll. All clean.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, now that where's my toolbox? There it is. It's like not a sponsor, but definitely got to get iFixit kits. Dude, I don't know what I would do with it without my iFixit kit. That thing has saved my ass a few times. Okay. I had to take my ring light off my stand to throw my camera up there.
So I have to say, with the Razor, I'm not using a ring light at the moment, mainly because I try to avoid lighting my face. It only highlights my age. But yeah, it gives off a pretty decent amount of light, pretty decent glow.
Yeah.
I'm using my $50 camcorder webcam thing that I got off Amazon. I got a video of it, an unboxing video of it on my channel.
There you go.
And not on my TikTok either, actually on my YouTube channel.
How dare you?
So here's a question, right? With Raspberry Pis being, you know,
Very
rare
delicious.
and attractive ginger people, is a banana pie going to work?
No,
Probably not.
Because it uses
No.
a different version of Linux, doesn't it? On a
It-
banana
it's,
pie?
so it's not only that, it's the what do they call that?
the code is a little bit different.
Yeah, but it's like the hardware as well is different. So the way that it processes things is vastly different than a Raspberry Pi. You can
Okay.
probably find something that is comparable to it on the Banana Pi,
Well,
but it
so
won't be the same.
yeah. So what's interesting is someone's just sent me has just reached out. They sell the Banana Pi BPI M2 Ultra, which is the same size as the Pi 3.
Yep.
And it has exactly the same GPIO header that matches the Pi 3 as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
So,
all
theoretically,
the-
anything, so all the GPI pins would be the same.
Yeah, all of those boards have pretty much the same GPI setup. That's the Banana Pi, the Pine 64. I mean, you name it. Anything that looks like a Raspberry Pi, they pretty much all have the same type of board GPIO pinout.
Yeah.
They try to compete with Raspberry Pi, but again, the components are different on each of those boards. They might be better than a Pi, but the problem is the hardware difference is what makes
That's
the
what
issue.
I thought. I
because-
was. Problem is that I mean I don't use Linux at all.
Right.
I roughly know how to install Clipper. I roughly know how to install Mainsdale OS, and I've made the bold claim before that I can install Octopi as well, which I've sort of half managed to fumble my way through like a teenager trying to undo his first bra. So you know I've managed to sort of fumble through that, but I wasn't sure whether or not there was going to be any, whether or not there was an alternative that you could start sort of saying to people that would work.
Only what I have seen with the Banana Pi and the Orange Pi, when you put their same as Clipper on it, and you will update the Clipper, then you have a problem. Then it's gonna not put print any more prints.
So basically, instead of putting in the Banana Pi software, though, why don't you just try to flash it with the Raspberry 3?
Yeah, try it.
I haven't
So-
got one yet, but I'm just gonna. I'll have a
But
chat
no,
with
like-
them and see whether
no,
or
if
not-
When
you
all the
get it-
components are the same, then you can try it.
So that's what I was trying to say. Okay, so every single one, think of it as like you have a Windows computer and you have an Apple computer. Or let's just say this, actually. You have an old Windows computer and you have a new Windows computer. Essentially, they are the same thing. But if you try and take Windows 10 and put it on a 15-year-old computer, it's not really going to work because the hardware differences on it are vastly different. So that's the same thing when you try and flash firmware or an image for the Raspberry Pi on a Banana Pi or an Orange Pi. It's not going to entirely work the way that it's intended, and then vice versa. That's the problem, because we've had this struggle when I'm in the retro gaming community, because
I'll be
people
back
are
in one
looking
moment,
fast
guys.
forward.
Bear with me.
So,
Okay. No, but Matt, couldn't you throw on like Kali Linux or any of those onto it? Because that is or even Ubuntu Lite.
you can try and do it that way as a workaround, but essentially you would have to rebuild the entire program. You can't just run
Grab a
that
flash and
program
go.
because that program is designed to be for Raspberry Pi products. So you can
Not a
try
clone
and
of it.
modify it, but it's going to be a lot harder doing it.
Oh man, I'm still completely destroyed from yesterday.
Why? It's not like you went and saw anybody cool or anything yesterday.
Man, don't get me started. It's almost a 7-hour train drive.
Oh my God! Really? It's that long distance?
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
Jesus.
So I got a little. I was playing around with some of the
Ray,
script controls
your mic
on
doesn't
Kira.
work.
Ooh. Oh, right. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good.
he's testing out a new mic.
You're good, Sniper. It's
Okay.
Ray that we can't.
Okay. But yeah, no, I've been playing around with some of the scripts, the modified G codes and stuff like that on Kira, and I like the one that I found for the bed temp layer change.
I don't know what that is.
So it's the change Alt Z 5.3.0 experimental.
Okay.
And essentially, when you enable it, you click instead of height, you change it to layer number, and you can change different things. I have changed bed temp from running at like 70, and I drop it down to 60 at like a certain layer.
Yep.
And it's, even though I had a warp in the raft, this is still straight.
You know, with PLA, you technically don't need a heated bed on ever.
I was told you did.
Nope.
So I could drop that.
So we even went to the craziness. Tim at TA's 3D Studio one day, I walked in his office. He's like, "Look, I'm printing TPU." I'm like, "How are you printing TPU on that printer? It doesn't have a heated bed." He's like, "I don't know, but it's working." He's like, I know you have to have it, but it's printing, and that's oh, hold on. Yeah, PLA doesn't need a heated bed at all. Other stuff does, like PETG definitely does. ABS for sure.
Essentially, I could just zero out my bed temp and see what happens.
Yeah, because I used to have what was it called? A Wanhao i3 Mini, which is essentially a 130 by 130 by 130 build volume. It was a parts printer. It was a really small desktop printer, and had no heated bed at all. It just had a V6 hot end, which was awesome. Like all the other parts on the printer were really, really good. Very sturdy frame and everything. Essentially looked like an Ender 2 on steroids. And no heated bed at all. And that thing printed perfectly fine.
Right, you're making a real noise.
Right?
Yeah?
You're
Your
killing
microphone is still on.
What'd you say?
You're killing my ears there, Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's loud.
It's your bass intake is really
insane.
heavy.
Is that really insane?
He's still working on my microphones and stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna look.
Matt, I got a question for you.
Nope.
You got a Prusa.
I do. It's still in the box.
I don't want to hear it.
Is that the one with the new bed or the original bed that it comes with?
I
Because the
have
new
no
bed
idea.
they are going to use hot zones in the bed.
Yeah, I have no idea. They just sent it to me, so I have no idea what they sent me. If it's new, old, what? I just told them, hey, go ahead and send it. So
I'm asking myself if it saves a lot of power with the new bed that they are using.
Oh, so you're talking about the ones that they're going to incorporate on the new the box frame one, the Core XY one. Yeah,
but
I don't think the MK3 series is going to have that bed right now. Maybe the MK4 might, but I don't see that coming on any of the MK3 or MK3S.
Well, so the MK4, I'm assuming we're talking about Prusas.
Well, he was asking about the multiple zoned bed, and I don't think the MK models are coming out with that.
Something to bear in mind is that when they bring out the Mark IV, there is a current claim from their sales reps that you will be able to upgrade a Mark III to a Mark IV. So a Mark IV will not be a smaller version of their XL.
Right.
Now, in theory, you could debate that having to change the beds and the hot ends. All right, maybe you could get away with that, but on a print bed the size of the Mark III, because again, they won't be changing the frame, otherwise there's nothing left. So the frame would stay the same.
Yeah. Essentially, it's going to be the evolution of the MK series. It'll stay the same build volume, but the parts will change.
But what I'm asking is, do you think it's gonna save a lot of power with that system that they're gonna use
not
for
at
it?
all.
So it's got a specific means for it, and it's more for printing higher end filament,
Okay.
like Peak and Ultim and things like that, like really like nylon or PEX or polycarbonate, things like that. That's
I was thinking carbon fiber.
Because what you can do with that type of bed is you can have, let's say, most of the time that people print that stuff, they print it with soluble supports. So obviously you don't want to be cooking your soluble supports at 120 degrees Celsius.
Yep.
You want to have that part of the bed like 30 degrees Celsius or 40, whatever, and keep it at that constantly, and that way it's not destroying that part of the support, because that's when warping will happen, because those parts aren't meant to be cooked at that temperature ever.
Okay.
So that's my theory of why they're doing that. It's the only thing that I can think of. I don't know. I am not professional.
I've seen that Creality S1 with Ray, because I was there yesterday. It's a nice machine,
yes.
The new one. It looks nice and it's very quiet.
Yeah, that's because, again, going back, those aren't Creality machines no more. Those are So that is the same manufacturer that makes the Focus. That's the same manufacturer that makes the Mingda Magician X, the Anycubic Viper, the Anycubic Cobras, the Creality CR6 SE. All that is made by one manufacturer and it's distributed out. They're basically pulling an old school ANET. ANET used to do the same thing, where they built a machine and then they distributed under probably 40 different names.
And Creality have moved to a model now where they are buying in designs, and nothing makes that more clear than if you look at the CR10 Smart, right?
Yeah,
if you take a look at the CR10 Smart and you take a look at the CR10 Smart Pro, the Pro is not an evolution of the Smart. It is a completely different looking machine. Admittedly, they're both Cartesians, but outside of that, they're identical. So that's not a company that took the CR10 Smart and said, oh, how can we make this better, and made the Pro. It's two different designs, and they've just run out of names.
Yep.
Do you think I should? Do you think I should do it?
It's way quiet.
What, are you trying to do that all in one?
This one? It will be
in FDM.
This is going to be an all-in-one FDM, yeah.
What is with the neck?
Yeah.
There was a supports right there, and I put support blockers on it.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't really use Cure all that much, so I'm like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I was down here on the support blocker. And I just.
Are you using the new version 5, or is this still version? This is the old version, isn't it?
This is 4.13.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough.
So,
yeah, they've brought out the new. I say new, but they've brought out.
I'm sure it's a disaster.
Oh, do you know what? I'm using it and it's fine. The only thing that's weird is, so the blocks machine that I've got used to have a stock profile that existed in Cura, and now it doesn't, and it won't import my profile from the previous version, but it's imported all the other profiles, just won't import the blocks one.
What the hell?
Which is weird. I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah.
So I figured out what happened with my last print, that it was printing a solid block instead of one of those arches. Octoprint went haywire.
So yeah, it's this mod this script right here. Dude, click the top one, and then you can change either height or layer number. You can change flow rate, everything. I haven't tried these ones, but I'm gonna try to run this entire thing at 0 bed temp. I'm just curious if I have a draft or anything like that coming through the windows because we sleep with the windows open because it gets really hot in the basement.
So in theory, no, not unless you. I mean, if you had a fan directly blowing on it, then yeah.
And yes,
But
I flipped my fan. I don't know if you've seen me, but I held it up. I was like, see, flipped.
Right. So yeah. So I mean, in theory, no. PLA is not that temperature sensitive that it does that. In theory. However, clearly with yours, that isn't necessarily.
Mine is, yeah. Let me turn off my background removal really quick. This stuff right here is what I'm concerned about.
What am I
This
looking
is
at?
my PLA Max,
Right.
and my the speaker grills came out nice. All my filaments sitting right here on the bed because I was cleaning up the area today. Yeah, my wife is extremely mad because she literally took a video of me playing with this, and I have 2 washers on it because I had it going through underneath where my printer's at. I was just going like this and letting him run up and down. It already has over 4,000 views on her video.
Nice.
15-second video, and she's like, how the hell? When any of her others are like, maybe 200, 300 views, and this one's like sitting almost 4,000. Her highest view is 39,000.
I mean, that's
on a 15-second video.
Yeah, the best we've got. We did a Voron video, and I think we got 20k views on that. That's about the best we had. Oh, we did a Prusa clone video that was pretty popular, where we bought one of the Feist clones, and we did a video on that. It was like get yourself a Prusa Mark III for £200 or something like that, which was like a third of the price. Problem is after Brexit, all the shipping prices went up, and you can't ship from Spain anymore. So now it works out about £150 cheaper to have the Feist clone than it does to just buy the Prusa from Prusa. So it sort of defeats the object.
Yeah, I like to stay somewhat organized.
I wish my stuff was organized. My STL drive is, well, Carl will attest to my STL drive. It's a nightmare. It's trying to find.
That's sitting on my main drive currently. I have my wife's drive, my storage SSD. This is my 6 terabyte game library.
Right.
That only has 1.69 terabytes free.
Right.
It
And then
takes me about an hour to find a file on James's drive.
For me, it's not too bad.
Right.
So 14 hours, 26 minutes, and I should have 132 grams of filament. I should have enough of the rainbow filament to pull this off.
Did I hear earlier that someone was doing like an Umbrian, but in a really cool, like in a color shift, so that you could go from like Umbrian to one of the other colors?
Let me.
Let's set her free. I love this colorway. It's what your mama gave you, girl. Umbrian is finished, and she came out great.
That's Cryptic Clark.
Right.
I follow him. We follow each other.
Because the problem is most of them, although obviously they're fun, although obviously they're kind of the same, they're not really the same. Like the evolutions are materially different. I was wondering if you get a black that would like transition to a purple, and then you get like an Umbrian and an Espion or something like that. That would be quite cool. So you could literally change between evolutions.
That or the twisty skulls, like what Delta did.
Yeah.
Do that, but with an evolution. Go from like your base Eevee and then turn it into like a Rubik's Cube style to where you can change it into different evolutions.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Matt, there's your next project to work on.
There we go.
So I did these for May the 4th.
Oh,
Yes.
very nice. Yeah.
Dude, I love it.
Hold
What a
on.
detail.
I did.
A lot of details in there.
I actually did a bigger one.
Yeah, that one's cool.
And
Wow.
I'm still working on my little logo thing. You know, you might see this little badger in the corner, but
Oh, is that your logo board?
yeah. So you've got the Union Jack,
Wait. Yeah.
American flag, and I've got a bit of space there, so I'm going to put the European flag on and put
You need to change somebody else. Like you got to have somebody better for the first one there. So
Very
Yeah.
good.
Way you look at it,
You know, you got to put number 6 up on number 1.
but they come out really well. I was really impressed. You know, like just putting the flag behind. That was like at 45% power, and you know the detail like on the stars.
I wonder how that would look if you.
That's just sad because we've got holographic stickers, which means that we've
Hey,
got
those are
shinies,
actually really
and everybody knows that shinies are better than flats.
I need.
Oh, dude, that is awesome.
Yeah,
So Matt's just jelly. That's all that is.
I am jelly about that one. I'll be honest.
So those little Star Wars ones, I'm actually sending over to America. You know, for Chris and Sif and someone else. Can't remember the name now.
I need to get
but
Matt a t-shirt, actually, now I
they go
think
to
about it.
America.
Matt, what size are you?
Which
American
one?
size. Because
American
because of
size.
shrinkage 2XL, we might as well, just in case.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I've actually
I
got
usually-
to do it.
Well, I'm
usually
normally
wear
a
an
large.
XL, and sometimes it shrinks to like a medium.
Right.
because, you know, I don't know
So-
how to do laundry.
I'm normally a large, and I got
Matt, little tip on that: don't dry your shirts; just hang dry them.
Yeah, no.
If
that
they're
won't-
100, if
I
they're
mean,
100%
surely the
if
tip
they're
is lose
100%
weight.
cotton,
Like, surely the tip is stop eating in and out in your car.
So the only
Like-
thing I would say, if you're gonna send one, just don't do white. That's the only shirt I don't wear.
Oh, I can't do white.
Oh no, mine are all blue.
I was gonna say-
White. Every single white shirt I have hanging up, it has some sort of stain on it.
I refuse to wear white. I used to have to wear white for a job, and I'm like, y'all are killing me.
Yeah.
I'm a dark color person. Every single other job that I've ever had is their outfit, the work uniform is black. Black shoes, black socks, black pants, black shirt. The only downside is when you work in 120 plus degree summers, it gets a little warm.
These dragons, you know, the crystal cinder wings one in resin. I've probably about 40 of them now.
So the big one that you did that
Let's
died.
not talk about that.
Let's not talk about my failure.
I don't want to.
The sadness in his face. You just
Hey, you know
killed
what?
Carl's day.
Hey, hold on. Carl,
If you-
don't feel bad because Ben had the same thing happen and it fell off the counter and shattered.
I feel better now. Thanks.
Hey,
How
no,
much
it-
resin do you think
it-
you
it
used, Carl?
broke. It
When I
didn't
seen
work
Ben's
out, I
video-
guess, but ultimately it did break, and it
When I
broke
seen
up
his
like the
video-
same way yours did in like three
Yeah.
separate pieces.
Well, when he did the glitter in the clear resin, I was like, ooh, I like that.
I'm buying that glitter right now.
But
Once he
I want to
he
do
did-
that.
he
will
did
that
the
have an impact?
Exolato, and my wife was like, "I want that." And then we were on TikTok scrolling, and she saw it. I'm like, "Oh, hey, he's live. You know, maybe he's printing something." And we went in there, and he was actually talking.
Yeah.
So she was like, "Yeah, I want that."
I seen you in. I think I was in there at the same exact time. 'Cause I think I seen your name pop up in chat, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm surprised he doesn't have you as a moderator."
Go on then,
no.
James. Break my heart then. What were you going to say about the.
I was just asking. Do you know how much resin you used
Yes.
on it?
850 milliliters.
Oh,
Do
my
you?
God, that's $40 down the drain.
I was going to say you could almost assign a financial cost to that as well as an emotional one.
That's 2 rolls of filament down the drain.
You could make a really good. You could make a really good TikTok for that. You could do like the emotional damage thing and do a mix up.
I think people don't follow me. I was going to an Undertaker's or something.
Dude, no, you got to do that now. Now you have to do that.
AkumaMods Slicer said it was 450 milliliters of resin. I was like,
that was a lie.
Yeah,
that was not a trick.
Right.
I really don't trust like my Kira as well, because when it tells me it's going to take like 14 hours, it's either under that or like holy crap over that. Look at the one Luminate did.
Yeah, the problem is that Cura doesn't have all of your acceleration and jerk settings. Yeah. So although it knows the theoretical speed that you're working at, it doesn't know all the other settings of everything else, your max acceleration and all that kind of stuff. So it works it out based on what the average machine is set at. But obviously the difference between a Voron, a Ender 3, an Ender 7, and an Incredifil Viper are so significant that it makes estimations very difficult. Even Octoprint, like when it updates live when you're doing Octoprint, it doesn't do a good job of putting everything of putting in all the settings.
Well, this one right here. This is the one I stopped using Cure for a while because I couldn't figure it out. I didn't really have any direction to how to use it besides a few YouTube videos stuff like that. But I found this one through Matter Hackers.
Yep.
This is the Matter Control software. I love their bed leveling. It's a 3-point system. Yeah. It has printer calibration on it, and once you're plugged in via USB and you're connected or even Wi-Fi.
Oh, it does the mesh visualization, does it?
It will it'll move it to 3 different points on your bed and have you adjust it hardware, and then you can also adjust it by your Z steps.
Yeah, so Octoprint does that, and I'm pretty sure there's a bed visualizer in Clipper as well on Mainsail OS. I'm pretty sure you can do bed visualizer, so that again you can do both. And it's like we said before, right? There's 2 different, well, there's many different types really, but there's a couple of different main ways that beds get leveled. Either it's software compensating for hardware, or it is software highlighting where you need to change the hardware. So again, if we take something like the Voron, when it does its auto bed level, it physically levels the gantry on 4 axis, so that what you have is the bed never moves and the gantry is adjusted to make sure that it is perfectly level to the bed. If you take something,
it'd be kind of like the Cobra.
Yeah.
Well, the Rat Rig does the 3-point level, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Rat Rig does the 3-point level, but the difference is that so in that instance the gantry is static, but the bed physically moves. With the Voron, with the 2.4 Voron, not with the Trident, but with the 2.4, the bed stays completely static because it's bolted to the frame, and then the gantry moves accordingly. So you could debate that it's a different way of doing it, but very much the same result.
So I set up Lychee yesterday. I went with Pro, just to see what it was like. Just paying that £5 made a huge difference just to the actual speed of the slicer. I was obviously chatting to James, the other James that we know, about it, and he said, I've just signed up for whatever one. And he was like,
yeah, so I'm not going to lie, stuff like that pisses me off. So I get, when I use Cheaty Box Pro, right, the UI is slightly different. There's a few extra features and things like that, but fundamentally, it is the same. It's just a newer version.
Yeah.
But if you're using the Pro version of Lychee and there's a noticeable difference in the speed in which it slices, that says to me that they're throttling the free version, and they're opening up in the Pro. And that sort of stuff pisses me off.
Yeah, because even supports Normally, I always do automatic supports, and then I go around the model and put whatever I want.
Yeah.
The speed of when it was on Pro was like 10 seconds.
Yeah, see,
and
that aggravates
and
me.
the supports were going in all different directions, and I went onto the basic one, and it was slow. Like even just putting a hole in something to drain is tedious. It's so tedious.
So
with that, it was done.
So James and Matt, I just sent you guys both the same exact photo. James, I sent yours on Facebook. Matt, yours was Discord.
Oh, okay.
So this is what I just, that Charmander you guys just seen.
Yeah.
It's laying down, and I don't even have that fan.
A raft, is it?
Yeah, it's running on. I have it on the raft right now because that compensates for that warp that I know I have a freaking warp. But it kind of compensates and it doesn't mess with my print that much.
Yeah.
Granted, I know it uses up filament, but I really don't give two craps on that.
No,
Everybody doesn't. Everybody has their own, way of doing things. I know that.
Is that a flexible mat on that?
Okay. Yeah.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a flexi mat.
Oh yeah.
And even with my bed, I'm running the nozzle is at 220. So I don't know if it's over extruding.
Good morning, photo.
But my bed's at 0.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's an over extrusion or if that's right where my bed is warped at.
It might be where your bed's warped at then. That's just very strange that it's doing that.
Only right there at the same spot as the first time. And it's only right over the power supply or the main board.
Yep.
So it's just like,
which it could just be that it's cooling too much.
And it's causing a shrinkage.
Yeah.
It's like any of us guys walking out in the middle of winter.
Yep. So essentially what you can do is take a piece of cardboard and just kind of ghetto rig something underneath there. Just like duct tape like a fan shroud that sticks out. See if that'll work.
That's the thing though. Well, I flipped that fan around, so it's now sucking air in, not blowing it out.
You already did it. All right.
Yeah, I did it like 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago.
Okay. So
that's what I was doing over here after that print got done and I got all the supports off it. I was like, all right, now I'm going to flip that fan really quick. That's why I held up my my lovely iFixit kit. Like I said, when I first bought this, I was like, it's not going to, because I got the Pro kit. And I was like, it's not going to help me out that much. This thing has saved me so much freaking money.
Those little toolkits. Those little toolkits are amazing.
Dude, they absolutely are. And
so James sent me one last year because he was having a seizure watching me using the Allen keys.
You got the minnow?
Yeah, I've got one of them.
And
somewhere.
See, I looked at one of them.
Dude, this thing is absolutely amazing.
I just go with this instead. I just use that instead. That's the problem solver.
That's a little extreme for some things.
Yeah.
Just hold the trigger and just a little bit, not too all the way.
Oh yeah.
And see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up though, I agree. Worth every single penny for the electric screwdriver, and then I can throw, and it works with any of my iFixit bits.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only downside is when it starts to die. Yeah, that it sucks.
Yeah.
At that point, it turns into a manual
me and
screwdriver.
Carl have these, and they're a huge time saver. Like Don't get me wrong. I know that you can get more torque on an actual Allen key, but Jesus Christ, like no one's doing these things up with a torque wrench. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
Well, to be honest, the actual screwdriver part on that toolkit is fantastic because it's got the moving top, hasn't it? So you're not trying to over tighten, and you're not going to thread a screw.
Killing the palm of your hand.
Yeah. But like having just all those bits are amazing. You look at it and I'm like, I only need 2 of them. I've probably used about 70% of them all.
Yeah.
What's up, Sam?
Dude, I broke my my Joy-Con about a month or so ago. I accidentally dropped my Switch, and my whole Joy-Con, right where it connects to the Switch, just popped apart. And I'm like, crap, you know, who's gonna have a tool for the pentalobe screws? Sure as shit. Just busted out my iFixit kit and right there.
Yeah.
You know, there's
so that's got all the security screw ones in it because they've all got the little the little dimples in the end and everything, and yeah.
Now, question is though, does it have the Apple bit?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, there's a whole row of Apple ones.
That
because
like, don't get me wrong, they're crap bits. Like, do you know what I mean? Like that, yeah. So the problem with that is that you'll strip if you go for the wrong size, you'll strip a bit before you'll strip one of the screws, which actually isn't a bad thing. Like, I'd rather strip a bit.
So my kids bought me that like Father's Day last year.
Yeah,
and that's got all the Apple bits and all the Google bits.
Yeah. So I tell you what, I've tried using one of them, and I found getting them out of the pouch so annoying that I just went, I'm just not going to.
Time to 3D print.
That's frustrating. That
3D print it. 3D print a little holder that can easily just pop off and pop back on.
Well, it's like with that toolkit, that one there. I've used the heads on an actual drill. You know, or I've used mine.
You're
always like, oh, it's cheap. It's just going to snap.
So the best part. If you, I don't know if I think you guys can get iFixit in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
I would recommend doing that over any of the other cheaper ones due to the fact of their lifetime warranty. Doesn't matter if you strip a bit, snap a bit, even break the tweezers. They will send you, no questions asked, replacement.
Yeah. And
all they ask, literally,
how much is your iFixit kit?
Crap, how much was that? I got the Pro kit with the magnetic parts tray as well as the whiteboard with it. It's like $180, $190.
Yeah,
£60 for the Pro 10.
So this is like $22. This is like $22.
But it was well worth it.
That was well worth it. I mean, don't be wrong. Yeah. I mean, that has been. I've had. I mean, Carl's still got the one that.
Yep.
Carl's still got the one that I gave him, and apart from the fact that you sometimes lose the bits, like they are, like, I mean, even if I bought 4 of those, it's, you know, it's just, yeah. I mean, don't be wrong. If I found myself in a situation where I was going out and buying the best, like I would, the iFixit stuff is easily the best one you can get.
So I actually brought the next kit up as well, James. You know, the one you sent.
Oh,
only because. It's got, if I can get it out, it's got the little attachment for bolts.
Oh,
okay.
See, I need something like that.
And it's got like
the new Minnow. They have the new 3D printer sets through iFixit.
But yeah, that's the only reason. I think it was on sale. I just grabbed it just to back up.
Randomly calling people up.
I had to go do something, and I got a phone call from my mom.
Gotcha. But the magnet sheet as well in that toolkit has been a lifesaver. Because normally I just put my screws everywhere that I'm taking out and I'll lose them. James drops more than I do, but that magnet saved me a few quid on screws.
Dude.
I have on occasion
with the mag sheet on my 3D printer has saved me plenty of times of losing screws.
I reckon I reckon Mike's put a magnet under your table. I really do. Like on the floor.
Honestly, I mean, the problem is it would just attract my abs of steel. So I would not allowed through airports with these bad boys. Like, so yeah.
What is that? 12-pack, 16-pack, 24-pack, maybe a keg.
Oh, now I want donuts.
Although my eldest, he comes home from work and he sit and eat 5 donuts, out of a packet from Tesco's, and he just sit and I'm like, you bastard.
Why have you got giant hands, or is that a tiny donut?
Staat iemand bij de voordeur.
They're little small ones.
Oh, Ray's house has arrived at the station.
They're mini donuts.
Oh, okay.
They're donuts.
Right.
Chocolate frosting as well. Oh.
You gotta get the frosting. You gotta get frosted.
I think my sugar level's dropping.
It tastes waxy.
Ray, we can still hear you saying hello to the guy at the door.
And he was downstairs.
It comes, my doorbell goes for the Google Hoop.
Yeah.
Right.
I have some Google bell.
So here's something I found out the other day that I didn't know. In the Netherlands, you guys don't have McDonald's anymore.
Yes. Why not?
So there was a there's a museum that has, so like in 2008 they sold the last McDonald's meal and they've put it in like a perspex case, and they've just like, this was the last McDonald's meal sold in this country in 2008 before the last store closed, and it's still, I want to be clear, it still looks the same, which is terrifying. but
there is a video on YouTube of the hamburger from McDonald's.
Yeah.
They still have that experiment. No, they still have that. Right, they still have that experiment going.
Yeah, it's always going. The man sent every year pictures of that hamburger.
Yep.
And he is now 15 years with on it, and it seems the same.
Oh, in Iceland. I made that up. Sorry.
Photo. The link is.
I've sent him the link from that.
The bottom here. Oh, you send it to him? Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes, Matt. The only reason when I'm on my phone, if you post the link, it's easier for my phone. Sometimes instead of me having to type it in because it messes with my audio sometimes.
Well, I'm not here to cater people. Come on now.
Hey, you're the host.
Exactly.
We just use your free service.
What's up, Annie?
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Anne. Yep, I lied. It's not the Netherlands. It was Iceland. Sorry, I got my countries wrong.
Well, the same size to a degree.
So, James, Carl, do you remember how we were talking about candy the other day?
Yes. Yeah. Reese's Pieces.
Actually, I've got.
Pick them up from the dollar store.
So you know, chocolate chips you put in cookies.
Yes.
Amazon had a sale on Reese's chocolate chip bits.
Oh.
So I got a box full, and they're in my drawer next to my bed for little midnight snacks. And the kids are like, "We're gonna make cookies." I'm, no. No.
Dude, I got out fat man by a skinny person on TikTok.
It's nuts.
Matt, have you seen that video where that chick was like, "Have you guys ever thought of this?" And she takes a spoon, dips it in peanut butter, and then dips it in a whole jar of chocolate chips.
Oh.
Yep.
Like, this is what is wrong with America as a nation. Like, you can't just take a spoon and put it in various types of food that you find around your house and go, I made the thing. And it's just
mayonnaise and Turkish delight. It's just.
What the hell?
It's like there's a Family Guy sketch, isn't it, where they get into a car accident. One guy's eating peanut butter, and the other guy's eating chocolate. And he's like, "This guy got peanut butter on my chocolate, and this guy got chocolate all over my peanut butter." And they kill each other.
And then look, boom, you have Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yep.
Yeah, the Reese's peanut butter is very Moorish.
He was a friendly host. That's right.
So, is your rat rig any closer to a turning up, James?
currently closer to Ray than it is to me. So it's been stuck in the Netherlands. Actually, Netherlands, not Iceland. It's been stuck in the Netherlands since the 23rd.
Oh wow!
And
I can call
Ray
for
has,
you.
Pardon?
I can call for you.
Well, so I've got a commercial account with DHL. So I messaged them and I was like, so where's my stuff? And I've messaged Ratrig as well, and they've opened the case.
You sent it to me.
It's crazy though, isn't it? It's like, you know, leaving Europe, no one could have envisioned, and I know COVID's impacted, but the vision of like leaving Europe, the difficulties for us to get equipment in the UK is crazy now. And we're not even talking about stuff that is, I don't know, limited edition or like that. It's just the most normal thing that anyone buys is expensive. Like
pretty much the only way to get stuff into the UK in any sort of material time at the moment is air freight. So if they come by land, then there is a huge delay at our land ports, so you can't do that, and our sea ports are all backed up as well as the global shipping container crisis and plus P&O.
That screwed the US big time when that got stuck.
Yeah. So the shipping container crisis is a big issue for us all as well. But yeah, in the UK, really the only way to get stuff here in any sort of material time
just have them fly over your house and airdrop.
Yeah, and just airdrop it like like a war zone. Yeah, air freight's pretty much the only way. There's just not much of another way. There's just not much of a way for it to get there otherwise. But yeah, it's been stuck in the Netherlands since the 23rd. So I've been chasing that up to
upgrade the Suez Canal.
So we need to figure that out. So I don't know when I'm getting it now.
Yeah, just blame the Dutchies.
Well, yeah. So Sam Prentice was meant to come on, but it's the V Core. So it's the V Core 3 and it's the 400Q. So it's a big printer.
That's big boy.
And they've not just lost one parcel because it comes in 4 separate parcels. So they've not even just lost one; they've lost 4. If they've lost it, they said, "Oh no, it'll definitely be in the warehouse." I was like, "Cool, it's meant to be at my house, so not really helpful. It's great that you guys know that you still have it, but you shouldn't. So give it to me." And they're like, in a bit. And then they tried to say, your shipper didn't give us a date that it needed to be delivered by. I went, so what? So you just don't? So you just go, we're just not going to deliver it then. If you didn't tell us when it needs to be delivered by, we're just going to keep it. Like
every Tebow printer, the guy kicks it twice just to be sure. Suez Canal needed upgrading. Yeah,
you've been saying for years. Yeah, but the problem is I feel like you've been screaming that at pigeons. Like I don't feel like you're necessarily in a position where people have come to you and said, "Oh, it would be really good if you could tell us the critical infrastructure we need to upgrade." I feel like it's more likely you've just been shouting it into a pigeon's face in the local square.
There we go.
So what projects you got going on at the moment, Anne?
Me, at the moment, not a lot. Only printing a...
Can't hear you. Or can't hear you properly. Microphone? Microphone.
Your mic's a little down.
Pigeons love me.
Turn your gain up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking for the... Okay.
Either that or using a microphone from another room.
I've never heard an angry Dutch person. They're always very quiet, softly spoken.
Oh, you got it all wrong, man.
Is this better?
A little bit echoey, but not bad.
But then saying
you know
that,
how
a lot
to behave when we're online.
when we hear a lot of foreigners speaking in the UK, they always sound like they're shouting, especially the Chinese. But they could be just saying, "I've had the most amazing day ever." But to me, it looks like they're having an argument.
Yeah,
Racist at all.
Carl, if you think about it, though, me and Matt, we're foreigners to you. So what we say could be completely different to you guys.
Well, no, because we actually speak the Queen's English. So, and we spell colour properly. But in all theory, the UK is like, the home of everyone. So
keep saying that and then put a Welsh person on here and then that'll change.
I live literally like 40 minutes from the border of Wales.
Oh God!
I was going to say, Matt, I could always get hold of my buddy that's down in Australia.
You cross that border.
We could get Kieran in here.
Every signpost in Wales, a normal signpost is a meter in England. In Wales, they're about 12 meters long, and just to say a word. And
Wales is a country where they were asked for a language and they panicked and they just dropped a box of Scrabble and then they just went this. These are the words now. It's
as if you asked a Irish person to speak very fastly and try and figure out what they were saying. Like,
Welsh, Irish.
That's almost like having somebody
Scottish,
from
not Irish. Sorry,
Saskatchewan.
So the Irish, the Welsh, and the Scottish, when they speak their native tongue, it's all very similar.
Yep.
It's like my granddad, when he was alive, he used to speak a little bit of Welsh, and Thai in Welsh means granddad. 3-letter words is granddad. It's nuts. But I have to say, the Welsh accent's very nice.
So basically, you said Thai, like TIE?
Yeah.
So if you told somebody to go get your Thai,
go get your granddad in Welsh.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that would be confusing as hell over here.
Now I feel like we're that one show with oh God, what's his name? David. Oh, it was like what is it?
Hasselhoff.
No, he's the doctor. David
Guetta.
No.
You know about Doctor Who?
So it was a show that they did when the pandemic started. One of them lives in like England and the other one lives on the countryside and like their dialect is different. And they always give each other shit. It's David Tennant and the guy from
I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of the name.
So if you want to hear a funny accent, has anyone watched The Farm with Jeremy Clarkson? I know James has because it's popular on Amazon. Has anyone like abroad watched it? So that young lad that helps Jeremy Clarkson, that accent it's mad because like the UK is really small compared to most places, but our dialect and our languages and our tone.
Hey Matt.
So I live in an area which is Scousers. So the Beatles, for example, they're Scousers. So when you hear them talk, it's fast and it's not understandable at the best of times.
Chicken and can of Coke.
Yeah, and like
what did you?
And then I've got Manchester, and then they've got their own accent, and they're like 25 miles away.
The problem is though, is that you're talking to Matt and Sniper, and I mean they have swamp people. So they have the Creole people.
I was going to say we could tell.
I don't
like
know
our Welsh people.
Yeah, from the Orleans speak, but it's like
talking of dialects. Morning, Matt.
Morning.
Completely
James,
different.
no, you have like New Orleans, then you have like Alabama, Georgia, Texas. The whole Southern is just like different countries just mushed together.
When I watched Louis Theroux,
the thing to remember is that Texas is pretty much the size of the UK. Now, there's really only one, or there's a few different dialects, but really there's a Texan accent.
There is,
and yet here, bearing in mind we're pretty much the same size as Texas, there's at least 40 different accents, and they're not, and they are different. Like they are. If you heard me and someone from. I mean, this is it's a mad thing in the UK that like if I drive for 2 hours, I can be in France because I can get to the Eurotunnel. If you guys drive for 2 hours, you don't even leave your state, let alone another country. Like it's
I'm
And
4
not.
hours south from Boy in Space.
Right. It's
'Cause
the
he-
it's the scale.
he lives in
but I think
Seattle.
a lot of people, when people think of the US, I don't think a lot of people from like the UK and places. I don't think they get Michael Sheen.
Yeah, this is what I look like when we're talking
Right.
about this. This is what I think about is Stage with Michael
Yeah.
Sheen and
Yeah.
David Tennant. Like this is
Yeah, yeah.
hysterical. This
Oh yeah, Brummy accent, Andrew. Oh god, that is such a big accent.
because they always like mess with each other, and it's great. I love that.
But like where James is, he's South England, so he's got like Norwich. That
Yeah.
you know, he's not far from Norwich, and there's Peterborough
That's
an hour
where
or so away.
my old friends are from. I think
There's about 6 different accents around just James's area.
Yeah.
Like Essex has its own unique accent, and they like
True.
to drive Ford Fiestas or Ford Escorts and have dyed blonde hair.
Ford Sierras if they're
Yeah.
ripped.
Stereotypical
So why
at
does
Essex,
James doesn't have blonde hair?
because he's unique and he's famous.
Because he's a movement. He's not.
But
I
like
had to shed my accent so the masses would accept me.
Like where Matt lives in like Midlands, that is an exceedingly broad accent, and like you got Birmingham, which is dead Brummy, and then you got West Brom, and it's all different dialects. It's nuts.
Prof Metal is saying it's about the same distance from one end of Germany to the other at its widest point as it is to go from Portland to Seattle.
Jesus.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
if I met somebody from the local area, I would probably know where they're from inside of a 20-mile radius. Or at least I'd know where they grew up from inside of a 20-mile radius. I would know.
Now, when you speaking of that, like when if you meet somebody like it's like, hey, let's meet up here. Do you use landmarks when you're describing places, or do you actually just say, hey, meet at this location?
Just put a postcode.
Well, we don't normally need to. Yeah, I mean, you do sometimes use landmarks, but I mean, by landmarks, I mean like the statue, not the which we haven't pulled down. It's just go and meet by the statue here, and they would know where that is.
So like if someone was going to meet me in Blackpool, for example, there's Blackpool's a shithole, by the way, but I use it as an example. There's loads of landmarks in Blackpool, so someone could say, meet me at Blackpool Pier. I'd know which pier. Or meet me at Blackpool Tower. I would know where to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
There's no geographical landmarks. They're all man-made.
Who's close to Norwich? Norfolk.
Norwich.
Yeah.
James.
We went through this before. This is we've been through this so many times. It's Norwich.
I don't know how to fucking say it.
But again, we're gonna butcher. We would butcher your guys' words just like you'd probably try to butcher ours.
So Prof is saying
That's
about
not a
Germany. I travelled from my house and drove for 10 hours, and I got to Mons in Belgium.
Yeah.
And that was including a 40-minute train ride.
Which is on a different continent.
Channel.
If I drove for 10 hours, I could make it down from where I'm at down to my mother-in-law, or halfway down to my mother-in-law's in California.
Do all 3D printer folks vape? No, I don't vape. I don't look on the douche sweep.
Sorry.
Screw off, man.
Yeah, no.
It's just
but there is
the
a lot of them
masses.
that do.
I just recently
self-righteous cloud of baked goods.
This is my alternative.
But it does make me laugh when people obviously Americans say like Birmingham. You break that word down to like 6 different syllables, and you kind of like, what's going on here?
See, the way I would pronounce it would be Birmingham.
There you go.
You'd be wrong. So,
because even with regular,
isn't it like
Birmingham?
Yeah, I can't say.
I hear it as Birmingham.
Nope.
How would you say
That's
Manchester or Liverpool?
Like Manchester, Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool's right. Yeah,
Liverpool.
a lot of people call it Liverpool.
Liverpool.
Boreham Wood. And
Yeah, there's no
Market.
pool and no live either.
So, like in Scotland,
And
you've got
Rockdale
Glasgow,
in Lancashire.
Lincolnshire, or Lincolnshire.
No, that's not Lincolnshire. That's Lancashire.
So I live just near Lancashire, the
Okay.
border.
So that's Robert. He was on my page. He said, I'm from Rockdale, I'm guessing. It's ROCH Dale. Rotterdale? Yeah.
Rochdale,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so he's like
Oh,
Lancashire,
Rochdale.
Manchester,
Oh.
Greater Manchester, I think.
I used to
possibly.
live in Rochdale. That's a terrible town.
That where you got burgled like 19 times before you moved.
Yeah.
Thanks
So
for
you-
insulting his hometown.
So you moved to the one place on the M6 that's the quickest to get away from.
Yeah, we pronounce things a lot terribly. As I say that.
The only reason for me though, I look at the word, or if I hear it, I have to break it down to be able to say it.
Right.
But like you say, you could get one person from every state in America to say
And
the
we
word,
each say
and
something,
everyone
say
would
it differently.
Yeah.
Where
So let's
like
see, we
James
have-
would say Birmingham, I would say Birmingham, Matt, I don't know.
Good, Matt.
Come on.
Well, you're also wrong.
Birmingham.
Nope.
No,
Not how you say that.
you're not having your visa to stay in now, Matt.
Better now?
That's better.
So here's one from Andrew. He says Aberdeen,
Here you go. A little bit more.
Edinburgh.
Birmingham.
Edinburgh.
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 Edinburgh. You
And
bro.
I don't know what the other one is. Potazé? I don't know what the hell it is. That one's.
Yeah.
I would just looking at that last
I
one,
see it now.
seeing it, I would say pot ease.
Well, it's actually Portuguese.
Yeah, it's
I don't-
Porty.
Yeah, it would.
Portuguese.
That messes with my head a little bit because of the way it looks and the way it sounds.
What
How
messes
much
with my
ham is
head
on
is
the
the
hamster?
fact that
Yes.
colour is still spelt wrong in American language.
Yeah.
COLOR.
But there's a lot of
Even the
No.
Canadians spell it the way we do. And
yeah.
that's saying something.
But it's the same as there's so many differences. Like so we call autumn from the Latin autumnus, meaning the change of season.
We
And
call it
Americans call it fall because the leaves fall down. And it's like it's like Jesus Christ.
But see, now
Chips.
we also
and
have
fries.
like fries.
Yeah.
yeah, chips
Yeah, I
is
can go and get a
messes
bag of
with me.
chips. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
like when I went to an American base, I was probably about 8, and I went and ordered some chips. And I was expecting these hot, steamy chips that I could put salt on and a bit of mayonnaise. I'm giving a bag of crisps. I was really disappointed.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's always fun to explaining that one. Oh, you guys want some fish and chips? Yeah. And then they get it and they're like, why are there fries? They didn't give me chips. I'm like,
When I was in Canada, it almost made me puke because we Dutchies don't eat fish and chips.
Fish
Not
and
only
chips. is
chips or the
amazing.
fish, and especially
mushy
not with
pea.
vinegar.
Mushy peas,
Why are the
salt,
Americans
gravy,
saying with an
vinegar.
Irish accent? Because I can't do an American accent.
disgusting,
I
Tom.
assume that all Americans sound slightly Irish whenever I do.
Yeah.
Hey Matt, look at Stick's post. Why are the Americans saying with an Irish accent?
Yeah, that's because when I said fall, I because whenever I do an impression of anybody, the only accent I can do is Irish. So the only way I can differentiate from my voice is by doing an Irish accent. So everybody else other than me is Irish when I do an impression of them.
Born Irishman. James is.
What?
top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning.
Wow, that's got to be offensive. That's
It's like that Boston, isn't it? Because Boston's got a big population of Irish. That Boston Irish accent is just.
Well, the funny
so
thing is,
confusing.
like, the best thing to ask somebody from Boston to say is car keys. Car keys, the way that they say it is the same thing as like pants. Khakis.
yeah, khakis, yeah, khakis.
It's the same thing. So when they say car keys, it's khakis. Khakis. So
I
it
can see
sounds
why
like
that'd be
khakis.
confusing, yeah.
If you have them say khakis, it sounds like khakis. It's kind of weird. It's got like a weird twang to it.
And there's so many different abbreviation of words as well in the UK in different regions. So, like in Liverpool, they use "la," which means brother. I just You guys in America should go on YouTube and put like UK accents and just listen to them. You'll wet yourself laughing.
We don't have to. We have you guys.
Yeah. Well, you're kind of spoiled, really, because I'm actually a southerner like James, so I don't have a northern accent.
Yeah, I was gonna say your guys' accents are kind of on the lighter side. Like you got a little bit there, but it's more, I'd say, close to an American accent.
Yeah.
My accent comes out when I get annoyed. So when I get angrier, my accent.
We should have Creality on here.
I was gonna say, James, does it differ between how much alcohol you drink or anger?
No, so as I drink, I get posher. So like if I'm ever stopped by the police, like, and I have been, they'll be like, "You're drinking in an open container and you're not allowed to." I go, "Good heavens!" It's just like, work's ringing. I'll give you a bit. I'll come back on later, guys. Sorry, I'll speak to you in a bit.
No, you're giving aren't Carl nor James. You're Northerners. I take it non-stick is from the South.
Yeah, I actually think where I was born, it's actually a bit lower than where he is. But he can't say, he was living in Manchester, so he can't really say anything. He's an adopted Northerner. So like, so
just the way you said that, Carl, you're like, yeah, like crap. I have to claim him.
So between North and South in England, there's quite a lot of like bitterness towards each other. So the further you go down, there's more money, and the more northern you go, it's more industrial. So like we got Sheffield, that is like probably one of the biggest steelworks ever in the world, which has basically just disappeared. We got Liverpool, their docks, especially during like the Second World War. It was probably the busiest port in the world, and a lot of American stuff was coming through Liverpool. So it was bombed a lot. So like, have you watched 51st States with Samuel L. Jackson?
Yes.
So that's actually filmed in Liverpool, not far from me, and the Scouse accent's quite evident in there. But like, so if you're from the South, you call the people in the North get called Northern Monkeys, because there's a story that the Northern Monkeys originated because a ship sank on the northern coast of England, and those monkeys got off and turned into humans. And then we called people in the South Southern, I try not to say it, pansies, Southern pansies, because they're a little bit feeble and weak and they've got their heads up their own asses and that sort of thing.
Where if you asked anybody in this country, that would be kind of reversed, where the Southerners are the crazy, like, let's go to war type thing, and the Northerners are like, oh no, we don't want to do that. Like,
so as soon as anyone says Texas,
that's
the first thing that comes to my head.
You have the split between rednecks and others.
Yeah. So when you watch like some of the Top Gear stuff where they're doing through America and they're going through places where they got "I love gays" on their cars, and they're going through like Alabama and stuff like that, and you're like, holy fuck, could you imagine living there?
Are you talking about Top Gear or whatever?
Yeah, the road trip they did through America, and like they pulled up, didn't they, at a petrol station, and they were filling up, and they had "I love gays," "NASCAR sucks," and all that, and you just the people's reaction were like,
that'll definitely get you shot saying shit like that.
100%.
When I saw that episode, I'm like, they are dead.
And they do push the boundaries, especially when they were in Argentina.
Yeah,
give them that. You know, Jamie Clarkson's a very clever man, and he knew exactly what was on his number plate. But that's entertainment.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you're liable to get shot at any point Southern that you say you don't like NASCAR.
Well, to be honest, you're liable to get shot anywhere in America because everyone's got a gun.
Even babies carry guns over there.
I can go knock on my next door neighbors and go, "I really hate you and I wish you would move." And they'd be like, "Okay, no worries." If I did that in America, I'd be lying on their driveway with a bullet in my head.
saying no one got caught.
I heard an alarm go off.
Yeah, Matt, if you look right behind me, you know what that is.
Shotgun?
It's a gun safe.
So even getting an air rifle in the UK, you have to have a license.
Well, okay, so that's one thing I do know about the UK, though, is like you very strict gun laws.
Very strict. So a person that lives on the side of me, he's actually a hunter, and he does have a license for shotguns, but he also has 2 Cocker Spaniels that are gun dogs as well.
Yeah.
Because I've got a Cocker Spaniel, so obviously I've been talking to him, and the stuff that his dogs will do is fascinating. Just like
I miss my Cocker. I had a Cocker Springer mix.
Yeah, they're nuts.
He was the most amazing dog. He actually got I hate to say it, but it was because of me. Somebody stabbed him. So it was when I was younger.
Yeah. So we got a dog because my youngest is obsessed with animals and he keeps touching all dogs, even if they've got rabies. So we thought we'd get a dog.
So future vet.
I don't know. I don't think he'd be able to put him to sleep because it'd break his heart. But so we got a Cocker Spaniel because their temperament's fantastic. And back then my mobility was quite good. My mobility sucks, my mental health sucks, and I have a lot of health issues. That dog keeps me going every day. Every day. If I get out of bed every day to take my kids to school, that's my job. That's not a job. I enjoy it. But that dog, if I'm feeling like shit and I want to hide under a duvet, he doesn't let me. He will pester me. He just pesters me to take him out for a walk, or he just wants a belly rub. He knows exactly when to come to me.
That's good.
Right. Carl, I gotta ask you, hide under a what?
A cover, a blanket.
Oh, okay.
Duvet. A duvet. Yeah, that big heavy thing that you sleep
That's
under.
another English posh word.
There's lots of
them.
What do you say, Matt?
So,
huh?
What do you say, like, German?
I speak perfect German. It's like
Ich liebe dich. See that you can't tell me you love me like that. Or you could say quilt. That's a posh word.
Yes.
So when we ordered my son's blanket, because he's obsessed with like I know it's gonna sound weird, but he's I'm trying to think of the word without having it really weird. Not really murder, but like Freddy and Jason and all them. Horror.
Yeah.
So we got a duvet cover. And at first we thought it was just the blanket, and until we found out that it had a zipper on it. So we're like, what the hell is this? We're like, we actually had to Google what a duvet was.
But what do you call a duvet?
It's just a comforter cover.
Okay. And it's nuts, isn't it? Like the difference. Obviously, we speak very similar language. Meanings are completely different, but like a duvet and a quilt is normal for us. And for you guys,
translated it, Carl, into American.
Go on.
No.
You googling the answer, are you?
No. I just wanted an American expression this moment.
Does it come through as American and saying it's a penis?
What is this?
We're talking about duvets and quilts.
I hear some words now.
I'm Mr. German.
What's this? You guys are calling yourself
American words.
Yeah, okay.
I literally have a converter that sits on my screen whenever I'm live chatting with you guys. That way, if you say measurements, I can quickly convert them over to freedom units.
So yeah, and the weather, like when people go, "Oh, it's 69 Fahrenheit," I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake, put it in centigrade." Or the fit. Oh, what is it? What's that one?
Meters in the feet.
Yeah,
you know,
I just don't get that.
It's like when James was talking earlier he was saying, it's so many meters and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, hold on, and I plugged it in.
My
So like
biggest
my new office,
Yeah.
my new studio, it's 100 square feet. So meters, it's 9.2 square meters.
Yeah.
Same
So
as mine going to be.
The date, when Americans write the date down, it's back to front. And, like when I see something, and instead of being like it's what the
So like
6th of May.
today is the 6th, so 5/6/22.
Exactly. So we always put 6/5/27.
Yeah, and see, and that would throw us off because
Days, month, years.
Yeah, we're used to month, date, year.
Yeah, and it's mad how like everything has a little quirk and it's slightly different, and like when you use printers, it's in centigrade.
Yeah, well,
Not in Fahrenheit.
printers. And that's where I'm used to using Celsius a lot. Is due to the fact that my printer, my computer, any electronics that I'm working with runs in Celsius.
So obviously, because like Hollywood's massive, all the films, so like everyone around the world gets fed that American, like the Fahrenheit, and we do it this way and do it that way. So it's easier for everyone to accept. But like when I see a date on a film, I'm like, oh, it just makes me.
Especially if it's lower numbers, because you can't understand which one it is.
Yeah, I'm looking and going, hang on, there's no 13 months here. You do it the normal way, Vincent. Like you have the day, the month, and then the year.
Yeah.
Always days, month, years. Yeah.
We're just civilized, I think.
Yeah. We are civilized.
The German.
What? We invented civilization, Germans.
Do you guys use military time anywhere over there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is that standard?
1300, 14, 1500.
What did you say, Matt?
Is that standard military time over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, if it was 10 at night, it'd be 22, 15.
Yeah.
Right. But in a conversation, you'd say it's 2200 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was brought up in the forces because my dad was in the British Army.
Right.
And I've always, whenever I get a watch or anything, I always put it in 24-hour clock. And I make sure my kids understand what a 24-hour clock is,
because that's one thing that's not really standardized over here is we have the 12-hour. That's it.
So when someone goes to bed, I'm going live on YouTube at Pacific Standard Time. I'm like, okay, I don't know what the difference is, because you've got the East Coast, you've got the West Coast, you've got the middle, you've got down south. Just
right.
It really throws a spanner in the works.
So like Pacific Coast, yeah. So all right, right now it's 4 o'clock. So Pacific Coast would be 2 hours behind, and Eastern Coast would be an hour ahead.
So we have one time zone in the UK.
Right.
And I think Iceland potentially runs off that. And then you've got the EU, which is an hour ahead of us. And then like summer times, like when the clocks change.
Yeah.
Like America would do it at a different time to us. So then they're an hour closer to us at times. And
we actually just passed a law. We are not changing clocks anymore. So.
Oh, are you guys? You guys aren't? You guys are running the same as Arizona?
I thought it was everywhere. I thought it was countrywide.
So I know the UK is considering it, and they've actually considered bringing it forward and keeping it an extra hour forward, so farmers have more time to work.
I think that's what we did. So that way there's more daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we did. But
it's like the sun knows exactly what time. Oh no, we have to wait here just a little bit longer for everybody to get done. No, everybody's like, crazy. Oh yeah, it goes dark at 4 o'clock. No, it's literally how fast the sun is moving.
So it says the U.S. Senate approved the Sunshine Protection Act in March 2022 with the goal of making daylight savings time permanent starting November 2023. So the country will be ahead 1 hour from 2023 November on for the rest.
Is that for the whole country?
Yes.
Because I know like in American politics, it really confuses me that each state can pass whatever laws they want.
Yeah.
In the UK,
like Indiana So Indiana does it, but there's a couple towns in Indiana that never went by that ever. So it's always like messed up, and like that's what I was always wondering if the rest of the world did that too, because I only hear it here, obviously. So I just thought like maybe it was our thing, and I find it kind of dumb because if we were the only people doing it.
But then we have one state, literally one state, that doesn't do it, which is Arizona.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna pop back off again. I
Alrighty,
need
sir.
to get some stuff ready.
All right, boss man. You have a great night.
I missed me.
Bye, Mr. Carl Fenton, or Fanatical Fenton. Oh, actually, I can show you guys something.
No, you said you had to go.
Please tell me
Yeah,
you're not
I
wearing a
have to
skirt.
go. I don't know if I'm going to use it or not, but...
we don't want to hear how you had to fix your Prusa again. Should be
he's thinking. Oh, he's buffering. He's buffering.
There's smoke coming out from behind him.
Split the difference, so 30 minutes and leave it like that. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Hold on before you put me on screen.
Oh.
On.
Get it together, sir. Bloody hell, Mike.
Come on, the 3 P's. Piss poor preparation.
This is some pretty piss poor preparation.
My page is like... What's wrong with the computer?
See, Stick, I wish the entire U.S. just ran on the same time zone, basically. So that way there you didn't have any confusions.
Here you go. Pull it up now. What do you guys think of this?
There you go.
I like it.
It's nice and fancy.
Looks nice.
How does it look when it's quite small though, Matt?
Yeah, so that was one thing, and then also maybe not so much white background, maybe a colored background.
What I will do
would
with
put
the
that
Matt
as a
German
black
text,
background.
I will round it above.
Yeah, put the Matt German around the circle.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Darken the background, because I think when you shrink that logo, that picture's just look like a bit of a blob. And no disrespect.
Or would it be better to have like his name as the upper arch instead?
Here you go.
Yeah. Because that's what you got to think about. Like yours, Matt, your Akuma one, because obviously you got that big initial.
Yeah.
Everyone, it stands out.
It's kind of like mine as well. Let me drop my background back really quick.
Yeah, so yours stands out.
Cheap Tesco connection.
So like yours.
All right, Andrew, you have a good night, man.
It's old.
All right. See you guys later.
And then with mine, I actually, my sister-in-law's boyfriend did it for me. And then I went in and I tweaked it just a little bit in Photoshop and I threw the shadow onto it. Okay. Let me hide from my camera real quick.
Because you can make a logo and you'll be on your screen and you're like, fantastic, I love it. But when you shrink it down to be like on your Facebook or your YouTube or Twitch, it looks
something similar like this. Ah, damn it.
Vincent, you like water cooling, eh? But I like just...
Hold on, one moment. Yeah?
Wow. This I like.
Hold on, I've got to drop my trousers. Damn, dude, that is ridiculous.
That's huge.
Wow.
This is much better than water cooling. So...
Absolutely.
Nice.
It's got a nice heat sink and everything.
Yeah.
I really want to do a custom loop one day, but I don't got the patience for bending all that stuff. So basically, Ray got a Cooler Master system he wanted to use for an Xeon, but it didn't fit on there. So I took it over and built it in mine.
Okay.
So my wife got me this as a proof of concept for a potential merch line that I've been working on.
Nice.
And, you know, my favorite color, of course, is purple. And I told her, I was like, the only thing I don't like is the white background for the logo. for like a hat or something, it should be embroidered.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have the
agree.
letters in on.
Yeah. With the, have all the lettering and the numbers here embroidered in with in black, and then have the cap is purple.
But you could even have the letters in whatever color you wanted, really.
And non-stick is asking what the cooling is for.
That's for the Ryzen 5600X.
Oh,
you got a Threadripper.
No, that's a 5600.
5600X.
Come on, you guys got to get a Threadripper. Come on.
Didn't AMD give you an original one with that one?
Yeah, there's also an original one in it, but
okay.
Hey Matt,
but I like
what Threadripper's doing though.
The what?
Did you know what they did to Threadripper?
Yeah, no. They canceled it.
They canceled it.
Yeah.
Why would you cancel like the best processor?
Because it's going WT.
Oh.
Yeah.
So this is an original Ryzen fan.
Yeah.
That's
Dang.
Well, if we're showing fans off, I use this on my my laser engraver.
Hey, look, just because you guys are a bunch of fans, you know.
I'd buy that. They go in my laser enclosure.
That's
and it
amazing
just
wiring work. Yes.
I thought I'd join in.
But this is the stock one. Did you that I got with my Ryzen?
Carl, what you should grab though is you should just grab like a mini Delta and throw it on there.
Yeah.
It only uses 1.5 amps.
Well, I just put it into an external battery thing, you know, like a phone charger when I'm lasering, and it just blows the smoke towards the back of my extractor just to give it a little push. Because you don't want that smoke sitting under the laser too long because it burns. It gives it like, it chars the wood a little bit. And to be honest, I using a crappy old Dell PC. I have no idea about computers. I use a MacBook most of the time.
You mean you use a crap book? You mean?
Oh, yeah, could be a crap book. Does what I need it to do.
Until you need to fix something on it, and then it doesn't work anymore.
But I do need to invest in a PC, you know, for streaming and just for slicing and editing and. But with everything, it's all about money.
It's all about money, indeed.
Everything is about money.
I even offered to sell one of my kids. My wife refused. She didn't agree with the one I was going to sell.
I'll sell your wife.
Oh, God. I'd have to give a refund, and I wouldn't get it back.
Okay.
Wouldn't worry about it. She knows
Okay, he's sleeping on the couch tonight.
I know. Thankfully, she doesn't pay attention to anything I do online.
Can somebody block Matt for a second with his stinking Threadripper? Get lost.
Come on, it's only 24 cores, 64 threads. Come on.
You were lucky when you picked up that thing, man.
I couldn't pass it up. They had it on sale, so I was like,
yeah, I know.
400 bucks or 500, I think it was.
Non-stick, I have slept in my print shed many a time.
Sleeping in a shed, really? Yeah. Okay. I've slept in this chair several times.
Oh, yeah, I know. He was like, after the taco.
Yep.
See, with the new studio, Matt, that's what the wife is worried about as well, is that I'm going to end up just passing. I told her, let me just get a couch out there and I'll be good.
Damn right.
Mr. German, you can contact her all you want. You can tell her when I come to your wedding what I've said, and she will believe me that I would say that. Because I wouldn't be able to deny that I've said it, because she knew I would say it.
Hey, Matt, you see what my processor's running at? I don't know if it would translate to Carl, but...
Is it in Fahrenheit?
No, it's running at 420.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, you got the same core that I got. AMD Ryzen.
Yeah, this is a
3700.
Yeah, I have a 3700X with 32 gigs of RAM and a RTX 3060.
30, 50, and 16 gigs of RAM. I still want to get another 2 sticks, but
To be honest, you could all be speaking Chinese, and I've got no idea what you're saying.
Yeah. See,
but one day
me,
I will get a better PC.
So for me though, Carl, I'm a computer tech by trade. I've been working on computers since I was 18. Yeah. I'm 34 now. I feel young compared to almost anybody in here.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
It's a boy in space. He's in chat.
Oh. Ben.
Oh, what's up, Ben?
Ben. On, man? Jump on, man.
Hey, the link's down there if you want to type it in and join on your PC or on your phone. That's up to you.
We can cry together about our dragon.
Yeah, you and Carl can join the Broken Dragon crying team.
It crushed my soul for 3 days. That.
Yeah, that's a lot of resin for failure.
Every time I look at my bins out the front of my house, I know it's in there. Thursday can't come quick enough until they can take it away.
That's another difference, Carl. You call it bins, like trash bin or rubbish bin.
Just bin.
Okay, ours is the can or trash can.
And like retainer.
Funny, we don't got those things. We got underground containers outside of the street.
Have you?
Yeah, we got like a public big container that's underground.
Yes.
It's about
I
4
can
meters.
Just go to the store and pick one up tomorrow.
Oh wow! Okay.
Hey, that's actually a good price.
Yeah, for 3090 24 gig.
That's for the Win 3.
I would like to say I didn't break my dragon. My dragon broke.
I'll hop on in a few. Cool.
Pick that one up, Matt?
Matt,
I could if I wanted to, but I'm good. I don't need it. My 2060 Super. My 2060 Super, like I said, I think I've maxed out my PC at like 40%, and it's not even overclocked. And that was doing a lot of serious work. You broke the dragon? Yeah, non-stick. He broke it.
I didn't break it. It was broken.
Do you still have the failure? I mean, the...
It might be somewhere.
Hey, Matt,
in all fairness,
if you're going to do something, though, like that, you just got to go with the 3090 Ti.
To be honest, my kids got...
So they have the Ti, but it's only in specific stores. So I'd have to go to the one in Chicago, and I'm good.
See, at least so here's the thing, though. At least you actually have a micro center around you.
I have 2 of them.
And guess what?
They're 30 minutes away from each other. One's east, one's west. And they have the one in Chicago has the 3090 Ti. It's $2,200 out the door.
My nearest micro center was in New York, I think.
Probably.
It appears I've got rid of all the dragon.
I'm currently in a very long resin print, 38%, 9 hours, 32 minutes, and still 15 hours, 9 minutes to go. I'm guessing you're using any cubic photon slicer. That is god-awfully slow. So, like I said, after I'm done with this and I go and I figure out what the hell was going on with this printer, I'm going to get an insane speed setting and get it all set up because I'm done with the speed.
Like there is some bits there.
The closest one to me is in Tustin, California.
Yeah.
Hey,
I have 2.
Got
one
those stores,
in Chicago, one in Westmont.
We don't got any
Really,
electronic stores.
Luigi didn't really do anything with further slicing either.
So I just gotta basically just send you the money, have you run over to Micro Center for me?
Yeah, I might go there today because I was gonna look at Raspberry Pis and see if they had any in stock and
How did it break? I reckon it broke because it was a stupid idea for someone to actually make that and just put it out there on the internet for people to have a go at. And me being gullible, thinking it would be amazing.
Hey, you know what? I accepted Matt's challenge. As soon as this print's done, I'm starting my 5-day print.
You going for it on the ender?
I'm going for it on the ender.
Oh, you're gonna live stream on TikTok.
I can't. I'm not at 1,000 yet. Once I get to 1,000, then I can do it. It's actually going to be over my Twitch.
Okay, I will watch that with.
So what are you printing?
I'm doing the big dragon, the crystal dragon spiral.
Crystal
The
dragon.
one with the multiple layers?
Next dragon.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, Finter, this is what the supports look like, right? And you might actually see a tear in a minute when I lift it up. But this is, I did 2, by the way. That's just one part of the, that's the
That
support
looks like the
inside.
internal. Yeah, that looks like the internal supports.
That's internal,
Wow.
and it's like a tree. They're like branches.
Dude, drill a small hole into the bottom of that, throw some LEDs on that, and use it as a nightlight.
I don't want to keep anything that's related to that print. My kids have key rings of this on their rucksacks for school. Their backpacks.
When you first said that, we actually thought you said earrings.
Yeah.
I could make earrings. I could call them the tear dropped earring. But yeah, the kids are happy. But I'm not happy with it, so because that would have looked really good in my shed from one end to the other end on the ceiling.
I'll put it in Discord for you, Ben.
But non-stick, I think you should have a go at doing it, to be honest. And because you've got that big resin printer, you know, I went to 130 on my Mono X. I'm sure you could do 200.
Imagine if I do something like that on my little Volkslab.
There you go.
A build plate like this size.
Vincent, you can. 85% you can drop it down to, and it'd be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, Matt, I just sent Ben the link in Discord.
Okay.
As well.
All right, cool.
The Soul Crusher earrings, that is it.
Hey, you can sell them on your Etsy shop.
Yeah, and the picture would be of my eye with a tear dripping down. They'd be unique as well.
See right there. Then what you should do as well is to attach it, print out like a Prince Rupert's drop.
Yeah.
The teardrop, and then hook it to it.
Sounds like too much hard work, to be honest. I particularly don't want to do anything else with that dragon. I'll print these ones. I keep doing these ones because the kids want them, and they're fine. But no, anything over 60% now can go away.
What's up, buddy?
Yo. Oh wait.
Hey Ben, what's up, man?
There we go.
I got you on the iPad.
Matt, I've sent you the prints. Oh boy.
So how are you guys doing?
Not too bad.
Just kind of hanging.
Look at this sick shirt I'm wearing. Yeah,
What is
this is quality. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Not even stitched on. What's wrong with him?
I know. But
Is it a prototype?
I've watched this probably 50 times and it's just starting to crack, but it's like the softest shirt I've ever worn.
Have you got affiliated links
It's
for it?
cashmere.
Yeah, if you want to pick it up, I'm actually the cover boy on Bill's site, so it's like not a big deal.
Oh, that's a nice print. Now, thick. Here, I'll
So I gotta do some cleanup work today.
Whoa.
There you go.
Oh, that is awesome.
I just print toys on my channel, so I don't know what that was. Looks sick,
Looking
though.
good so far. I see you did looks like a mixture of supports. So, not bad.
Do you guys want to see my supports from today?
Hey, Carl, that looks familiar, doesn't it?
This is emotional torture.
It's only like $35 worth of resin. Like,
That's what Carl was saying.
What?
Because literally, okay, so you did that, and not even what, like 3 days before Carl did his.
Oh,
I did
really?
it twice.
Yeah, and his broke.
I did it twice because I'm stupid.
Yeah, but mine was really sad because mine was like I spent so much time. I used the hot water trick. I got it all off. I only broke off 1 foot, and then I set it on the counter to remove my gloves because I didn't want to cross contaminate and stuff. And then the power went out, and then I'm like, I have this little tiny light, but I'm not going to film the rest of my video because I want good light. So I just like left it on the counter. I went sat on the couch for like an hour and a half. Came back. And I guess like it fell over and slid off the counter and just shattered.
Oh, it's soul destroying.
Man, I was telling Carl about that earlier. That your dragon failed.
My second one's almost done, but
my issue with the dragon a little bit is like all the moving hinges don't always work.
Yeah.
And I kind of found out if you wash it and then cure it, it's a bit easier to do. But then you'll do the next one and it just shatters.
Well, I noticed like with the water washable resin, if you soak it in alcohol, it seemed to like break it apart too for me. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Hey Ben,
I like that.
Oh, you printed it.
And I got a Charmander going here.
Sick. Well, I'm happy you got some good use out of that filament.
So Ben, talking about that dragon and you having the issue with the foot. So first off, I see that you have one of the heavier duty scrapers. Those are usually a little thicker.
Yeah.
So what you might want to try, put the build plate under hot water so it heats it up and it releases it.
As soon as I posted that video, I got a message from somebody and they're like, "Yeah, you should use hot water or like a razor blade scraper." And I was like, "Yeah,
that's what I use."
The beauty though is like, even if it's failed content, it seems to do pretty good on my channel. But
it's
I don't want to fail.
What you did with the dragon, that's why.
But the one you did the video yesterday with the.
You want to see this terrible situation that I started? So I got a second one printing right now, right? And I decided to add in more resin and then switch out the pigment color to a different one. And it looks really bad.
I can see the color shift. Oh my god.
Oh, that is a change.
Yeah, but it looks better on camera, but you can see failed supports, like a huge ball of like...
Yep.
Of the pigment powder?
The good news is, Elegoo went to send me out clear resin. So they sent me 2 bottles of clear resin, 1 liter. I received it, I looked at it, and I was like, this is white resin. And they're like, sorry, we'll send you, you can keep that, but we'll send you 2 more bottles of clear resin. Received those 2 bottles. They were white resin again. And I was like, you know what, guys? I'm just going to order some clear resin. So
the video you did yesterday, I think, with the dragon, with the glitter, the difference, like, in the color was amazing. Because you kind of expect it to be very similar all the way through, but that progression of color was nuts.
Well, I expected it to fail because as soon as I like mixed it around, I was like, this looks so cool. It reminds me of like one of those kid toys or like the gel. And then 5 minutes later, I looked at it and I was like, it all settled. This is not going to work.
What? So you'd have to have it constantly like moving, wouldn't you?
No, I didn't do it. I just like went to bed.
No. Like to keep the pigment from settling, you'd have to constantly keep it moving.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest issue with putting glitter potentially and stuff like that is that build up. That because like I broke a screen on my Mono SE.
Yeah,
and that was like £120. I was like,
well, Carl, that's what I'm worried about. Everybody now is like, oh, dude, I'm going to try this. So I had to put a disclaimer. I was like, please do not put anything other than alcohol dyes in your
Just wait for the aftermath of that. Like, you told me to do this. Now my stuff's broken. What's wrong with you?
Ben sent me like your link, to doing it. And I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. They're like, why not? He's doing it. I'm like, don't do it.
I was like, it's just for science, guys.
It sparkles on TikTok. That's all he wants.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, all like the really weird, outlandish ideas are my wife. Like, she's seen like the dry extrusion, the co-extrusion, and she's like, "Can you do that with resin?" And I'm like, "Probably not." And she's like, "Well, they have like this like chromo stuff, whatever you can put on your nails." And I'm like, "I mean, I can try it."
Yeah, my wife does that. If I make something on FDM, and she's like, "Oh, could you do it in that like transparent black resin?" I'm like, maybe not.
Yeah.
Well, my wife, like, I'll make her stuff, and like occasionally she'll be like, "Oh, that's really cool." And I'm like, "I made it for you," and then she's like, "Oh, cool."
Oh, okay.
Right? But this is the first thing. Like, I posted it on Facebook, like for my family, because I only have family on Facebook, and she's like, "We're keeping that one," and I'm like, "Cool."
Yeah.
You can have it.
My wife was scrolling through TikTok, and she's like, "Oh, that's so cool. Can you do that?" I'm like, "Wait a minute. I know that. That's Ben." And
yeah,
then
well, I seen her
she's
pop
like,
up
"Oh, he's live right now." I'm like, "Oh, see what he's printing." And then you happen to be on live, and she's like,
I was chatting with Sniper the other week on one of your lives.
Yeah.
I caught it for 10 minutes. I was just chatting to Sniper in there, but yeah, just nuts.
Yeah, when Ben's AFK, I kind of, and I'm in there, I kind of try to manage that a little bit.
It's okay. I'll never be AFK on my live streams anymore.
But those bots in your chat, they're so chatty.
I was handling, like, I was trying to get rid of like 99% of them that were spamming the shit out of it.
Well, I discovered today, I did some research. I found out why I got banned and why everybody else got banned that had 1 million+ followers. And it's I can confirm it.
You got bot spammed.
No. I have 5 friends that have 1+ million followers, and they all got banned just like me. And then I started seeing similarities. And I realized that the day I got banned, 2 hours prior, I posted a video, and within 3 minutes or 6 minutes, it had 10,000 shares. And I was like, wow, TikTok's glitched today. And then I started, as my friends' accounts came back, I started going to the video previously to what they got banned, and they had 50K shares, 2.3 million shares. And then I started looking on Reddit and stuff, and then realized that there was an exploit that was found that these people were going and taking down people's streams. And obviously TikTok sees that many shares. They can't go into your messages unless it's been reported. So they need to stop that from happening. Right. And just started canceling everybody's accounts essentially to like go back and look at it.
They couldn't find the culprit, so they were just like, all right, everybody that has this, you're out.
Yeah, because obviously they don't want accounts like botting or like farming views and stuff, right? So
even following people. If there was 20 people on the list and you went tap tap tap, it'd go, oh, you're adding them too quick. And you're like, what?
Yeah, but that makes me like feel a bit better because at this point I was like, what did I do that like I don't print anything bad besides toys, like, okay, but it also makes me like, cool. You have an exploit that people can do that on this far into your app development.
So, Ben, Matt, I sent you guys a link on Discord. It's for my wife's recent video of me playing with a threaded rod and 2 washers. And it got hit hard with views.
Genius. Doing some weird, wild things with scrapers.
Sniper, how many followers do you need from 1,000?
I'm half.
And you said you're posting that video tomorrow?
Which one?
Big dragon thing?
No, I'm going to be starting it as soon as this print finishes.
Okay.
And then I'm in the studio.
Okay. Don't make a video until it's like 5 to 10%.
Okay.
And then when you make a video, let me know. I'll do edit and try to get it so you can stream on TikTok.
Dude, that'd be awesome. And then the wife can really hate me because I'm like, we're bouncing back and forth now on who has more followers. Because with the new video she just posted, I just shared it to you guys. The new video that she just posted, she got like 25 more followers.
Oh yeah.
And the first comment on there was like, I don't know what it is, but I just watched this like 15 times in a row.
Dude, you should have seen my 2-second time lapse I posted. Banger.
But so on my wife's videos, each one that she does that are like anything like 60 seconds or longer, they do crap for views. But any of her 15-second videos, her best one is 39,000 views.
Yeah, it's because it's based off percentage of watch time for the amount of.
Yeah, it's how much you can pull the person in. It's just like YouTube.
Yeah, it's within the first 3 to 6 seconds, I think it was.
Yeah. The youth today have no concentration of time.
Nope.
It has to be.
That's why TikTok is so huge, because it's instant clip.
It's instant, yeah. And now with the new stories feature on there,
they don't
which is really nice for 3D printing, in my opinion, because as a 3D printer, like what I do, where I just like make the same content over and over, at least I can make a story and be more engaging to my followers, so I can get those people that aren't necessarily just watchers, right?
Yeah.
I can be more real with people. So I like that aspect, but it's also like, is this Instagram or something?
Or Facebook?
Yeah. Facebook, yeah.
Well, that's
Or
and
Snap.
TikTok as well. They're going big for the shop as well, aren't they? They're trying to push that avenue next.
But I have good news for you guys on, well, obviously you have to have 100,000 followers, but in the United States, if you live in the United States at least, as of June, they're going to be doing the same thing as YouTube. So you don't need to monetize your views. So they're going to put ads in. If somebody goes to one of your videos and goes to another video, there's going to be an ad that plays that you can make 50% of the revenue.
Yeah, I already have that enabled.
To be honest, I'm like just under 100,000 shy of that. But
it's really easy. It only took me 6 days on TikTok. So,
I'm of the ilk that I like slow motion videos on my TikTok. You know, like the I don't know. I'm 40 years old. I've got no interest in a 6-second video. You know, and that's I'm happy to wait a minute to see the ending. Whereas my daughter's 14. If she doesn't see the print in 3 seconds, she's off it.
Yeah.
I hate those TikTok videos with those part 1, next for part 2, and then I'm out.
Yeah, that's why, like, I do it because obviously I it's my main source of income, right? But I always produce 2 videos a day that are a finalized product, or it's a 1 part, and then I'll do one big project, right?
Like me, I'm still working on my,
have a good one, Andy.
You know that I'm still working on my big project.
Yeah.
For my, I have one more part to print.
Yeah, I hate doing it, but it's really, honestly, the only way to have people like, yeah. So people get excited to be able to.
You got to play the game to get
yeah.
Hey,
it's just one of those
big
things
projects. Do this then.
Yeah.
Well, I put a slow motion video on TikTok the other day, and someone commented and said, "Are you doing 15 millimeters a second?" And I was like, "No, it's in slow motion." Like, are you sure? I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure."
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely don't like it, but I do understand that, like, the younger generation like to not physically see a physical product. They like to be like, is it gonna work? I'm invested, right? Like, that's just like how it seems like people absorb content on TikTok.
But that's it. They've got it at the hand as well now.
So this was that first rainbow filament that I bought.
Oh, that looks like those rainbow sour candies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is the
cool filament
stuff that I got from you.
Yeah.
And the only downside is it worked right here. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to trash it. It's still good, and it adds a little bit of different character to it.
You know about like what slicer do you use?
Kira.
So like about like the extensions and stuff and being able to modify the temperatures.
I just learned about that.
Okay,
I was actually just talking to Matt earlier about that.
I that's something that I learned like about a month or 2 ago when I was trying to do like this lamp, for instance. It's like the whole entire bed, right? And then it was like push it like higher temperatures for the first few layers and go down kind of thing. But that's the beauty of TikTok and other platforms is people can do those short form tips, right?
Yeah.
Because I know Delta's doing his intro to 3D printing series.
Yeah. Honestly, I just watch AkumaMods. Like, just my go-to source for all my TikTok needs.
The resin god.
I mean, he is the resin god. So
I'm your resin 3D printing god.
Yeah.
Dude, that seriously needs to be your intro.
No, because then I'll have one person trolling me constantly.
I was just about to say that.
I was gonna say, would it be Carl or James?
I'm good. I finally ripped into him a little bit after his last video. So,
Matt, you don't have to do anything to get trolled like me.
Oh yeah, I'm just there. Once you get to your liking, like that's just comes with the territory.
So Matt, you know how I said I was gonna try this print with no heat on the bed?
Yes.
Now the front and the left side is curled upwards.
All right.
And I'm like,
hell? Here is one thing that I forgot to tell you about. So the difference between a heated bed and a cool bed is, what do you level? You level with the heated bed, right?
Yeah.
So
I would have needed to
with the
re-level
cool bed,
with the cold bed.
It's going to be different.
Always did it with a cold bed. Just started with a heat bed.
No, always do it with the heated bed if you're going to use it. But since he's using a cool bed, the leveling's going to be different.
Yeah.
So your leveling's actually off.
Yeah, I always did it when it was cold and used a heated bed. I just started doing this about a couple of weeks ago.
So you
Check
should always heat
leveled
up
it
your
when it was
bed,
hot.
then
Yep.
level.
Vincent, I'm in the same boat. It was like a month ago that people are like, "Why are you using rafts?" And then they're like, "I'm like, because I never level my bed properly." And they're like,
It just
check
popped
this.
right.
I'm
The nozzle
doing
just caught it and popped it right
It's
out.
cheat. It's cheat mode, isn't it?
Yeah.
A raft.
Yeah.
I'm doing
Every
a
game.
a
Either
two,
way,
2
yeah. I
meter
mean,
lamp.
if it works for you, it works for you. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
I just don't prefer them because I think it's a waste of plastic, in my opinion. But
and it does
what do you
take a
think?
lot longer. But I do
Waste of
understand that
plastic.
people want to see it. But
yeah,
Vincent,
and
what
I
is that
do
model?
use them from time to time on resin, but it's very rare that I'll use like a
Yeah.
thick raft. It'll just be
It's-
like over 10% of the
That
build
I started
area.
doing that as well.
It's a 2 meter arch light that's gonna be above my desk with RGB.
Oh,
It's
that's
gonna
so
be
cool.
looking like this.
Yeah, so
But
basically it's going to go
it
up
still
and
needs
around.
needs cleanup.
It looks like the Wembley Arch at the football ground.
Yeah.
But what happened
That's
yesterday
super cool.
or a couple of days ago?
Yeah, show that. I don't know what the hell happened. To
My
that.
Octoprint usually prints this,
Yeah.
and I got a solid piece of it. I think it went haywire because it's completely solid. It looks like 100% infill,
Yeah.
and even did the sports 100%. I cannot even get them out. They are so
Yeah.
hard.
That would
What
fall
is-
over and break your desk.
What
Yeah.
printer is Ray focusing on now? We're not going to get on that now.
It's Ray.
It's an Ender 3. It's a disaster.
Are you
I am
talking about the
lithophane
Searmoon
god.
D1?
That's very true, man. You kind of are the lithophane god.
I remember the Searmoon D1. That was not a fun experience.
Yeah.
But I'm modifying it a little bit because there's a side here that's standing up. So the issue is that I cannot mount an RGB light on the inside.
Yeah.
Usually on the drawing on Thingiverse, it's only bottom side used for LEDs. But I'm gonna do a white strip on the inside so I can shine it on my desk when I'm working.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna grind this one down with a Dremel. And then put an RGB light on the inside, so when I'm not using it, I can use the RGB light and just use
Yeah,
it as
it's
a
really
showcase.
cool.
And that's why I'm trying it with this filament.
So
See, I
Andrew,
make really pointless things. Like I made this lamp. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Look
so
at this thing.
Andrew S in chat, he made me a light. You know the lights he designs, the logo.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna print that next week. That's gonna be my little project. So I'll get it behind me. I know I sent Honey Badger's details to him because James forgets his own name most of the time. So I know he's sorting that one out because I've seen like this Sif Brit one he did for. He's done you one, hasn't he, Matt?
The what? Yeah, he
Andrew,
just sent me one. Yeah.
The logo light, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look really nice. I'm gonna have a go at doing that next week.
I tried to make it
Oh, I
in
don't want to
resin,
see
but
that.
You know, I was thinking about it. I was like,
That's the max I can do is 149%.
Oh.
I've seen somebody
Yeah.
do it, but I've seen them do it the unsupported version.
Yep.
And they did it with tree supports.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
I
they're
show you
resin.
something.
They're like branches.
Put it up, Matt. Yeah, take a look. This is from my Instagram
there you
page.
go.
This is what it looks
Got it.
like. The LED strip is broken, but that's what
Oh,
it's
that's
supposed
cool,
to
yeah.
look like.
That's
sweet.
cool.
It
I
reminds
did
me
one
of Saint
for my
Art.
son in black.
Yeah.
So
That'd be cool.
the RGB strip is on the inside and the white is on the underneath.
Yep.
So that's why I'm using a transparent one, so the light can shine more through it.
Yeah, and it might actually disperse it a little better. So if you have higher wattage, it's not as like overpowering.
There's someone called, is it 3D Monkeys from Holland as well? 3D Monkey, something like that. He's done loads of like nano lights and stuff like that. His wall is amazing with the lights.
Let's see, non-stick. Oh, I saw your reaction to saying that 3D printing got. Yeah, no, that's from me. So talking about stolen things, but that's all right. I'm fine with that. James doesn't need to remember his name. He's famous.
And
So,
when I get
without the
black
without the
filament, I'm gonna
supports.
do this one with electronics. I really gotta do one.
Yeah, I wanna do that again too.
Yeah,
For
this
the
one.
little guys. Yep.
Oh, I like that.
I want
The funny
to
thing is-
resin print them and put it in the electronics.
Matt printed the big one, and I was like, I had those plastic inserts for the eyes, and I thought, hold on, it's about 10 millimeters.
Yep.
Hey, hold on, I got 10 millimeter LEDs laying around. Put them in there, and I thought, holy hell, the eyes still fit in there. So what I'm gonna do next time is print a new one, and then make an insert for the wire, so the wire can go out of the tail for the battery.
Vincent, you know what you should do? You should go on Amazon and get the wireless LEDs with the wireless LED coil.
Oh yeah, the ones
Oh,
from
yeah, the induction stuff. Yeah,
I've looked at them. They look nuts.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you use the
But
ring.
you could print like a base for it, so you couldn't even see this, and then just when you set it on top, then the light would light up.
Yeah, but the issue is, do they got 10 millimeters? Because the eyes just barely fit in there.
Yeah. They're very, very tiny little LEDs. I don't have any left.
Probably
I stuck them inside of an octopus.
All right, Matt.
The other thing I can do is maybe cut the eyes off on
support
the
line
back of the
distance
Dremel.
and initial support line distance. It's both zeroed out and saying it's not correct.
Probably because it doesn't detect that there's supports needed. I don't know.
And to be honest, Cure is probably telling you not to do it because it'd be a waste of time and element and energy.
I mean, that's essentially what it's telling you.
But the weird part about it is the unsupported one, I can only go to 133, where the supported one, the pre-supported one, I can go up to 149.
The one thing I would say, though, Sniper, is this could be catastrophic, or it will be. It won't probably work very well. But if you stitched either my video or somebody's video that has one of those, like even Uncle Jesse's really awesome video that he did on it, and then you state that you're going to print this on your FDM printer huge, just the initial people are going to be invested in seeing if it actually works.
I sent Matt a message saying I'm going to do it on my resin printer, and the first thing I got back from him is Uncle Jesse said not to do it. I was like,
I talked to him after that debacle, and he was just like, "This is the worst idea I've ever had."
Yeah,
but it was fun.
And you know what? You're doing it in FDM. What, $10-20 for a roll?
If that.
It all depends on which roll I'm using.
I could have took my family out for a meal and had dessert for what I spent on the resin for it.
Oh, Focus, what's up?
Hey, Dora.
Cool Dragon, yes. I don't know if that's Dora or Focus, but whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Dora is her birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Dora.
So there's someone on my personal page, Chris Quarters. He says, Ben, where's the best way to contact you? He's got these things called P-flats. I don't know if you've heard of them.
P-flats?
No.
Okay,
but
so
I would say
essentially what they are is they are layers that you put on your bed, and when you print on them and you pull off the print, instead of it being like a glass or mirror image, it's whatever you put that down on. So holographic or carbon fiber.
Oh, yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I have
Factor on
this
Twitch
stuff,
has
whatever,
done that. Yeah, pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think he might want to send you some better stuff. I don't know if there's a good contact for you.
Instagram's the best place. Do not message me on TikTok ever, please.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So there you go, Chris. Instagram if you have them. So
I refuse to even message Matt or Ben on Instagram. If I need to get a hold of them, I'll just use Discord or
Discord works. Yeah.
Or
just
email.
Right now, I don't have my.
Somebody hasn't gotten my email.
Yes, I haven't.
Oh. Yeah, I have it in my folder.
So look, I'll be completely honest, okay? Like I've said several times in chats and things like this, I believe what I have is called ADHD. I don't know. I'm still in the process of confirming it. But the problem is one of the things why I think it's that is one of the downsides is out of sight, out of mind. So if it is not in front of me in any shape or form, it is non-existent. The same goes for people, items, everything. Like, if I don't see a family member within a day of each other, they don't exist to me. My son, my wife, my daughter, if I don't see them on a daily basis, they literally do not exist. And it's not like I'm an asshole for thinking about it. It's just my mind goes blank. Like, they're not here ever again.
Is that why they come down all the time in your basement? Just to remind
so
you.
like if people message me and I can't even tell you, like Ben obviously knows about the messaging and like how many people get at you on a daily basis for this or that.
Yeah,
okay,
you want
I
to
help
see?
people, so it's insane. So it's not like a personal thing or anything like that. It's just like
No, I just got a flicky shit there, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Because
you want to see my daily message?
actually have ADD.
See, there you go.
To be honest, like with Matt, I send Matt a message and then I just leave it. I don't. When he replies, he replies.
Wait for me to get at it.
James is the same, and
holy shit, man.
Okay, it just took me 2 days to get back to somebody.
We're still on yesterday.
You've just gone through the whole of my followers list, and
oh my god, dude!
Jesus Christ,
that would trigger me so hard to have unread messages.
Dude, if it told me how many I have, I probably have over 100,000 messages.
Oh my god,
not joking.
That would be
I get probably 300 to 500 a day.
How do you react when the wife asks you, "What do you want for dinner?" Go find something, and you have an entire full fridge.
I have to go out and eat, most likely.
That's
9
ADD.
times out of 10.
That's ADHD.
Yeah, like okay, I have leftovers in the fridge right now. The chances of me eating that
slim to none.
Impossible. Yeah. Time permanence is another one. Where I can sit here. What we've been streaming for 4 hours. It feels like an hour I've been here.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. From when I first got on my phone, and I gave you guys a tour of the office, of the studio, which Ben, it's turning out amazing.
Nice. Ooh, that looks sick.
So these are the P flats that they were talking about, just FYI.
Oh, they're nice.
That is awesome.
So when you
know
print
what we
on
need?
that, it basically mirrors it.
Yeah.
So
Can I
what
put that in my
temperature do you have
affiliate
to bed
links?
for that?
Can you put it in your link in bio?
Yeah.
Can we all just like get some of those? Because
that's
well,
up to
you
Chris.
probably will if I post a video.
That one's kind of cool. That one would be
I like
cool,
that one.
I'll
Yeah.
roar by.
I want one that
Same
has
with
like
that one.
thunderbolts on it or something.
Sorry,
That'd be
I-
sweet.
I would want one that has more of like a Damascus pattern to it.
Okay, so I want to max out a Hogwarts and print it. It'd be so sick to have like lightning bolts or
Harry's
something on like the
Thunderbolts?
base layer. Yeah, that'd be so cool. Or like
or
my
some
base.
or some wands.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got a collection of them because I mean, that's
I got it originally because when I was like making my twist can cups and like selling them, I was doing the bases like that so that they had like a little bit of like a shine to the bottom, like the clear ones and stuff.
Oh, that is awesome.
That's sick. Yeah, I like that one.
I didn't see that one. Jesus.
That kind of triggers my shiny.
Oh, I need them.
Yeah.
My
Where do we order
precious.
from then?
Yeah, can you just send us some? I promise I will do like.
Do you know what?
crap ton of videos with them.
They would look good on the flex.
See, that one would be good for like a multi Dr. Strange.
Er staat iemand bij de voordeur.
Hey, somebody's at the door.
See, that would have looked bad, badass with something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would accent the part that's pulled off away
Up
from the
this on your
bed.
stream for a bit. These
Yeah.
are not inner diffraction grading patterns that people
See,
have been
like
able
these-
to get in huge rolls.
Yeah.
These little fidget cubes, they would be really good for.
But yeah, so Chris,
I've
if you're
waited to print
still
mine
watching,
because
hit up
my son loves
Ben on
fidget
Instagram
toys,
if you
fidget cubes. His favorite, he actually can do a
Have a good one, man,
a
fam.
4x4 Rubik's cube in under 10 seconds.
Oh, I just...
Jeez.
Yes, you do print on these. These are
Yeah.
Are they like
So
a flexible?
basically,
Are they like a
replace your
PEI sheet?
No, not a fan. Yeah, you print on them. I've seen a couple of people do them,
It's
but them
still
ones are really
it's still
nice.
not done slicing.
You should
yeah,
just
those are some pretty
print
wild
this.
patterns, Chris.
Matt, has he got a link for those?
Hold
those
on, hold on.
stuff?
Do you? Is this your link here, Chris?
Holy
yeah, it is.
crap!
Yeah. Huge. But
Oh,
this
so he
used
does
like
have carbon
On
fiber.
what
Cool.
printer
Alright.
did you do that?
Hey Ben, it looks like you're compensating for something.
yeah, actually.
Here,
Jeez.
I'll put it up on a banner for people to
I'll tell you what, that color's nice. That the change.
That would be like amazing in like a Damascus color or something, like a ladder Damascus.
Well, okay, hear me out. What about this logo? Okay, all over it. Okay, and we just call it like Space Gradient, you know? And then we put in my link tree, get some affiliate links out there.
Link in bio.
Yeah, bing bang boom, we're all rich.
Actually, Ben, I've seen that one that did the file for you. You know, we designed the STL for you of your logo, your little tattoo.
Oh damn!
Yeah, with the little astronaut on with the little Ben on the back.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, right. That's the thing that I like. There's so many people that are so much more creative than me that don't get noticed. Like,
okay, message you on TikTok. You could be autistic. Yeah, that's a good possibility. We'll see.
So I did this, you know, Flexi Factory.
Yeah,
so
big fan.
Did the dragon, the fox, and there's about 14 different color changes on it.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I still need to like pull out my mosaic and like whatever that other one is.
Speaking of which, Ben,
those glitter things, those hologram things would be really good on his designs at the bottom.
Oh, cool.
Ben, that's the moon. That's the moon bot I was telling you about too.
Yeah, I printed it.
Oh, yeah. I like that filament color as well.
Yeah, I gotta do them on resin, but
you need to do it with color changes because that model was like designed to do like 4 color changes, and it looks so good. I'm way too lazy. I'm super low effort.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
I'll let
I'm
you guys
going
know
because I'm going to get my
slicing.
lazy son out of his bed. He's going to be picked up by his mom in a couple of hours.
Okay, Vincent, have a good one.
He's still asleep, and it is 12 in the afternoon here.
Ah,
it's 3 a.m. here.
It's 5
See you guys.
Same.
See you later, Vincent. We
curling
should only have one time zone, shouldn't we, Sniper? It'd be 11 a.m. for you.
We're in the current time zone of America.
America.
I am not an immigrant. America.
That's right. You're not a Canuckistanian no more.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have your Timmies.
No, honestly,
in America,
you guys don't know this.
Right.
You guys have like your military and stuff in America. Canada has a secret underground thing that's going on that nobody knows about, and I just couldn't do mandatory maple harvest season anymore. Like I still have blisters on my fingers. Like you can see that, right?
Yeah.
So I got inside of a maple barrel. They pushed me over the snowbank, and now I'm here.
But you live in America, but you spell color right though, Ben. That's the important thing.
Yeah, COLOR.
Oh no, you've been there too long.
America.
See, Ben, here's the thing though. When I first started watching your videos, though, I didn't think you were Canadian.
I lived in St. Louis, so I Americanized myself super quick.
Yeah,
like,
you don't give me the vibes of like Linus.
I stopped saying a boot a lot because I got bullied, so I say y'all.
Or you don't apologize every 2 minutes.
And like I used to work for a company that was based out of Georgia, so every morning I would have to call in, and my boss would be like, "Hey, bud, how's it going?" And so now I say that all the time, and people give me shit for it. Like I even say it in messages, like, "Hey, bud, what's up?" Like it's just automatic.
I can prove that one to the original email that you wrote me. No, when me and my brothers get together, so I have family over in Tennessee, and it's just whenever I come home and it's my kids can't even. My daughter's like, "Daddy, talk right." I'm like, "Bug, what are you talking about?" And she goes, "There you go."
You just have to say y'all.
I have to stop and y'all is that or boss.
Like a boss.
So Ben, Dora,
wow. Ben compensated for 500 red messages. Oh, for the dragon.
You were cutting out right there.
Yeah.
So Dora from Focus, who is the face of Focus, who's awesome, has asked if there's a way that they could reach out to you.
They already have.
For Ben? Yeah.
Yeah, for Ben.
Instagram.
Yeah. Instagram.
Yeah, I've already worked with Focus a couple times.
All right.
Yeah.
She was just asking.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, I have a business email in my email or Instagram, but there's times that like I'll follow a company that I like, and then I'll notice that they messaged me like 3 months ago, and then it's super awkward to like reach back out to them and be like, "Hey, how's it going?"
I have. That's what I've done. I have my business email, which is my name at gmail.com.
Yeah,
and then
that's what I tell everybody to do.
Then I have my personal, which is just some off the wall random one that I've had since I was like 14.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have my original my MSN. Not Outlook or anything like that. It's actually MSN.
I've got an MSN one. Still use it.
Yeah. Well, I have because I use it for my Xbox, and everybody's like, "Well, why don't you ever update it?" I'm like, "Why would I update it? This is my OG account that I got when I was 15 years old."
Yeah, if somebody hacks it, I won't be able to recover it. It's like OG.
Yeah. Well, no, I've updated it like with recovery stuff, two-factor authentication. I have my wife has tried logging into my email and onto that one for the Xbox, and it pops up on my screen for my authenticator, and she'll have to call me and be like, "Hey, babe, so this is the number that showed up. Can you hit that for me?"
My wife hates me because my passwords for everything are anywhere from 25 to 35 characters long.
I've had one. The longest is 72 characters.
Yeah, just tons of characters.
My MSN's that old. It asks for a house phone number, not a mobile.
Yeah. I've only been using one FDM printer for the longest time, and I really need to like put the new extruder on my Ender 5 Plus.
Right, Stick? I miss MSN Messenger. Seriously.
All I hear from you, Ben, is I need more resin printers. Come to the light.
Well, I reached out to what is the printer brand again? Oh, Formlabs, and I was like, "Hey, if you want to send me some resin, I'll set up the resin printer on my kitchen table and use it."
So now I've asked one question to you, Ben. I've got someone else asking me a question now. Is the Palette 3 Pro any good?
I don't want to trash them, but I got the Palette 3 Pro within 3 prints of failures and software issues and errors that they didn't know existed. Apparently, it's all been fixed, but I can't say if it's good or if it is fixed or not. I haven't experienced it. They have there's like a tension rod that holds down on 8 filaments, and it just so happens that the brace that it's on is plastic, and it broke within 3 prints with not touching it. They then requested me to take a picture of said part, take a picture of the location it was removed. I waited 3 weeks to receive a Palette 2 part. That wasn't even for that area of the thing. So I haven't I told them, I was like, I can't do any more videos. If you want to send me the part, you can. And they're like, you can just keep it. And I just haven't opened it since.
No, yeah, he's only asking because, well, Matt knows him. He's got one of the biggest print farms in the UK.
Yeah.
And
I've heard it's so much better now.
Why isn't he on here?
He said he put a message in one of the chats, but you've got that many pages open.
I really like everything about it. It's just
he
obviously
posted a link in YouTube chat.
Oh, he'd be busy sat in his print farm working properly.
Join the Frozen Army? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I just feel like the technology isn't where it needs to be for that.
Oh, there he is. My bad.
Technology, so.
Sorry, I see it. And I was just wondering because he was on YouTube earlier, so I was like, what happened to him?
Come on, James, come join on. There's always a James on Matt's chat anyway that's on here, so you might as well come on.
Hey, at least we don't have 3 people with the same name this time.
No, just 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Matt German was on before.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm not on brain. Oh, here we go. All right, what's up, guys?
Want me to come on? I mean, if you want, you can join in.
I'm probably gonna have to leave in 15, 20 when my wife gets home.
Oh, see, now you're scaring Ben away.
Yeah.
James got his Max yesterday, actually, didn't he? Matt. James got his M3 Max yesterday after delay.
Wait, James. Did he get one or both of them?
He only got one.
I guess one is better than none.
I seriously think Kira hates me right now.
Yeah.
Kira hates you? Is it still processing?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
It's the Kira God saying don't do it.
Yeah.
You know what? If
or the computer's like, kill me. Kill me.
Well, no, that's the thing though. So here, let me open up Task Manager. I'm only sitting at about 30-ish% on my CPU. My graphics card, on the other hand, is getting hammered.
Did you say James was coming in the chat?
Yeah, James said he might jump on, but I don't know if he is.
Oh, I actually have to go right now. I got a filament jam on my resin printer.
Filament jam on your resin.
Yeah, you said James was coming in here, right?
Different James, but yes.
Yeah. No, I know.
I've got to set my M3. What's wrong with you? Well, at least you got the Mega going non-stick, so that's good.
Well, that's it. I got my Mono X last week, and I sent him a picture and said, "Can you notice anything?" And he was like, "No." I was like, "Well, there's resin in my resin printer." Just to have a little dig at him for not putting any resin in his printers for a while.
Yeah, because he's had a Mini for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a collector's edition now.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's like my Form 3. I've had that thing. I used it for like 2 weeks, and it's just been in a box for like 3 or 4 months. Feels so bad.
How's your Ray? How's your Harlot Light coming on now? Is it better? Behaving.
What you say?
Speak
your
of the
Harlot Light. Is it behaving better now?
Yeah,
whatever time it is.
Worked really well, the Halo Light.
Because I know you had that failure, didn't you? And you had to get some resin off the screen.
I only failed the FAP broke. Maar is my own fault.
Oh no.
Hello, James.
Oh, no.
Bad timing, but the wife's home, so I gotta go.
Bye, mate. Don't leave on
See
my
you.
account, mate.
Yeah, nice chatting. It was like I got to know so much about you.
I mean, geez, you got to stop talking so much. Look at
James,
all our time.
I feel like we went back like 10 years right there. Like wonderful talking to you.
Yeah, take him out.
But love
All
you
right,
guys. Bye.
Have a good one.
So I decided to load it up in Matt. So I decided to load it up in Matter Control.
Hey, look, it worked.
Matter Control likes me.
So James
That's
just sent me a
not
picture,
going to
actually.
print. That
James
is
just
not
sent me a
going to print.
picture of his print on his SR. And it's potentially maxed out the bed, hasn't it, James?
It's ridiculous, mate, to be fair.
It's like...
I see this, like,
He maxed out an SR.
Look at the bed.
Racer.
Holy cow.
That's perfect positioned.
Okay, see if I can... See
And
if
it's
it's not failed. Let's have a look.
going to be that.
What is that? The creator or something?
No
Forgot
idea.
who that was.
And it's 500
in a
high.
minute.
Wow.
So I see they're getting ready to start pushing out that new one, huh? The what is it, 400 or whatever?
They haven't released anything about it yet, though, have they?
No, they haven't.
I just hope it's as good as they say it's going to be.
Did you see Prusa's drop yesterday, the enclosure?
No.
No.
They've released the enclosures for the MK.
Oh, like the print farm enclosure?
Individual. I don't know if it could be, but they're not cheap.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. That's for the MK3S.
Yeah. What is cheap from them? Is that for the the Prusa Mini? But
yeah. But not loads and loads of nice little features on there.
Pretty new iPhone, Carl. Which one?
Oh,
yeah,
13.
the V400. That's right. That's what that is. Just announced original Prusa enclosure.
Yeah, it's for the MK3S, the one you just got.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it looks quite. Do you know what? It's a lot of money, but it's Prusa at the end of the day, isn't it? And like James can vouch for that, they're a workhorse, aren't they, for you?
Well, Matt's got one behind him, look.
It'd be in the box for another 12 months.
Yeah, probably.
Or longer.
and then it'd get to the bottom of the box, and then there'd be more boxes.
As I was stating earlier, so
shiny.
I'm going to be putting up a couple of these printers probably sometime today when I wake back up. But I'm going to put up like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, there's already 3 more printers that arrived yesterday. So,
are you shipping to the UK, Matt?
So somebody asked me about that, and shipping, like, okay, shipping the ANET ET5, which is essentially a CR10, right? That's $140 just to ship it to the UK.
So
isn't that
so
the
could
next
you just have
higher?
them-
No
So could
insurance.
you just have them cover the shipping then?
Who?
So anybody that buys it, they have to pay the shipping.
Well, yeah, but the problem is I'd sell it for probably around the same price. So you're paying. You could probably get it cheaper.
In the
for
UK.
less. Yeah, get it cheaper if you bought it directly from the manufacturer.
And if the company delivering it found out it was an ANET that can implode on its own without being plugged in, it would probably
That's right.
be
Custom
more
will
to
seize
ship.
it as a bomb or something anyway.
Non-sticks asking what you got delivered yesterday, or you're not allowed to say.
Oh yeah, no. So I have the artillery that I won. That Carl told me I won.
The Hornet. Oh god.
Yeah. So I have that. I have the Sobel SV04, which is an
Oh,
IDEX.
nice,
I've never
IDEX.
done that before, so we'll see how that goes. And then there is the 10 long D3, which is an older printer, but it's also an IDEX.
Yeah, but they've upgraded all the parts on that actually. So they've updated the extruders. They updated, I think,
Oh,
the
have
main
they?
board.
Okay.
So yeah, it's got what clone ones it got? Can't think of it. But they've put loads of like upgrades on it because when it first came out, it was failing miserably. Like,
Yeah, I heard people had some
But
issues with it.
but they've really upgraded it. Like, well, from what I can see, I'm sure. Oh, I'm trying to think which one it is now. D3.
Matt, you can't actually tell how big that M3 Max is, can you, from your video? The thing is absolutely huge, isn't it?
I mean, it's big, but it's not too big. So like,
Mate, I put it next to my Mighty 4K, and it's like double the size.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but like the Mighty's kind of a smaller unit. Like they made that more compact than anything. But like, okay, I have the Creality Hellet Sky here, and it's not much bigger than the Hellet Sky is.
Yeah, but the Sky's a big printer, I think.
I mean, the build volume is a little small because it's only 200 by like 192 by 120. So, but it's got a large base on it. The base is probably this big, so that's what makes up for most of it. But like comparing it to like an Elegoo Saturn type printer, like the Whale 2, that size, like an actual medium sized printer, yeah, it's definitely big.
To be fair, touch wood, I haven't had any failures yet on it. But I've only had it like a day, I suppose. So,
are you going to do the Dragon, James? I reckon you should. Because then the more people that do it, the more failures there is.
Yeah, you do it next, and then I'll do it right after you. I'll throw it up on the Mega. Or non-stick. You could throw that up on the Mega.
You could stick it on a few of his printers. It'd be fine.
See, there you go. Smaller than the Frozen Mega.
I wonder when I'm going to get my Mega.
Yeah, the Mega. So the weird thing is the Mega is it's 100 millimeters bigger build volume, but it doesn't look like 100 millimeters. I guess it kind of does. I don't know. I'm not too known about measuring, I guess.
That holds 2 liters, doesn't it, of resin?
What, Mega? Yeah.
No, the Max. I managed to cover myself in resin because I forgot like it holds 2 liters, so I poured it all into one bottle, and the bottle went everywhere.
Yeah. So what you're supposed to do is fill it up to the max line, and then use the auto feature. And I know you were saying about overfilling. It looks like it's going to overfill as long as you have it properly leveled.
Yeah.
But you should be able to adjust the tongs on the autofill so it dips further in, so that way it like senses where the level
Before
is,
you used to,
or
yeah.
maybe it's up. I forget. It's either down or up. I'll have to check it out. But there's a way that you could adjust the tongs on that. But you got to be careful with that because when you go to remove the vat, you might bend them back to their original position if it has to go down or whatever.
So on my Mono X, I've found a file to turn it into like the Max, you know, the casing where it splits in two.
Yeah.
And because I've got a laser engraver as well, there's files on there to cut the acrylic out and all that. So I'm going to get some and actually make it very similar to the Max, where the back stays on and the front just comes off.
Right.
And there's a few other little things I'm going to put on there just to help it along.
I do like the encasing for it, but it could have gone up, couldn't it?
Yes. So so there's another guy that you may see his name around. His name's Mo Gamma. He's another big like resin printer guy, and he absolutely.
I follow him on TikTok.
Is he the resin prints and you're the resin god?
Yeah, he only does resin printing. Like me and him were just chatting earlier during the stream. But he's working on a hinge system because I wanna hinge it so it goes up. And he's like, hold off, I'm gonna work on something and then maybe come out with a hinge system for it because I was just gonna go buy some like nice locking hinges.
Because the BIQ, the Big Q resin printer looks really nice. That frame with the hinge mechanism, that looks really nice.
That's why I like the Hellet Sky because it's just like that. It's like a more of a robust feeling machine.
Yeah.
When it's like that, I like that design. Yeah, all like that. That's one of the downfalls that I don't like about the new Mighty 8K is because that was a missed opportunity on their part, and they decided to go with the lift-off lid, which I'm not a big fan of, especially when it's a 10-inch printer. Like that's a big printer to have a lift-off lid. Like that's a lot of space. So I wish that they went with something like that instead, but it is what it is.
Okay,
they could a lot with the 8K.
Yeah. So
6 days, 21 hours.
That's it? Okay.
932 grams of filament.
You will never get those days
full
back again.
filament. So the Mega Plate is 330 by 185, and the M3 Max is 298 by 164. Yeah.
Yeah, Carl, once I get the studio done, this will be, and I will post on this. And I'm either going to do, I will either stitch bends or, because I was like, I follow you, Carl.
You followed me last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please don't stitch me and I'll cry.
I'm going to
I'm only
stitch
joking.
your video as well as I'm going to be doing Ben's as well.
Well, I'll find you on Discord as well.
Yeah, Def.
Put it in private chat and I'll find you on Discord.
Yeah, so there's the Mega versus the M3 plate.
They're not that different, though, are they? Not really.
I mean, they're
Slightly.
just a little bit different, but I mean, as much as you may not think it does make a big difference between those two. Like,
does the laser engraved bed make any difference?
I absolutely hate it. I think it's got too good of an adhesion. Too good.
Same here.
So,
sorry, wrong thing.
It tends to adhere too much, so it like chips away the first layer, and I can't stand that. Like, I'm used to the Mega where you just get underneath it and it comes all as one. So that's why I try and, like, when I have multiple parts on stuff, I try and group them together so it literally comes off as one whole piece. So if I get up on a little corner of something, it just basically lifts away. But with these new build plates, they're all like laser engraved, and the problem with that is anybody who has sanded a build plate down with rough grit, it literally makes it like 100 times bed adhesion. It's the worst. It's good, but it's worse because your prints stick to it, but you can't get them off in an easy way. And that's even with me having like my super thin setup. It's a pain in the ass to remove prints from there. So I need to sit down and figure out if it actually is the bed plate, because that's the only difference with that printer over anything else that I've used, or if it's like the first layer is being cooked too heavily, because I see a lot of people talk about bringing down the UV power and stuff like that, which I've never done on any of my printers ever. So I don't know if that's
I noticed a slight difference. I played with the UV settings just a little bit. I went from like 60% to 80%, and you noticed that I noticed a difference to getting it off the build plate. It was like stuck on at 80%, like overcooked.
Yeah. So here's a little better look of it.
Yeah.
So as you can see, it's like 20 mil on the side and probably 40 mil on the front there.
It doesn't sound much, but it's quite a big area difference, isn't it? Really.
So I mean that essentially, like, what the it's the EPAX X156, I think it is, or 133, or their biggest one that they have. I think it's the 156. It's a 330 by 2 something build plate. So it's just slightly bigger than the Mega, but it's enough to put like a full helmet on there and print it. So,
hey Matt, switch over to my screen real quick, and you'll see what I named you in Discord.
If I can see it, hold on. Let me full screen this. Carl F, the resin god. Sweet.
That way, I usually name everybody in my Discord, so that way there I know like where I met them and who they are.
I should do another troll video. What's up, Joseph? Joseph, you should do that print as well on your Prusa. Yeah, the mini 8K grip is like my god. I've actually mine doesn't do that heavy. I was surprised. It did at first, but then I adjusted the settings. So that could be because I'm using my settings. I'm using speed settings, which cut the print time down in like half.
And this is my speed settings in Kira, by the way.
15-inch by 13-inch. Yeah.
That is a big screen, yeah.
I'm going initial and wall speeds are both. Initial is 50 millimeters and wall speeds 25 mil.
So pretty.
Like James sent me a picture of his Max yesterday, and I was like, "That's bigger than my iPad Pro." The screen, it's scary.
It's essentially a 13-inch screen, 13.6.
And you're putting 2 pounds of liquid on top of it as well. When you put 2 liters in, you're like, oh.
Well, I mean, you got to think like what the other James was talking about is the Magna, the photocentric Magna, which is like a 27-inch screen or something like that, something ridiculous.
Oh,
so I can only imagine how much weight is on there. But then again, that's the difference between a like consumer grade screen to an industrial grade screen.
Yeah, and that's
vastly different.
And that's when you're in a business, it's working out when you take that step to being in a business resin printer.
And most people don't see that. They just see, oh well, it's 13 grand for that printer or whatever it is. I'm sure it's more compared to a printer that's almost half the size. I can get 2 of those, but the problem is you're probably going to replace parts on that more often than you are the one printer.
And in the FDM market, I'm not being funny. James got a big print farm. He uses Prusas because of their reliability.
Absolutely.
Because they work, and you can have them on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks of the year, and it will keep going. If you did it with an Ender 3, the CR10, or
mine's down more than when printing.
Cobra,
exactly.
You'd be replacing
and that's
parts.
the thing. Like, you don't really ever see the Prusas go down, except for it's a Prusa Mini. Like, that's the only time that I see somebody posting up failures.
But if they go down, you got 24-hour access to their support.
Exactly.
They do everything to get you back on there.
Yeah.
So by the way, that's 100% infill as well.
Awesome.
6 days, 21 hours.
What speed are you going at?
50 millimeters per second. I had to slow it down from 65.
Yeah. What's your speed for infill?
Infill speed. Where would I get that one at?
You probably have to go into the settings for it at the top.
Is that under infill or?
I think it's on speed actually, off the top of my head. I haven't got mine opens because I normally like my infill.
Well,
I always
have everything clicked.
If I do 60 millimeters a second on a printer, I have about 35 for infill.
Top travel speed's 150. Infill speed is 50.
Yeah. Could be fine. I'll be really interested to see that grow. Actually, it'd be quite good. But like Ben said, yeah, get a percentage done before you start streaming it.
Yeah, I don't like posting a video. It's like as soon as I post a video on something, it fails.
Yeah, that's why I like resin printers, because if you want to stream it, you have to wait an hour to get it up there so you can see if it's going to fail or not.
And when I did my Easter Dragon, I streamed that on Twitch. Since I can't, everybody's like, "Why'd you stream it on Twitch and on TikTok?" I'm like, "You guys gonna get me to that 1,000 where I can?"
Do you know what? Took me ages to get to 1,000, and then I got to it, and I'm like at 1,400, something like that at the moment.
I went from 250 up to 450 in a week.
And do you know what? It could be one video that you put out that someone will look at and go, "Oh yeah, I like that." Keep watching that.
The wife's phone's over there. I want to see how many
Magnet
more.
is 510, 280, 350 build volume, but it's a daylight resin, yeah.
So here's the thing, you guys, you and James always talk about the daylight resin, and here I am thinking like that's DLP resin essentially, because daylight is like what 390 nm if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, something like that.
So my wife's 15-second video is now up to 3658.
My max on a video is probably about 2,000.
My wife's max on one of her videos, and if you guys want to go follow her, I can post her contact in private or even in the local chat. Her max video.
That just gives her a one up on you.
I don't care. I'm trying to help her just like she would help me.
Like I found an interesting TikTok account to follow the other day. This woman does woodwork in a bikini.
I don't care. Oh,
and she's hit 1 million followers, and I'm like, wonder if I could put a bikini on and our prints. That could.
You might get a ban on that one, Carl.
I don't know.
Indecent exposure.
I could do a live and say printing with a skirt and realize it's not the skirt on there. I'm wearing the skirt.
Yeah, her best video is 39,700 views. And that was the video of her basically doing a house tour, just the initial house tour.
Yeah.
Right after we got done building our basement.
And it is mad that can go viral on TikTok. Like you said, like Ben was saying, it's got to be instantaneous. It's got to be something that's going to catch their eyes. That they want to watch the rest of it. Like when you look at more data, it tells you how long your video is actually being played for by everyone. Yep. So if you've got a 10-second video and you go on there and it's got 10 hours of play, you've been hit good time there. If it's got an hour, you still had good views. Oh, has James dropped out?
Yeah, he's been gone for a while. Thanks for noticing.
So he
was only out here for one person.
I haven't got my glasses on and I've got no lenses, so I'm like having to like strain.
My most recent video was the light switch cover I did for my daughter. That one's at 1326 with 144 likes and 8 comments.
So I started a hashtag on TikTok called "What to Print Next." So I went to go and look at it last night, and I noticed an AkumaMods had used it as well. I'm like privileged. That's over 100,000 views on that hashtag alone.
See, and with mine, so me and my wife both use my hashtag, which is my name.
And I made one as well, Matt. What to resin next? And I made another one. What to laser next? And I keep using them, and they just keep building up and keep going. But like, when I clicked on that, it was 100,000. I was like, wow. There's 100,000 people that have looked at that. They're idiots.
Yep.
But it's just the way media is today.
Well, that's all right. I always laugh like when I go to hashtag something, and I can't spell worth a goddamn, so I misspell it, and it's amazing how many million views there are on misspelled things.
Yeah.
On TikTok for the hashtag.
I spelt resin wrong in that hashtag, and it still come up with one. I was like, oh, this is awesome.
Yep. Yeah, like I could probably go on TikTok right now and spell resin, and I guarantee there'd probably be like a couple 100,000 people that are using that hashtag.
So like the For You page or the FYP, if you tap that in as a hashtag, I have never seen so many abbreviations of For You pages. It's nuts. Like Flexi Factory got a hashtag, so I tag them on that. But and like Ben said last week, the hashtags don't actually do much, really. There is a little bit to it, but yeah.
1.1 billion views in resin.
Resin.
Instead of an N, it's an M.
Gotta love autocorrect. So the best
billion
print.
people. Oh my god, that's nuts. That is very true, Non-Stick. It's how you find the best deals on eBay with bad spellings.
It's very true.
Instead of creality, it's rarity. You'll get it for half price.
Who was that used to do that all the time? There was some printer company where you had to find it that way because they like misspelt it because of the English translation thing.
Yeah. I am gonna. Oh, it's 11:45. I'm gonna have to go off because I've got to go and do some shopping. Apparently.
Oh, hey, really quick. My best print yet.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Matt, sorry, camera quality sucks.
Potato camera.
Yeah, pretty much. It is my Hitsuya Voltorb.
Nice.
The ornamental. The thing weighs a ton because this is when I was still learning.
You did a solid.
Oh, dude, 100% infill. Yeah,
that's a weapon. It's a softball.
You could go bowling with that.
I could probably hit this with a bat. It would probably home run it.
Break the bat.
Probably.
But the thing is, so it did the pin that's in the middle of it, because it printed in 3 different sections, didn't seal it all the way. Because when it came off the build plate, it was warped. So I sealed it with the 3D pen.
I did a resin print once by mistake at 100% and nearly fell over when I went to pick it up.
Oh, jeez.
Because like
that's probably double the weight.
There's nothing to that. There's literally nothing. It's 0.5 millimeters thick, if that, and then the failed one. This one.
Oh, is that why? Because you put it at 100?
Well, no, I had this one at 1 millimeter thick, but this failed.
But it's
and the
a solid
difference
piece,
in
right?
weight, huh?
It's a solid piece, though.
Yeah,
there's no hollowing. Yeah,
it's
so
hollow,
that's
innit?
probably why it failed. That.
But it's getting that right pattern. But that's
a big boy.
That's next to nothing.
Yeah,
I could kill someone with that if it was a frisbee.
Yep. Especially with resin, because those edges are sharp.
Yes, I
Throw
found out
it at
with
them
Dragon.
and cut their head off. You could be what's his name, Odd Job.
I went through 10 pairs of gloves doing that dragon, just one of them. Because
Yeah.
it just ripped everything.
Yep, I
Right.
can definitely see that.
I will catch you later. It's been fun. Nice chatting with you, Ray. Wherever you are.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit busy.
You've been very sociable today, Ray. It's nice.
I'm on the background today.
You're the only one actually working on 3D printing stuff, really.
Yeah,
we're all talking about cars and food and everything else.
Right. I'll speak to you later, Sniper. Good luck with that print when you start.
All right, Carl. You have a good one.
Catch you later, and everyone in
Bye,
chat.
Carl.
See you later, Ray. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, you had a question, Ray?
I have a question, yeah. I get a printer return, and the stepper is bucking noise. I've changed the stepper.
Yes.
But it's the same. I think then it's broke the main board.
Sounds like the main board.
Yeah, the stepper is broke, I think.
It doesn't move?
Yeah, it's moved. It's bucking.
It's going dunk, 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 dunk,
yeah,
dunk,
yes.
Okay, did you remove the extruder? Like, did you just have it like how you have it right now, where it just has the motor itself?
The old one is on there. I put only the cable to a new one, and and make it the same.
Check the grub screw on that.
Right, but there's nothing on the actual extruder. Like there's no the entire extruder is not on the motor, right?
No,
it's just how this one looks, where it's just a shaft showing.
It makes
So
the same noise.
Does it have the actual metal extruder on it, or no?
I have. I think that the stepper of the extruder from the main board is broke. This one is the new one.
Right.
That is the old one.
So
before you do that,
before you go ahead and do that, just remove the entire extruder, keep the motor on it, and test the motor with the extruder taken off of it.
Yeah, I have done that and make the same problem.
Did it? Okay. Yeah, then it's possible it might have had a like blown driver on it.
Check the firmware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other thing you can do is test the motor, swap the motor to
I have done that.
drive. Yeah.
Yeah, I have done that and make the same problem.
So
test the motor. Is that what printer is that for?
Okay.
Oh, the doorbell. It's busy on my bell.
So Matt, I think what I was gonna say, you were just basically saying is test that motor on a separate printer.
Well, no. So to determine on if it's a board or an extruder issue or a motor issue, what you would do is you'd swap the wires. So in that case, you would take the wire and swap it with the Y wire, and then charge the Y wire. So that way, so you would take the E and Y and swap those wires. So now the Y is the E motor, and now the E is the Y motor, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I accidentally did that the other day.
Move those and see if they work. And if they don't, then it's a board issue most likely. If they do, then
could be the wire
it's a wiring issue. So that could also be. It could just be wires.
I find not a problem on the printer. I think it's the main board. The SD card, it's not reading anymore.
So then it's a board.
It's a board.
Yeah.
There's been check the fuse.
No, the printers work. The rest is working. The only problem with the extruder and the SD card.
Okay.
I
would just if you have a magnifying glass or anything, you can look at the board under. Like I would just take out the board and look over it and see if anything's burnt on it.
That's how I found out that I shorted out my my first main board is underneath on the E. The thermistor touched it while it was hot.
Yep.
Because I'm a dumbass and I forgot to unplug it, and it got stuck. And all of a sudden, I seen a little puff of smoke, and it was right there on the extruder. And I looked, and right at the solder point was black.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Comgro emailed me back. They want a clear photo of the main board that I have in there because they think that my issue with my bed is firmware related.
With the lifting?
Yeah.
I mean, you can humor them, but I don't think that's it. But sure.
I've been humoring them. I really have been.
I mean, Comgro is more or less a distribution. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing.
I went directly.
Comgro is a C company from Creality.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I went directly to Crealities and I emailed their support team. They kicked it over to Comgro.
Oh. Well, all right. That's
yeah.
fantastic.
And now I'm having to go through all the explanation over again.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why some other people in our group have very choice words for Creality.
No. How dare you say that?
I don't always understand not why the people so problem with Creality.
It's not Creality. It's their Ender 3.
Yeah, that's the Ender 3.
That too.
It's cheap as shit, and I should have just bit the bullet.
So the issues that I usually see with Creality Ender 3s is it's because they change something without telling anybody, and it becomes a huge issue. Like, to be in all honesty, the Ender 3 and the Ender 3 Pro probably have about 60 different variations. And the only way that you can tell that is if you actually look at the box. It'll tell you what version you have. But nobody ever looks at that.
I have the V1. I have the V1.
This one, it's the mainboard 4.22.
Right. But what I'm saying is on the box, it'll actually say Creality Ender 3, and somewhere on the box it actually lists V 1.1.2.6. And I can tell you within the year that I worked for TH3D Studio, and when we were unboxing printers to make our print farm, there was 20 different variations out of all those printers in a year.
I have 1.1. Crap, what was it? I know the last one was a 2.
Might be. I don't know. That, like I said, there's so many variations.
I have the box around here somewhere. I'm a tech hoarder, so like I have like over by my literally, so my 65-inch TV is right there on my bedroom wall. Right underneath that, I have boxes of motherboard box. I have stacks of motherboard boxes. I don't throw shit away.
Sounds like me.
It does. I mean, yeah, but see, at least yours has actual shit in it.
Yeah.
And some of those are probably actual shit.
Yes. I agree.
You know, and unless it comes to a resin printer, and then, well, you know, then there you're probably still a hit or miss.
It's rare, but yeah, it does happen. Like right now, this is missed right now.
The one that you dumped the glow in the dark into.
Yep. Yeah. And I know it because the file that I've been trying to print, I put it on the Sonic Mini, and it's printed. It's right there. So yeah, I know it's a printer issue.
Are you going to join the Dragon Club and print one of these dragons?
Me and Carl had already talked about it. He wanted me to do it on the Mega. I was going to size it up as big as I can go. But like I said, I got to get rid of this commission print first. So
what are you printing anyways? What is that?
What? It's a cosplay. It's
the part of the helmet that you were showing.
Yeah, it's a samurai helmet. So grab it here.
Oh, that is badass.
So that's half of it, and the other half is just finished. Actually, I
literally was almost ready to ask you, is that FDM or resin? Then I was like, no, it's resin.
No, I don't. The biggest printer, I only have one FDM out here that's working right now, and that's the Viper, and that just finished those prints right there. It's right out of the thing. I mean, I do have the Ender 3, but that's got a chocolate extruder on it, which is a disaster. So.
I actually watched your guys' videos for that chocolate extruder.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You have to melt the chocolate, then to form another chocolate, then you have to freeze the chocolate just to remelt it. That sounds like a headache and a half.
It is. And that's not even the half of it. The worst part out of everything is the fact that you cannot disconnect the hot end. The hot end still has to be wired in and hooked up to the printer to work. So essentially, at the back of the printer is my hot end just sitting there on the table, willy-nilly. So if something were to happen, if something were to happen and, somehow thermal runaway wasn't enabled, that's literally a ball of fire right there. That is an ANET printer to its core right there.
Yeah.
That right there was my biggest red flag. And I was like, I don't even want to really print with it because this is not good for anybody, because if somebody got into this thinking, oh, I'm just going to get a chocolate extruder and change out my Ender 3 and not know the wiser that it's a fire hazard, that's exactly what that's going to happen, and it's going to be a bad day. So, and nobody's really talking about it in the reviews, and it's kind of pissing me off that they're dancing around that aspect. Like, they talk about it, but they talk about it like, oh, you just got to set it off to the side, and that's how it's going to be. Like, no, dude. Like, there needs to be more information about that. Like, that is a straight fire hazard.
I mean, where's my original? Because there it is. When my nozzle got too close and too hot, because for some reason it didn't catch thermal runaway in time.
Yeah, exactly.
It literally created a T, and it melted almost all the way through the sheet. This is my original bed that came with. It's almost now perfectly smooth.
Yep.
Because I got tired of the texture, and I took my spatula and I just started shaving it. I took some. I have a special bottle for isopropyl alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a new scraper today. Got tired of the flexi one. I gotta put an edge on. I gotta put an edge on that one though, because it's too flat. It's just blunt.
That's the problem with a lot of the spatulas.
And yeah, I just took this one here and I just started for like an hour and a half straight, just trying to get it somewhat smooth, because I want to take. I want to go through my sandpaper grits and actually try to buff this down and try to get it to a smooth finish. Try I can get those, the smooth bottom prints instead of those textured prints.
Right.
Because with, the sparkly filament or anything else that, a bunch of people would be like, oh yeah, just sand it down. You're going to lose the color depth. You're going to lose the shine of, how it printed off the printer.
Who is this? Welcome back, sir.
Hello, mate. Sorry, I had to sort absolute carnage and mess out in the print room. One of the print rooms.
We're trying to move talking about Ender 3s.
You had a failure?
Yeah.
On what?
On one of my Prussias, mate.
Oh. We were just talking about how they were workhorses.
We were, dude. We were. Then we got into the whole Ender 3 bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah. To be fair, mate, I'm trying to move all my printers from my house to my unit, because if not, you literally just work 24/7.
Yep.
Horrible.
That's why I'm separating, like, my whole. I'm tired of my studio being in my bedroom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I can right now, because I'm still trying to edit. Like, I have like 4 videos that I have to freaking edit for my channel, and with my work schedule that I was doing, and then my TikTok stuff, and I just had no time.
Yeah.
And now with the new job, I work 9 to 6 Monday through Friday with weekends off for the first 6 weeks. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it gives me 2 days to just sit out there and do what I need to do and not have people bitch that my music or whatever that I'm editing with my video is too loud.
That's what you need, mate. You need to completely separate it, don't you, from your living quarters. But
Well, I also,
my wife's actually all right with it, which is a bit unusual. So
my wife's a content creator as well, so are both my kids.
Okay. Nice.
Because that's one of the other videos I have to edit. Is I have to edit my 6-year-old's video.
Nice.
It's going to be her first video. It's playtime with the. Her channel is going to be called Playtime with the Goddesses. Because her name is Hera, as in the Greek goddess. So perfect. What a name! Perfect name for a channel, especially a kids channel.
Exactly.
Nice.
And it's a lot of Barbie or her and her friend playing with race cars.
Yep.
And I have I think it was 3.5 hours of footage, raw 8K footage.
Nice.
That I have to edit down into a 10-minute freaking video.
Yeah,
I
it's
have,
not my.
And then the messed up part is my Adobe Premiere is not working right now, so I'm having to go over to DaVinci, and that's just a nightmare. I hate jumping between DaVinci and Premiere.
Matt, where did you get your angle thing through from your 8K?
Where did I get it?
Yeah, did you print it?
Thingiverse?
Have you got one for the M3?
I can build again, Matt.
What's up?
I can build further with the Night Rider.
Oh, nice.
Have you got one? I have tried now another STL file on the printer, and it's print, and then it's go off. Then I'm gonna be stopping. Because I think it's the main board.
Yeah, I have a feeling it is too.
Yeah, we both kind of came up with the conclusion when you said the SD card.
It's in private chat, James, if you need to print that. I just printed it in PLA, nothing special. So
would it work on for the Max as well, do you reckon, if I downscaled it?
No, you need to upscale it.
Upscale it, yeah.
Upscale it, okay, the Mega is this, and the Max is like this. So
maybe
I need to try and find a build plate tipper for it, or maybe for once try and make one. So the issue that I always have, and the issue I have with this build plate, this dripper, is while it works and the way that it goes on there is okay, I liked the version that came out from Peter from Wham Bam for the Elegoo Mars. Essentially what it was is a piece that was attached to the build plate, and then there was an arm that was sat right on this side. And so you would take it off, move it over, and then put this part on. So it would remain on the build plate at all times. Yeah. That's essentially what I want to try and do with this, is have something that I can keep on there all the time, but just swap it over and have it hang. But everybody's like, oh, you can't do that, you can't do this. And I'm like, I hate when people say you can't.
That's the thing, though. People that telling you can't do something have never tried.
But that's the thing. The person that said no is the person that made the metal version of these.
Oh, well.
So I'm like, I understand, you want to make something that's simple, because his is basically just metal plates put together. That's all it is. And you can find that on Etsy. If you just look up Mega 8K drip plate, I'm sure you'll find it. But essentially, it's the same thing, just a metal version. Okay, that's fine. The plastic one works perfectly fine. I think I did it at 100% infill with some black filament that I had laying around, and I haven't had an issue yet.
I mean, you don't have an issue with filament just laying around. I mean, look behind you.
Nope. All that stuff's got to go. That's got to go. I gotta send it out today. So, but yeah, I think for once I'm gonna try and maybe make something, because the one that they have for the Mono X, essentially is the same thing as the Elegoo. It stays on there all the time. You take the build plate off and you just let it drip, and it's just kind of like a triangle that it sits on. Super simple design. And that's essentially what I want, is nothing like super over complicated, something that's straightforward and that works. And I might just take that design and kind of scale around it.
Do you have your 3D scanner?
I do have my 3D scanner, yes.
So why not just scan that print and just upscale it?
Yeah, and I probably will. You know, if I decide I actually want to do it. So saying it and actually doing it are two different things.
Yeah, I want to get me a 3D scanner, but then I'm like, I don't know if I want to drop the cash on it.
Yeah,
I'm looking at one from GOM UK for the business. They're ridiculous money, absolutely ridiculous, mate.
So essentially, here's what I was talking about. It sits on the build plate at all times. It sits just above it, and it's angled properly, you know, so you can basically have it at any angle. And you just take the build plate off and just tip it over to the left side, and there you go. It drips. Super simple.
Send me that, Matt, and I'll get it
in the chat
for the M3 Max.
It's in private chat.
Here, I'll send it over in private.
Yeah, I'll get that design for the M3 Max.
I mean, if you have the Mega and you want to design one, sure, have at it. Because that's essentially like what I'm looking for the Mega. Like, this is what I want, is something that just stays at the back, but then comes out and has like an extension that sits right above the build plate, and it's just super simple. Again, it's not a very hard design. This one's a little more complicated because it's got like different angles, but you could essentially make this straight and it'll still work. So
I wonder how that would work for the M3 though, because obviously the thing's quite thick, a lot wider. Isn't it?
So basically you would have to have it like 3 times the size. So maybe if you made it closer to the actual plate, like the actual base here.
Yeah.
Like if you brought this part in closer, essentially what it would do is it would tip against these 2 parts.
Yeah.
And that way it just kind of like rests there. But I guess with the other problem that you face with that is over dripping with models. So you might have the error of, okay, you have a 300Z access or a 400 for the Mega. Let's say your print is that tall, you're gonna over drip on the over the printer. It's gonna happen. So that's the other thing you got to factor into, I guess. So
what's your build volume for the Mega?
400.
So
330 by 185 by 400.
So this print here that I'm looking at, I'll share my screen up with you. That way there you can kind of get an idea. This is what I wanted to print. It's a toilet paper holder. But it's Lego.
Yep.
Now, this one here, just the top piece damn near fills my entire bed. You'd be able to do that pretty quickly.
I can make it hollow. Like, okay, do you have that file? Do you have a link to it? I'll throw it in the slicer right now and see if I can do it.
Yeah, let me go grab it.
Is that on Thingiverse?
Yep.
Lego toilet paper. Because I was just talking to somebody about that today. Oh. I don't know if I'll be able to find that.
It's 3639244.
Lego minifigures. Okay. So here, let's just download.
That's what it looks like in action.
Where is his torso?
That is cool, isn't it? I like that.
That torso is man body.
I got it. All right, let's go share screen. And let's throw it in the slicer here really quick and see what we can do. Because the cool thing is I can make it hollow or I can make it solid, depending on what we need. Most likely, since it's a heavier duty print, you would probably want to add some flexible resin, so you want more of a solid print on it. No, do that. We already have the Mega set up here. All right, so let's go ahead and open downloads and go to that. Yes, I am aware. So this is a pretty easy print, actually.
Just flip it to about a 30-degree angle.
Yeah, I'd have to go a little bit more, but
I tell you what, mate. I was playing around with Lychee last night. I actually quite like it now.
yeah, I still have to play around with it. I'm not 100% sold on it, but from the people who have been doing miniatures and their supports, like that, just it's amazing the support setup they have on those.
Yeah, because so like just the body fills my entire, but if I did like the hand, the head, and the legs, and then the axis where the rod that he holds the paper on, I can do all those on one build tray.
Is that the paper roll legal for the toilet paper?
Yeah. The Lego toilet paper holder.
So this is okay. So we just got to worry because there's some hollowing here.
Yeah, for the screws to go through.
Okay, so we just got to be careful with that. That might become an issue, but all right. So essentially, let's just throw on some cheap support settings. I already have them set up to 90, so we're just going to go crazy. Why the hell not? And we'll go to frozen. All right, so there's our setup. That should work pretty well. I mean, we can also do heavy supports. But essentially, should we do speed or should we just do regular? Let's do speed.
Speed.
Speed will work.
What did it say? Exceeding what?
Basically, the raft is exceeding the build plate.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
I need to change my settings on that M3 Max as well because, like you said, mate, the bed is like ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, like, I gotta work on that and see, and then also I gotta work on speed settings for it. It is way too slow. Like people complained about the Mega being slow. No, the M3 Max is insanely slow.
Well,
so I can have this done in
like
8 hours and 31 minutes. So let's say 10 hours. 10 hours, and it'll take pretty much, let's say a bottle and a half of resin. Let's give a guesstimate of that. So about 40, 50, $55 worth of resin.
Did you hollow it?
Nope. That's going solid. So if I hollowed it, obviously we can do more. So now if I did stock settings, okay, so that was 8 hours and 31 minutes.
Yeah.
Said. Let's do stock settings. Let's go here. Let's see what this says. Stock settings, I'm guessing it's going to be,
I'm going to say 13
hours, so it'll be probably like 17 or maybe 18 hours.
I'm going to say 13.
13, huh? I think it's that good. I don't think it's that good.
Take a picture of the location was removed.
It'd probably be about 15, actually. In all reality. 15
yeah, when I sliced something this morning on Lychee and it said 9 hours, I was like, that's great. And then I put it on
double
20.
I was close. I was super close.
Yeah, double on stock settings, essentially. So that's how fast my speed settings are, is I cut the print time down in half. And that's just a guesstimate. So in actuality, it's probably around 16 hours worth of printing if I printed this versus the 10. So
you'll have to let me know when you do one for the M3, Matt.
Yeah, I have to get it out there because it's just no, that's not going to work for me. I can't be printing like that. There's no way. Like
it's like FDM slow at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, it's terrible. It's not fast in any way, shape, or form. Like even even at like lower exposure settings, like a small print that should take maybe 4 hours was like 18 hours.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Like insane. Was 95 degrees in my cabin, and my lithophane failed, so just cracked the door, and it dropped to 91.5. Wow, that's crazy.
And this is what I can. This is the other pieces that I can fit. I can fit the head, both arms, and then the rod holder. And I don't feel comfortable with it laying down, so I figured because it's a perfect cylinder, so I just stood it up.
It should be right, shouldn't it?
Gotcha.
The legs are, again, they fill up the entire print bed.
Yeah.
So I'd have
So essentially, if I printed that on the Mega, I can probably do the torso and maybe the arms and the roller holder, maybe. No, I should be able to. And the head. I should be able to get all that on the build plate in one go.
That's crazy.
Only Matt, with the head, you must make a hole in it for the resident to throw it out.
Not if I do it solid. But yeah, I definitely would be printing that in hollow for sure, that part.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's pretty solid right through here.
Yeah, but I can make it hollow. I can chop up pieces. I can put them together. I can do all kinds of stuff.
See, and two, I don't know. I know there's a setting in here somewhere that you can grab that basically you can select each individual piece and then change their individual settings.
Okay.
I think. I'm not 100% sure. I could have sworn I've seen somebody doing that on either YouTube or TikTok or something like that. But I was just trying to figure out how they did it.
It's a good
question. It's in the market list.
Yeah,
leave it to Ray to know that one.
always got to download stuff. Always.
What I always do with that, what I have more pieces, then I put it a little bit together. And the long one, I put it always in the middle.
So similar, basically.
Yeah, you can the arms to the left in the corner and the other corner.
People can try their slow yet so much faster than FDM for the same thing. Yes. Or the inside of the M3 Max arms. Yes. You could definitely make something like a drop-in mount for that too.
So similar, you do it similar like that, Ray?
Yeah, only the arms a little bit to the middle. Yeah, you can that there, yeah, and the other can you also there. Yeah, you can close it together. Then is the traveling speed not too much?
I run it at 50.
Yeah, no. Now you have, I think, when you put all the too much together, you more reach 20 minutes around.
Oh no, my travel speed is.
And what I do with that, I use only brim.
$11 hours.
Yeah, and you can print that with no support.
Yeah. Well, that one there, I think. I'm not 100% sure because the way my printer's been acting.
And how much infill you have?
15.
15, that is good. You
I try not to go above 20.
Yeah, you can make the roller, I think, 20. Or you can make the background, the body, you put that on 20%. When you must put that on the wall.
Yeah, because it has the screw holes right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the legs attach right here.
Mm-hmm.
And that there, I would probably have to use my 3D pen or some like 3D glue to marry them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put a little bit from your 3D pen on it and then push it in.
So my travel speed is at a full is at 150.
150. Okay.
My infill speed is at 50. My wall speed's 25, and my print speed's 50.
How many infill?
My infill speed is at 50 millimeters a second.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I slowed it down like drastically because it was at like 65, 70.
Yeah, I do that with the FL Sun Racer when that sprint normally 125 milli per second, and when you go to over the infill, you scrap it. That's why I put the infill a little bit down. It goes slower than normal. Then you heard nothing about scratching, about over the infill, I say.
And so with like these here, enable acceleration control and then equalize filament flow.
I don't use that not.
Figured I would ask.
that print you can also print with no support.
Right, guys, I've got to shoot. I've got stuff to do.
Alrighty, sir.
All right, James, you have a good night, man.
Okay,
Or
guys,
good
see you
day,
later.
I should say.
Bye.
But all my Lego dolls, what I make, I do with only what I do with support is the head.
Yeah,
my
because it has the U shapes at the top and bottom. So for just the body, it's 13 hours, and everything else here is at 11 hours.
That's nice.
So looking at just shy of maybe 25 hours in total for just these 5 parts, and then I still have the legs to do.
Yeah, I look always when the people buy stuff for me, the Lego dolls or other figure. I ask always, is there a child in the room? Is it? Then make the doll or what it all is, make it a little bit more infill. When it only stays on cabin or that, and it's not be touching, then I make always the infill 15%.
Hey Matt, so remember how earlier we were talking about like drifting and stuff and drag racing, stuff like that?
Yep.
Once I'll load my Bulbasaur here. This is one of the ones I want to do as well. And then I have the flower pod right here that prints separately. But it's this right here.
Yep.
Matt.
The Recaro seat.
Yeah.
The Ender 3 V2. Is that the same mainboard?
It depends. It shouldn't be, but
So my V1 came with a 4.2.2. I upgraded it to the 4.2.7 with the silent drivers.
And the S1 prints really nice.
You keep saying that, but
yeah,
I don't have the money to buy one.
I don't know why you say it. It's all my printers print well, I say.
Lies.
Blasphemy. It's like the Johnny Depp trial.
Yeah, I have seen it. It's like a movie. Popcorn on it.
You're fine. Oh my god.
What is the true? Is Johnny Depp the true or is the girl the true?
I don't know.
So that Recaro seat the way it is at 100 on the 100 millimeter Z, 81.1 on Y, and 63 on X would take 3 hours and 54 minutes, so 4 hours.
3 hours, huh?
Yeah.
That would be like an hour print on a resin.
And higher detail.
Yes.
That is what I have every time in the mail. Questions about the resin printer and the FDM.
And then
what is faster? And I say always the resin. And the guys then they say then, yeah, why is that then? Why? The FDM printer makes one line and make 100 lines for one leveling, and the resin is one light is one layer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you set your me and Matt talked about this just the other day actually. You know, when we were comparing what would be faster for certain prints, and each layer that I'm doing takes what? Well, it's 50 millimeters a second that I'm running it. So then you have to times that by how many layers that you have. And where his
the
is
rest
just
can have one layer in
layer,
big,
and then it goes to the next.
Yeah.
All right, so I hollowed out this model. Everything fits on the build plate right now.
Oh shit!
That's nice.
Hold on, we're gonna do 0 millimeter, and then we're gonna do platform. So there's gonna be some required post processing out of it, but let's take a look and see how long this is gonna take and how much resin. You good? Feed to get? No. No.
I'm gonna estimate probably about half a liter.
Good morning, Dan. Well, what? It was a little over a liter with just the body.
Yeah.
So it'll probably be
with it being hollowed and everything. I'm gonna estimate. Well, you also have the supports too.
Yes.
So maybe 3/4 of a bottle.
No, it'll probably be like 1.5 milliliters. So about 1,500 milliliters. Okay, so we're all good on this aspect. Let's go ahead and start it. I think we're good. I don't think I need to add anything. We're just gonna let it roll.
Can you actually preview it before, like, how it does each layer, like we can?
Yeah, I mean, you can do that right here.
Okay.
Like, you can see how it's going to print.
And like you said, it goes off. It goes off based of the tallest print, which would be the rod holder.
Yeah. Hold on. We need to remove some supports because I'm not dealing with that. This is going to be fun. This is why automatic supports are not always the best idea. No, I'm not printing it. I'm just showing.
Yes, it's the same main board.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have a Ender 3 Pro, just swap out the main boards.
Yes. Okay.
And you can also swap the screen.
Yeah, you can swap everything from the S1 over in the Pro.
Yeah.
So instead of testing, or if you know that mainboard's bad, take your E motor, drop that over onto your Pro, and see if it's also the motor that might have shorted out. Just unplug the E-step motor from your Pro and plug in the other one to see if it still does the tick.
Yeah, that is the same. I have tried a new motor on it, and it's just the same problem.
On your S1?
Yeah, no, on the Pro.
On the Pro? So you still have your S1?
Dus I gonna swap the mainboard.
Yeah, before swapping the mainboard, though, test the other components. That's what PC 101. Before you go drastic on swapping motherboards or anything like that, test each component first to see if that was bad. So you're having problems with the E-step motor. So you take that out, you plug that into something that you know can run it, and then test that E-step motor to see if that wasn't the cause of the short.
Yeah.
Isn't there a way in Kira as well to be able to manually add like supports or whatever, or is it just auto?
Yes.
Auto.
Yeah, now you can manually add them.
Let me guess. You have to download it in Marketplace.
Absolutely, because why would they make something that good on there? Again, one of the reasons why you simplify 3D.
I don't want to pay for that though.
I understand, but I got it when I worked at TH3D, so I have it.
And you're still using it.
Yeah.
See, the wife's iPad actually working? Where's it at? Oh, holy shit, it actually comes to life. Probably dead though.
We're not going to deal with this. We're just going to let it ride. Fuck it. All right. We're going to let it ride with the supports inside of it. Call it a day. If I need to get them out, I'll get them out. Anyway. So we're all good. Yes, I know it's exceeded the build volume. Shush up.
Me and the wife, we've been using Shaper 3D.
Show the green crystal. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me stop the screen here. What is that?
This is the Shaper 3. Sorry, poor camera quality. Shaper 3D on the iPad.
Okay.
That's what me and the wife have been trying to learn. Because she wants to. Yes.
There you go, Vincent.
I need to do something like that, but it's only like this big.
Hey, that'll be good.
And to fit, it's only about this big. And it's the purple power. It's the purple Infinity Stone because I have the holder for it.
Oh, okay. Oh shit! I wanted to do that in the same, but whatever. Lychee doesn't add supports inside the model for auto supports, I don't think. If you do hollowing, I guarantee they probably will. But I don't know. Lychee has like that support analyzer thing, so maybe not. Oh, I love you. All right, let's see what it says. So less than a bottle of resin. So all of this would take about $40 worth of resin.
About the same amount that the crystal dragon cost.
Yeah. So let's see. It says 21 hours on stock settings, so probably half that.
So probably about 11 hours on speed settings.
Yep. So I can print this all in 11 hours, processing and everything. Let's say it probably would take 15 hours total. Let's just call it that, with total and everything, like filling
and that's with your drip time.
Yeah, drip time, washing, curing, and then filling in the holes and everything, because that's going to take a matter of minutes to fill in holes. So, and then the other thing is I can just resin weld these together and they'll be stuck together forever.
I was going to say, now, can you mix basically FDM with resin?
You know, people have done that, but I don't know if it's a I don't know if it's a coating, like an overlay, or if it actually is like it will bond to it. I don't know. I've never done it. So
because like how you're saying fill in the holes, I was thinking, take like, again, a 3D pen or something like that, and kind of just fill in the holes and be able to weld them together with a 3D pen.
yeah, I mean, I don't think it works that way, but could always give it a go and try. I can print some, sticks and put them together and see if that'll work that way. I don't know if it will. Worth a shot.
Basically, S&G.
No, Carl, nobody sleeps.
No. Because I didn't know if the little person behind you is used to foul language. That's why.
Yes, yeah, he's around us. So.
Okay,
Yep.
I always show respect. Yeah, it's all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits.
So let's see. It says 12 hours and 40 minutes, so it's probably more like 14 hours and 40 minutes. So 15 hours for total print time. Processing, let's put on another 2 hours for finishing and everything like that. So 18 hours for this entire set to print and be pretty much ready to go.
That's insane.
And less than 40. Let's just say that's wrong. Let's say we go up a little bit. So let's say it's a liter and a half. Okay, so that's maybe $55 worth of resin.
And yet on my, on FDM, just on the torso itself, it's got to take 15 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
With a 15% infill. I mean, I could probably go with 0% infill.
Right.
But then it's going to be weak as hell.
Yep. Whereas this is essentially zero infill with 3 millimeter walls.
I mean, I could probably bump the walls up.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to try and match that, but I guarantee it won't even come close to that. I guarantee.
No, I can't get all that. I would not be able to get all that on my build plate.
No.
But you're also using like the largest build plate you have.
Yes. Yeah.
That's absolutely insane.
And I'll be honest, this is kind of cheating. Will it work? That's to be seen, but it should, because
you got
all
probably,
of these
what,
are
80% chance. Yeah, you got it. What, 80% chance?
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna adhere to at least the build plate. It's just the fact that will they remain okay, and how will they look after the fact? Like, we might have some little layer lines here and there, but it should be okay.
Nothing that can't be either sanded out or
and resin, to sand resin is super easy. It's not like FDM where you got to sit there and grind away. No, like I can use any light grit and it'll just start sanding away layers easily.
Sit there just with like 1,000 grit finishing and just buff it.
Yeah, exactly. So do it now. You'll be fine. I don't have enough resin to do it right now. At least resin that I trust.
Carl goes, Lego person, I need to make one of these one day.
Yeah, this is the toilet paper holder, which I was literally just talking to Peyton about yesterday.
And I was looking at it. You could actually scale that up and turn that into a full standing paper towel holder.
Yep. Which I do need to make a paper towel holder. So maybe we'll make a functional print for one of these printers. Because, everybody complains that, oh, well, resin printing is just for details and miniatures and things like this. Oh, well, let's make a functional print. Because guess what? My FDM failed. So it's time to show where FDM failed, resin can do better.
Yeah, I kept a failed print just for bits and pieces. It was the first drawer that I tried printing for my switch tower.
Yep.
I forgot to click supports. So the handle on it, it's all fucked up on the handle. So I was like, I threw it on my desk and threw my cubes in there and some wrenches and stuff like that. And that's where my side cuts live too.
Yeah.
So I know right where they're at all times.
Miloslav Steven and Tim Bond and Dirty Bond. I was thinking about doing Voron parts in resin. What do you think? I've been thinking that too, and I was talking with somebody to try and get a Voron, and we talked for a little bit, and then it went dead silent, and then we didn't talk, and then he reached out to me again, and then we talked for a quick second, and then went dead, and I haven't heard from him since. So I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not really too worried. But anyway, that was one of the things that I was wanting to do, is to make parts for the Voron and see if it would work, because I do have different types of resins here that I can essentially make to withstand vibrations and things like that. So it should work. You just got to know how to do your mixtures right, of what type of resins. Now, I could probably pull it off with model resin, because models has a little bit of flexibility inside of it. So, but one of the problems that me and James had talked about, James Rook, was I think the Voron requires press-in fittings. So the issue with resin is once it's done, it's pretty much fire retardant. So, and
but at that point, if the fitting needs to be pressed in, just throw it in the freezer where it shrinks.
You can't, because it shrinks as it cures.
Well, no. So if the part that has to be pressed into is metal.
Yes.
Like what we do on cars, you freeze it to where the metal piece shrunk down, to where you can try to slide it in, and then
you can try and do that. But the problem is once resin is set, it's set in that specific shape. So the only way to get around that is you would have to print in clear resin, make the holes larger, press the fitting in there so it's literally loose around, put liquid resin around it, and then cure it, and it'll literally bond to the walls and everything. So ABS like resin, or even engineering resin. Yeah, engineering resin should work, but you're spending a lot of money on doing that if you're going the engineering route.
So essentially, like your ABS resin or engineering resin, whatever, that's basically like TPU or ABS or PET, stuff like that. Is that like the same category styles?
So when people think of ABS resin, it's not ABS resin, it's ABS like. That is where people have the disconnect of thinking that it's ABS when it's technically not.
The name say it. The name like.
Yes, exactly. It's written right on the bottle, but people don't see that. They just see ABS in big bold letters, because it's literally branded as ABS capital letters like in a large L and then small letters. So so essentially it's got some properties of ABS, but it's more like a PETG in the fact of strength and rigidity. But there are resins like Blue or 3DRS Hard or Fast Plus. Those are high tensile strength, so they're made to withstand heavy hitting stuff, vibrations and things like that, closer to engineering. So you can utilize that type of thing for it. So there was a guy that made a silencer out of the blue resin from Soraya Tech. Now, granted, it was for a 22, but it still worked.
It's
functioning.
functioning.
Held up, and it didn't break. So
now, but if you tried to do that with either PETG or ABS, it would probably just shatter.
Yeah.
Or melt.
Yeah. The most expensive Voron build ever. Yes, it definitely would be, but it would probably be the nicest Voron. Hot end, you could definitely do a hot end for sure. I have bottles of Sculpt. Those will hit. I think they're good up to 140C. No, 240C. I think it is, which is pretty toasty.
Which is what, PETG?
Essentially, yeah.
I'm trying to learn both, the resin side as well as the FDM side. That's why I like to pick your brain a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I said ABS. Like, I would use filaments that they suggest for boron builds, but still, again, it would be something interesting to test out because not really many people have. They just make assumptions about the build on that, so nobody's really ever tested it out. So it would be something cool to actually, like, maybe make a 3D printer out of resin printed parts. Like
I was literally just thinking that.
What do they call that? The snappy. Like, I can probably make all the parts for a resin printer as you would a filament. Like TPU, I essentially have elastic resin. I can make a belt. Got that covered. All the parts for it I can make out of ABS resin or something maybe even heavier duty. I've definitely printed like that 3DRS fast or 3DRS hard. I printed an extrusion rail and I literally banged it against the desk for my review, and it didn't do anything. It took like weeks to break that thing, and it didn't shatter. It just kind of broke in two. So I can literally just put it back together, put some resin around it, and weld it back together, and it'll be fine. So, granted, the integrity wouldn't be as much as it would, but so. Matt now starts charging it for information, yeah.
Right.
Jason was talking about doing it for his boron. It would be cool. And that's the thing, like, even if I don't know like resins, you could definitely work with the company and be like, hey, Monocular 3D or 3DRS, this is what I have in mind. I'm worried about vibrations. What do you guys suggest? And they will tell you, all right, you know, you have the ABS resin, but the problem is the vibrations will get to it over time. Whereas like a model resin has a little bit of give, but not enough like that it would be detrimental. Like some of them are, some of them aren't. Or you can make your own. You could take a standard or ABS like resin, add a 10% flexibility to it, and that way it has just a little bit of flex, but it still has the strength and rigidity. So you could essentially make your own concoction and make it something way different. So
essentially, at that point, you're just becoming a mad scientist.
Yeah, you're what do they call that? Alchemy? Like you become an alchemist. So, and that's essentially like when you're adding flexible stuff to resin. Like I have the Flex 100 above my head here. If I took that stuff, I can add in any percentage I want to a bottle of resin, and that'll determine on how much flexibility that print will have.
Do the flexible mix with the glow in the dark, and then make a giant dragon or something?
Yeah, I could do that. Well, the thing is you don't need to have flexibility for printing resin dragons. You could just print resin dragons and brittle resin. That's resin.
This is my first ever. Resin. Yeah, I seen that. You showed me that one last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my longest print that I've done.
That's pretty long.
It's only 4 feet.
Oh, only.
And I did it on my Ender 3.
Yeah, but 2 hours.
almost a day.
Yeah. If I put that on the Mega, it would probably be 2 hours, maybe less.
And 3 times larger.
Yeah.
You'd be able to scale this up probably 400%.
Probably. Yep.
And you'd have a dragon like Ben's big old crystal dragon.
That's what essentially I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it up for the Mega and print it at some point. I don't know. And I'm not sure if I'm going to use their pre-supported setup or I'm going to do my own, but we'll have to see.
My daughter broke a foot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was hers. And it's done in color. It's done in heat change. She wanted purple and pink, so I told her, I was like, okay. And so I just did it in the heat change.
Nice. It's the joints that make it move, yes.
Essentially, that's how big it was when I got it off the build plate.
Nice. That's a super simple print.
It is. I think I still know where I got. I think I got the file off Thingiverse.
What is that? A dragon?
No, it's a lizard. Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you. It was done by PA1. Shoot. Yeah, they have a straight version, a final tested, and then the test tail. Yeah, it's a super long print in place articulating lizard. Maybe I didn't get it off there. Where did I get it from? Let me check things itself. Oh, I got it off Colts.
Okay. Shoot me the link really quick.
Yeah.
Can we please not talk about crystal dragon coils? No, we're talking about lizard coils.
Yeah, it's 114 centimeters or 44 inches.
All right. Hello, the wire on my Z-axis Y cable, I swapped them around and now works fine. Okay. Cool. So is everything good for you, Jeff? My name's Jeff. Sorry.
Sorry.
I gotta pay for it. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we'll take a look. We'll take a look at that later.
$3.20.
That thing is long. That's a long boy.
And it's specifically done with Ender 3.
I see. Okay.
So it's really easy to switch a mainboard and the 3 and the controller.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all
you
the
just
same across the board.
Yeah, just make sure you when you for your power plugs, make sure you don't.
Yeah,
make sure you don't rotate them.
Just let out a little magic smoke. It'll be okay.
No, it just won't power on. I did that with my 4.2.7. I didn't pay attention to what side was what.
Gotcha.
Because it doesn't have a red and a black. It has 2 reds. So I was like, crap. And it didn't power on, so I figured that was the problem. So I just went in and swapped them.
Oh, you know what? I think I know this person because I have their page liked already, which means I've talked to them before. Not sure about what, but I've talked to them. Oh, I think I know why. The birdhouses.
Here's a free one for you. I'll send you the link for it.
I just want to test it out. I don't want to be... I probably won't print it. I just wanted to see how we can... Infinity Orb, huh?
This is why I was saying I need to do the purple stone.
That's an easy one.
And it comes in 4 pieces.
We can probably even put that on a smaller printer.
The red one right behind you?
This one?
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be able to do it on that one, but that's a little too small. I mean, unless we scaled it down, but I mean, for the Infinity Stones, yes. Yes, we could definitely do that. But for this, no. I do not think so. Let's see. Oops. This is not what I want.
Yeah, I want to print this Goku, but he's too big.
Which Goku?
It's the Goku collection piece.
Watch out. Not like this Goku, right?
No.
Really nice.
That one is badass.
That is badass, man.
I still need to finish him. Should probably do that.
Okay, the last link I just sent you, this one you should print, because one, I think it's extremely badass, and I would love to see it actually printed.
Oh, so I kind of did something like this, but even more ridiculous. Maybe not the dragon, but at least the model itself. Let me see if I can find the images of that. Did you have to get ready for school? Don't you have to eat something? Oh, you did. Fancy you.
I'll say your boy's in what, middle school?
Basically.
I guess. I don't know. His school's weird, so what?
What?
Yeah.
Fifth. Oh, fifth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What do you think, Matt?
But I mean, technically, it is his middle school. Like I said,
yeah.
It's weird here.
Like our middle school is 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Okay.
Well,
See,
technically,
when you say like middle school, my school when I was a kid went through grade 1 through 8, and then you went to high school, and that's it.
Oh wow. Okay.
So
yeah, for ours it's K through 5.
Okay.
And then you go to middle school, which is the school in between elementary and high school.
Yeah.
Which is 6 through 8. And then you go to a whole new school for high school for 9th through 12th.
Yeah, his was 1 through 4 or K through 4.
No, it's basically because
Your other school went up to 5?
No.
Right.
But
That's what I'm saying.
That technically, according to Giles, I'm still in elementary.
Oh, okay. So here, I'll show this off. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's imaginary print. Okay.
First
So
thing I was thinking was time to do some sketchy shit, dude.
Are we going to get to see these? No, not right now.
No, these are just hypotheticals.
So you saw that one. This is one that I printed. Actually, 2 of them.
Oh.
So that's Broly scaled up to 550%. He was sectioned off arm, torso, head, and that's it. All resin welded. And this guy was a little bit smaller. He's only about 12 inches. So, but yeah.
That Broly is badass, and I would love to see it painted.
Let's see here.
Is this on your personal or on the group page?
No, this is like my personal photos that I usually have. So, some flutes I did on the Mega, which I still have. They sort of work.
It's working again.
The what?
It's working again.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it was the main board.
Nice.
Now can I change the other printer with the with this power supply from the V2? I put it on the other Pro.
Yeah.
But come back.
Yeah, you should be able to. So basically, I scaled them up and then I hollowed them out and I sliced his arms off and I did everything all in the slicer. And then I printed it all piece by piece by piece. So there's his body or his legs.
That looks like the Eiffel Tower with all the supports on it.
Ah, what the heck? So on stock settings, that took 21 hours to print that. first half.
Wow.
So that's a max build plate. So that's 400 millimeters from the top of the plate to the bottom of the bat. So essentially, his body was 300 millimeters, give or take.
Yeah.
So, or his pants, whatever you want to call it. So.
Yeah, his lower torso.
His upper torso and his arms, that took another 15 hours to print. So, and that was probably 200 millimeters, maybe 250.
So with a full print and post processing and everything else with wash and cure and everything else, probably about what, a day and a half?
So yeah, that was 21 and 15. So a total of probably, I'd say 2 days.
2 days to be generous.
Yeah. And that's a big print. Like I said, that's like 550 millimeters plus.
Yeah, that's almost like James's freaking Ajani.
So you quartered them then? Yeah. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, this is definitely not fitting on the mini. No way. But we could definitely fit it on like probably the mighty even. That might work.
And then I sent you another one for Tap-On's Ocarina.
Nope, that won't work on the mighty. There's too many pieces. So let's go to the mega. Oh, that'll definitely work. Is there supposed to be two sides to this? So that basically goes in here?
For which one?
Isn't there supposed to be two pieces of this? Hold on. Share screen. This. And there's supposed to be two of this like meteorite piece.
Yeah,
this one?
yeah. That one there gets duplicated, and then you have the interlocking ring, and then you have the two inner spheres.
Okay. So yeah, essentially we would flip these. Flip these. Okay. This with this.
Definitely tell we played Tetris a long time.
Yes. I mean, I can even put it inside, but whatever. All right. So there we go. So to print all that in insane mode, let's just do it without supports because it could probably get away with it if we really wanted it to. Got the mighty yet. No comment. 3 hours and 3 minutes. So if I did supports, let's call it 6 hours.
Okay, that one there on mine, a day and a half.
Yeah. 6 hours, and that's 100% infill. So that's a solid piece. We're taking 400 milliliters of resin. So essentially it'd be like, let's call it $30 in resin.
And then with mine, it'd be like
probably
60 cents.
Yeah. So. But again,
FDM printing is the poor man's 3D printing, and then you have resin printing. It's the wealthy person's printer.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Where's what? Why? No, you can't have it. It's not yours. I'm giving it to Peyton. Let's see. We got where is that? Oops, that's not what I wanted.
I found it.
You found Waldo? Hold on here. What are we talking about? 3D printed stuff. That's what we're talking about. Patreon. I need... This is next on my list, actually, because I told the creator that I'd get to it, and I haven't, and I was supposed to. Dang it, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to do this. Why is there different versions? What's up with these? Oh, I see. So we could do different versions even. What is that?
Oh, that guy.
Oh, that guy. Yep, that guy.
Yeah, he's from Legend of Zelda.
Yes, it's the...
Oh, it's the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, technically, but yes, it's a the Dooku mask from Legend of Zelda.
The first thing I seen is like, oh, it looks like the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, essentially, that's what it does look like. So, which one should we try and print? That one or this one?
Open eyes.
Open eyes. But again, we got to finish this commission first before we do anything. So.
That's going to be what, about a 30%, maybe a 35% incline?
Nah, we're not going to be able to get away with that.
Not even on the Max?
Nope. This is on the Mega.
Oh,
so the biggest one.
Oh, you got to go straight vertical with it?
Pretty much. I mean, I can probably get away with doing a little bit.
Nope, it kicks the nose.
That's all right.
I was just thinking of like, how would the supports react to that? Just filling it up?
You can always angle the supports. It can, with Sheet 2 box, you can do kind of like tree-like supports.
Okay.
So I can do that, but that should be good enough. Support structure. Let's do 5 mil. Okay, see, like there's tree-like supports I can do, contour, branch. Contour basically like fills, it's kind of like tree supports, but on a crazier level. You could do small pillars, but we're just going to do regular stuff. We're just going to cheat. It's a little overkill, but it'll work.
Let me guess, you used heavy support?
No, it's like a mixture of medium, light, and heavy.
Oh, holy crap.
These are manufacturer suggested supports from Frozen. It's their personal setup. So, yes, I'm aware. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Here, anybody? Just to clarify, I believe Matt has Sheet 2 Pro. Yes, I do. Is it easy to get the printers to make what you want? In a way, yeah.
You just have to be nice to them and talk, and whisper sweet nothings into their motherboards.
Like right now, I'm basically done printing a helmet. I had to print it in 2 parts, but we'll put them together and see how good it comes out. It's first time doing it, so first time's a charm. See how it goes. Hi, Mrs. Van Farmer. She already gone, man. She gone, nonstick. Gone. I should probably get going here in a little bit and try and get some sleep.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, it's only 5 and I have to get up in 2 hours.
All right, so essentially it'll take 18. Let's call it a day to do everything. So
damn,
a day to print this print, and it'll be a long, nice. All these will come out very, very nicely, quality. Like nothing will be blended or anything like that. So
that's crazy. Yeah. I definitely need to get me a resin printer as well. I think half the stuff that I want to print would print better on a resin printer.
Yes. Elite, how long does it take? Well, this says 18 hours. We're not ever going to go with slicer settings. Usually add an hour onto my speed settings. I'll even go 2 hours just to be on the safe side. But usually it's pretty on point. If it says 18 hours, 27 minutes, 9 times out of 10, it's going to come out at 19 hours and 36 minutes, give or take. So it's usually pretty good around an hour there, adding on. In terms of resin, it'll probably take about maybe $30 worth of resin when it's all said and done. So that's not too bad. And you can probably sell this mask for maybe 50, 60 bucks, maybe, if you really wanted to. So, and this will be pretty much ready right off of the build plate. Like you don't have to do really anything to it. No sanding, no nothing. You can just spray paint it or paint it right off the build plate. So, what's the most useful thing I have printed? Well, I don't have any of the useful prints that I have for resin, really.
Hey, Matt, usually, I hate to call it a night, but I got to get to bed, boss. I got to be up in like 2 hours.
You have a good one, man.
Later, man. I'll see you next live.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, Ray. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, so the most useful thing, at least for resin, I don't have anything here, but for 3D printed, I basically printed like some holders for my spools of wire, my tweezers, my sanding sticks, my my holder for PCB boards so I can work on them with soldering, a remote control holder, a keyring holder, a holder for my air gun, for my air compressor. I wish I can kind of show you, but they're all kind of mounted to the wall because I like to have things mounted to the wall and right in my face so I know where they are. But I mean, you can make all kinds of cool stuff with it. So just purchased my first resin printer and can't wait to do my first prints. So if you need, look up the Frozen Facebook group, Frozen 3D Printer, and find their calibration tool and find that. And see, go ahead and download that. And that way you can start printing with that. So yeah, resin printing, super easy. And yes, even though it's over the build plate, it'll still print perfectly fine. I'm gonna figure out why the raft is like that, though. I'm not digging this raft. I don't know why I changed it for the bottom. Maybe I messed with stuff. There you go. But either way, that's pretty much it for that.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna find something eat. And
yeah.
Go to the shop.
Yeah, I think it's time to pop off here. It's almost it's 7:15 a.m. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 18 minutes, so I think that's long enough.
Yeah, so, a long stream.
Yeah. So, but I thank you guys all for sticking around. Thanks for asking the questions, and until next time, guys. Happy printing.
Next time.